Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do, but Uncle Zu insisted on leaving. He didn't want to trouble us. Zaking said this, but inwardly, she scoffed. Uncle Zu was drunk? If only you knew how capable he was. Besides, not only did she let Zhu Hao stay, but they had also explored every corner of the house. She wasn't exactly lying. Zhu Hao had indeed said he didn't want to cause trouble. If he had stayed and Xiaodai saw him, especially noticing any differences in his daughter, things would have gotten messy. Though in truth, he had only left after sunrise. Before leaving, they even took a joyride to Mount Akina. No, she had to hurry back to her room and clean up. She needed to wash the bedsheets. With that thought in mind, Zaking tiptoed towards her bedroom. Watching his daughter's retreating figure, Xiaodai narrowed his eyes. Something about her felt different. But he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Zhu Group. President's office. Zhu Hao sat at his desk, reviewing documents. Secretary Li Kun stood before him, reporting the results of his investigation on Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan had returned from overseas 10 days ago and was renting an apartment on Shui Miao Street. His landlord was a stunning woman named Zhao Wanling. He was currently working as a security guard at Sunny Electronics. Even with Zhu Hao's extensive intelligence network, this was all he could find. There were no records of Zhang Fan's past occupation. If I want to become the ultimate villain, I need absolute control. There's still a long road ahead. Zhu Hao flipped through Sunny Electronics files. 3 years ago, the company was on the brink of bankruptcy. Freshly graduated, Lin Shuking took charge at a critical moment. She fired who needed to be fired, demoted who needed demotion, and promoted capable employees, quickly establishing authority. Through a series of reforms, she revived the nearly defunct company. Later, the business grew stronger, climbing to new heights. Lin Shuking's name became synonymous with genius in the corporate world. However, she was known for her ruthless leadership and cold demeanor, earning the title of Ice Queen CEO. As Zhu Hao read on, his eyes paused on a particular detail. Lin Shuking's company had business dealings with the Liu family. Tap, tap, tap. Zhu Hao drummed his fingers on the table, lost in thought. His ultimate goal was to swallow the entire Liu family's empire. Given the ongoing turf war between the Liu family and the Protagonist's gang, it was only a matter of time. How should he handle his relationship with his heroine? Should he play the gentleman and keep things ambiguous, or strike first and take control? He and the Protagonist were destined to be mortal enemies. Eventually, they would face off. For now, the Protagonist hadn't discovered that Zhu Hao was the mastermind behind everything. It was best not to alert him yet. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to take things step by step. For now, he needed to collect more emotion value and strengthen himself first. Afternoon. 2 trembling figures entered Zhu Group. It was none other than Liu father and son. Caught red-handed in their misdeeds, Liu was scared out of his mind. He wasn't afraid of Chen Mo. He wasn't afraid of Zaking. But he was terrified that Zhu Hao would retaliate against the Liu family. After Liu returned home, the more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. He suffered through a sleepless night before finally confessing everything to his father. The moment he finished, his father gave him a beating. Liu's father knew exactly what kind of person his son was. Normally, he indulged Liu, turning a blind eye to his antics. But now, his son had crossed the line. Messing with someone he should never have. Did he not understand the vast difference in power between the Liu family and the Zhu family? With just one word from Zhu Hao, the entire Liu family could be wiped out without a trace. Without hesitation, he dragged his disgrace of a son over to beg for forgiveness. Zhu Hao received them in the guest hall. President Zhu, I'm terribly sorry. My son was reckless and ignorant. Zhu Hao held his teacup but didn't even bother pouring tea for them. He had no intention of exchanging pleasantries with a pair of soon-to-be-ruined fools. Liu's father, realizing Zhu Hao wasn't responding, felt deeply embarrassed but forced himself to keep smiling. After his apology, he kicked his useless son. What are you standing there for? Apologize to your Uncle Zhu immediately. If you can't earn his forgiveness, I'll beat you to death right here and now. Liu trembled and dropped to his knees with a loud thud. His voice choked with sobs as he pleaded, "Uncle Zhu, I was wrong. Please forgive me just this once. I'll never do anything like this again." Zhu Hao finally set his teacup down and spoke indifferently. "I'm not the one you should be apologizing to." He signaled for someone to fetch Zaking. Originally, Zhu Hao had given her a day off. After all, last night had been too intense. He was worried she might not even be able to walk properly, let alone work. But Zaking refused. She insisted she wasn't that fragile. So, she had only rested for half a day before returning to the company. Soon, her figure appeared in the guest hall. Her condition was still a bit rough. Even half a day's rest hadn't been enough to fully recover. Liu's father was momentarily stunned by Zaking's beauty. No wonder his useless son had been obsessed with her for 7 years. Even after being warned by Zhu Hao, he had still dared to act against her. Seeing his son dazed again, Liu's father lost his temper and kicked him hard. "What are you staring at? Apologize." Liu snapped out of it, quickly shifting his kneeling posture to face Zaking. "King, I'm sorry. I was blinded by greed yesterday. I shouldn't have used those despicable means against you. Please forgive me this once. I swear I won't ever disturb your life again." Then, under his father's glare, he even bowed his head and knocked it against the floor. Zaking had always been an obedient and sheltered girl. When had she ever encountered such a scene? She was so startled that she didn't know how to react. Her eyes instinctively turned to Zhu Hao for help. Zhu Hao gave her a reassuring smile. "It's up to you whether to forgive him. If you do, we'll drop the matter. If not, I'll make sure you get justice." He had the audacity to act recklessly even after I warned him. Quite bold. Liu's father trembled, and Liu shook so hard he nearly collapsed. They could hear the anger in Zhu Hao's voice. Although he had a good reputation in the public eye, no fool would believe that a man who built a billion-dollar empire from scratch was someone to be trifled with. The Liu family could never afford to bear his wrath. Zaking, moved by Zhu Hao's concern, felt a surge of warmth in her heart. If they weren't in public, she would have thrown herself into his arms, begging for comfort. She took a deep breath, suppressing her emotions, and spoke coldly. "This time, I'll let it go. But from now on, don't ever appear in front of me again." The Liu father and son visibly relaxed, their faces lighting up with joy. Liu even stopped trembling, exclaiming excitedly, "King, don't worry. I swear I won't." "President Zhu, what do you think?" Liu's father carefully turned to Zhu Hao. Zhu Hao let out a cold snort. "You should be grateful to King. If she hadn't let you off, I would have dealt with your family this afternoon. Thank you, Miss Zaya. And thank you, President Zhu, for your mercy." Liu's father wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. "Get lost." Zhu Hao waved them off impatiently. But in his heart, he had already made plans. Letting them go? Impossible. The only reason he hadn't crushed the Liu family yet was that he still needed them as pawns to fight against the protagonist. Once they had served their purpose, he would erase them from existence. It wouldn't be long now. He would let the Liu family serve its final purpose before wiping them out in one swift move. Faced with Zhu Hao's blunt words, the Liu father and son didn't dare show a hint of resentment. They hurriedly bowed and took their leave. As Liu passed by Zaking, something seemed to catch his attention. He froze on the spot. He had been with countless women, indulging in pleasure, and had experienced a woman's first time more than once. But at this moment, Zaking gave him the same feeling as those women who had just lost their innocence. Then, recalling how she had been walking with a slight limp earlier. Boom. A thunderous realization exploded in his mind. How is this possible? Liu refused to believe the truth. Zaking was the girl he genuinely loved, the one he wanted to marry. That was why he hadn't treated her like the other women. Just another fleeting indulgence. He had pursued her for 7 years. Now, the thought of her having slept with another man felt like a green hat had been forcefully placed on his head. Rage burned through his skull. Who was it? Who was that man? Liu racked his brain until one name surfaced. Chen Mo. It was that bastard who ruined everything yesterday. Not only had he sabotaged Liu's plan to play the hero and save the beauty, but he had also exposed his actions. Because of him, Liu had offended Zhu Hao and was scolded by his father. Everything was because of him. Liu's face twisted with hatred. He despised Chen Mo to the core. But he never even considered the possibility of Zaking being with Zhu Hao. The age gap alone made it seem impossible. Besides, Zhu Hao's reputation and character made the thought absurd. Liu's father saw his son staring at Zaking and mistook it for lingering obsession. Furious, he yanked Liu away forcefully. He had to discipline this useless son properly. If he dared to offend Zhu Hao again over a woman, their only option would be to flee for their lives. Secretary Li Kun noticed the situation and quickly followed them out, closing the door behind him. Now, only 2 people remained in the guest hall. Zaking could no longer suppress her emotions. She threw herself into Zhu Hao's arms. Zhu Hao's expression turned strange. He had noticed Liu F's reaction earlier, and only now did he recall Liu F's role. An ultimate simp villain who had pathetically chased after a woman for 7 years. And in the end, that very woman had fallen right into Zhu Hao's hands. To top it off, Liu F had been forced to kneel before him and apologize the very next day. What kind of insane turn of events was this? With a beauty in his embrace, Zhu Hao's thoughts drifted to the protagonist's stunning stepmother. "Do you have time later?" he asked. Zaking stiffened and looked at him pitifully. "I still have work today." Zhu Hao chuckled and whispered a few words in her ear. Instantly, Zaking froze. What the hell? She shot him a glare, both embarrassed and furious. This was outrageous. Yet, in that glance, there was now a hint of mature allure. And then. Chapter 50 Ding. Zaking feels shy, emotion value plus 654. Ding. Zaking is delighted, emotion value plus 789. Uncle Zhu, are you satisfied with my report? Zaking lifted her head and smiled at Zhu Hao. Zhu Hao patted her head and nodded in approval. I have never doubted your abilities. Keep up the good work in the future. Got it. Zaking responded sweetly, then her eyes flickered with mischief. Then can I report to you every day from now on? No problem. As long as I'm in the office, you can come anytime you want. Madu University. The bell signaled the end of class. Sisters Zhu Shiking and Zhu Huai walked home together. Ever since they started calling Zhu Hao dad and moved from their dormitory back home, their demeanor had become much livelier than before. They stood at the school gate, waiting for their ride. Zhu Hao had arranged for a professional female driver to pick them up. Just then, a white Audi pulled up in front of them. The twins frowned immediately. This wasn't their usual car. Swish. The driver's side window rolled down, revealing the person inside. The twins spoke in unison. Third sister. The driver was a stunningly beautiful, mature woman with a graceful figure. None other than their third sister, Zhu Hongzwang. Ever since she had last messaged them, she had worried that Zhu Hao was deceiving them, so she decided to return home to check on them. Wow! We finally get to see our school's legendary twin flowers in person. They really are gorgeous and adorable. They look exactly alike, just like the rumors say. I can't even tell who's the older sister and who's the younger one. You fool, you can tell by their aura. The older sister is quieter and more gentle, while the younger one is more energetic. Oh, so now you're an expert. Come on, then. Tell me, what's the difference in their auras? Look at the woman in the car. Her beauty and elegance are on par with the twin flowers. Holy crap. Beautiful women really do surround themselves with other beautiful women. No way, no way. Don't tell me someone here doesn't know who that is? Haven't you heard of the 7 fairies of the Zhu family? Every single one of them is drop-dead gorgeous. Ignoring the chatter around them, Zhu Hongzwang smiled at her youngest sisters and gestured for them to get in. Hop in. The twins hesitated for only a moment before getting into the car. The moment they sat down, they started chattering. Third sister, when did you come back? Why didn't you tell us beforehand? Did you bring us any gifts? There was no need to ask. Only Zhu Huai would be so direct about wanting presents. Of course. How could I forget my 2 adorable little sisters? Zhu Hongzwang smiled as she drove, pulling out 2 delicate little boxes. Let me see what it is. Zhu Huai eagerly grabbed a box and tore it open. Inside lay a dainty necklace. A necklace? Zhu Huai sounded a little disappointed. You ungrateful brat. I carefully picked out that gift, and you're already complaining? Zhu Hongzwang rolled her eyes, not really angry. Just bickering as sisters do. Why, is that any way to talk to third sister? Zhu Shiking scolded her younger sister. Zhu Huai pouted as she picked up the necklace. But look at it. The design is so plain, and the diamonds aren't as pretty as those colorful gemstones. Zhu Shiking examined the necklace as well. She had to admit. It was true. Compared to the necklaces their father had given them. Well, there was no comparison at all. It was like night and day. But they couldn't just say that out loud. Wouldn't that hurt third sister's pride? Zhu Hongzwang's forehead twitched with frustration. You little ingrate. I bought this from an LV boutique, okay? It cost me over 100,000 yuan. Way better than your fake one. Zhu Shiking immediately protested. She could tolerate criticism of her sister. But not of their father. Third sister, how many times do I have to tell you? The necklaces Dad gave us are real. Impossible. Zhu Hongzwang still refused to believe it. Didn't you hear what Big Sister said? Even if they were custom-made, there's no way they wouldn't have appeared on the market. And Big Sister estimated their value at no less than 10 million. Think carefully. Would that cold-hearted man really give you something that expensive? It has to be fake. Zhu Shiking and Zhu Hui clenched their teeth in frustration. They really wanted to take out their necklaces and slap Third Sister in the face with them. But they hadn't worn them today. They had left them at home. After all, those necklaces were so valuable that carrying them around made them nervous. Just wait until we get home. We'll show them to you, and then we'll see what you say. Hey. Zhu Hongzwang smirked. I came back this time to expose that guy's tricks. There's no way he gave you anything worth 10 million. I'll be staying in Madu for a while. You two should move in with me instead of staying at home. Otherwise, you'll get brainwashed by that man sooner or later. The twins were speechless. No matter what they said, their sister simply refused to believe them. She even thought their dad had brainwashed them. How ridiculous. We're perfectly happy living at home. You can live alone if you want. Hearing her sister's plan to take them away, Zhu Hui clapped her hands in protest. Are you kidding me? What's so great about living with our sister? Isn't staying with Dad way better? Over the past few days, Dad had been personally teaching her calligraphy, guiding her hand every step of the way. Her skills had improved at a visible rate. And now, they wanted her to move out? Not a chance. Zhu Shiking also nodded in agreement. We're all family, aren't we? Third Sister, why are you staying outside? It's not like we don't have room at home. We even kept your room just for you. Dad always has the maids clean all our sisters' rooms regularly. Zhu Shiking deliberately spoke well of Zhu Hao. This was exactly the advantage of Zhu Hao winning over the younger sisters first. They naturally influenced the older ones. By constantly praising him in front of their sisters, they slowly changed the others' perceptions of him. Zhu Hongzwang felt her mind buzzing. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. And you're telling me you haven't been brainwashed? Just a few days ago, weren't you the ones in the group chat saying you envied our older sisters for moving out? You couldn't wait to graduate and leave home too, right? Come on, tell me. Who are you, and what have you done with my sisters? Zhu Shiking. Zhu Hui. Well. This was awkward. They had posted that in the group chat. But that was then. Things were different now. Dad treated them so well. Why would they want to move out? They wanted to live at home with him forever. Third Sister, if I remember correctly, aren't you a music major? You never studied acting, so why is your imagination running wild? Zhu Hongzwang's face darkened. These two ungrateful little brats. She had rushed back just for them, yet here they were, ganging up on her. As the three of them bickered, the car pulled into the Zhu family's villa. At home the moment they got out of the car, Zhu Hui dashed to her room. When she returned, she held a necklace in her hands. The one Zhu Hao had given her. Third Sister, take a good look. Real or fake? Zhu Hui grinned smugly. Proving her sister wrong was too satisfying. Zhu Hongzwang took the necklace with a serious expression. She had only seen photos of it in the group chat before, which made it feel less real. But now, holding it in her hands, the moment she touched it, she knew she had been wrong. The material, the craftsmanship. There was no way it was fake. Every detail was flawlessly executed. The gemstone sparkled so brilliantly that she couldn't look away. Holding it, she felt an almost irresistible urge to keep it. The necklace was already dazzling beyond belief, but what truly stunned her was the engraving on the largest gemstone. 2 simple characters. Yet, they brought the necklace to life. Through those strokes, an aura of playfulness and charm emerged, perfectly capturing Zhu Hui's personality. Zhu Hongzwang was speechless. How was this possible? Who could write so beautifully? 2 mere characters managed to express Zhu Hui's temperament and spirit. This level of skill couldn't be described as mere calligraphy mastery. It was something far beyond that. Big Sister's estimate had been way off. There was no way this necklace was only worth 10 million. If it were auctioned, the starting bid would be at least 100 million. This was really a gift from Zhu Hao? Zhu Shiking proudly nodded. Zhu Hui, however, frowned at how her sister addressed him. What do you mean, Zhu Hao? That's Dad to you. Zhu Hongzwang's mouth twitched. She recalled how Zhu Hao had treated them before. Cold, unpredictable, completely ruthless. No matter what, she just couldn't bring herself to say those 2 words. As Zhu Hongzwang stood there in shock, while the twins beamed with pride, the sound of footsteps echoed through the house. Tap, tap, tap. A stunning, mature woman walked in. It was Su Wanqiu, the matriarch of the household. Su Mom. Zhu Hongzwang greeted her. Technically, Su Wanqiu was their stepmother, but since she was only about 10 years older than them, The sisters didn't feel much of a generation gap. She had always treated them well. Back in school, she was the one who gave them pocket money and bought them gifts. Because of that, all 7 sisters respected her. Zhu Hongzwang was taken aback. The last time she had seen Su Wanqiu, the woman had been beautiful but carried an air of melancholy. Now, that sadness was completely gone. She looked radiant, exuding grace and elegance. "Oh my, Hongzwang, you're back? Why didn't you let me know in advance? I would have prepared something special for you." Su Wanqiu was initially surprised, but seeing Zhu Hongzwang made her genuinely happy. Now that 2 of the sisters had moved back home, the house felt more and more like a real family. And now, the 3rd sister had returned. This was a good sign. If only all the sisters would come back home. "It's fine, I just wanted to drop by. No need to trouble yourself. How is coming home a trouble? You all chat for a bit. I'll go to the kitchen and cook for you." With that, Su Wanqiu hurried off. Zhu Hongzwang had intended to suggest eating out instead, but seeing Su Wanqiu so enthusiastic, she decided against it. "Why does it feel like Su Mom is a completely different person?" she muttered to herself. Hee. You wouldn't know about this, would you?" Zhu Hui leaned in, her voice low and mysterious. "3rd sister, let me tell you a secret." "What secret?" Zhu Hongzwang frowned. Zhu Hui giggled and leaned in close. "I'm telling you, Su Mom has been conquered by Dad. Every night, the sounds coming from their room are just..." Zhu Hongzwang's face went blank for a moment. Then, noticing Zhu Hui's mischievous expression and Zhu Shiking's flushed cheeks, she suddenly understood. Her own face started to heat up. Almost immediately, she turned to lecture her younger sister. "Zhu Hui, what exactly are they teaching you at school? Instead of learning good things, you pick up all this nonsense?" She even scolded Zhu Shiking for not keeping their little sister in check. Zhu Shiking looked completely wronged. She wanted to discipline Zhu Hui, but that girl never listened. A sudden arrival click. As the 3 sisters bickered, the front door swung open. Zhu Hao stepped inside. All 3 girls instinctively fell silent. Zhu Hui noticed the document folder in his hand and immediately ran over. "Dad, let me carry that for you." Zhu Hao was just about to praise his youngest daughter when a series of system notifications flashed in his mind. Ding. Zhu Hongzwang feels furious. Emotion value plus 354, ding. Zhu Hongzwang is seething with hatred. Emotion value plus 586, ding, damn. What kind of grudge did she have against him? She had given him a huge emotional boost the moment they met. Zhu Hao smirked to himself. Good, keep going. Don't stop. He followed the intense, resentful gaze and met eyes with his 3rd daughter, Zhu Hongzwang. She stood tall at 1.75 meters, her delicate, flawless face exuding a captivating charm. Her lips were well defined, her features soft yet striking, and her long, glossy hair swayed gently with her movements. Every inch of her radiated confidence and allure. Her sharp gaze carried an unwavering determination, and an intimidating aura surrounded her. For most people, holding eye contact with her would take some serious courage. But Zhu Hao wasn't just anyone. "Ah, Hongzwang, you're back?" He smiled and walked over, casually settling onto the sofa nearby. "How's life outside? Are things going well? I support you chasing your dreams, but if you ever run into difficulties, you have to let your family know. I can always lend a hand." Zhu Hongzwang was stunned. Zhu Hao really was different from before. In the past, they barely spoke. Whenever they saw each other, it was as if they were strangers. And now, he was talking to her? And even offering to help? Zhu Hongzwang steadied herself, forcing her emotions back into check. He was acting. No doubt about it. If he had managed to make Zhu Shiking and Zhu Hui willingly call him dad, then he must have changed somehow. But why? What was he up to? For the sake of her younger sisters, she had to expose his true colors. She crossed her arms and scoffed, her tone dripping with defiance. "I'm doing great out there. The air outside is sweet, and I don't need any help from you." Zhu Hao wasn't surprised in the slightest. He didn't take it to heart. Only he knew how awful his past self had been to them. Winning over the younger daughters had been easy. But the older sisters? That was a whole different challenge. Especially considering the lingering resentment from his first wife's death. Even though she had just been a convenient tool to help raise the kids, the daughters didn't know that. They thought she was their real mother. And since Zhu Hao had treated her just as coldly as he did Su Wanqiu, it was only natural for them to resent him. Still, he had plenty of time. One day, she would call him dad. Right now, she was giving him the cold shoulder. But didn't she know? This was the path to chasing a father to the crematorium. Zhu Hao smirked. He was looking forward to it. Chapter 51. Dad, you were out the whole day. I finished my painting. Can you take a look? Sensing the tense atmosphere, Zhu Shiking quickly changed the topic and spoke to Zhu Hao. Zhu Huai's eyes flickered with mischief. Yeah. Dad, my calligraphy has improved too. Come and see who's progressed more. We even made a bet. The loser has to face a punishment. What kind of punishment? Zhu Hao couldn't help but ask curiously. The loser has to wash Dad's. Before Zhu Huai could finish her sentence, Zhu Shiking covered her mouth. Her face turned bright red. Why did this little sister always blurt things out? Couldn't they just fulfill the bet quietly? Now that third sister knew, things had gotten out of hand. Sure enough, Zhu Hongzwang stared at her with suspicion. These twin sisters made a bet. And the loser had to wash. What? Hopefully, it wasn't what she was imagining. Zhu Hao, pulled along by his twin daughters, arrived at the courtyard. Frowning in confusion, Zhu Hongzwang followed them. The sisters eagerly presented their works to Zhu Hao. Zhu Shiking had painted a landscape. After just a few days of Zhu Hao's guidance, she had captured a hint of artistic charm. Zhu Huai, on the other hand, had written 5 characters. Harmony in the family brings prosperity. Each stroke was round and fluid, natural and smooth. Both are impressive, Zhu Hao commented. Don't just say that, Dad. Who improved more? Zhu Huai, full of confidence in her calligraphy, urged him for a verdict. After some thought, Zhu Hao gave a fair evaluation. Both of you are at a similar level in your respective fields, but Huai started learning later than Shiking. He didn't finish his sentence, but the sisters already understood the result. Oh yeah. Sister, I told you I won. Don't forget our bet and the punishment. Zhu Huai crossed her arms and laughed triumphantly, looking like a peasant who had just overturned the landlord's rule. Although they were twins, whether in appearance, temperament, or academic performance, they were always neck and neck. But no matter how small, there was always a gap. Zhu Huai was playful, while Zhu Shiking was more diligent. That was why Zhu Huai always lagged behind her sister in various achievements. But now, she had finally beaten her sister at something. Hearing this, Zhu Shiking's flushed face turned even redder. Thinking about the punishment, she wanted to bury herself in the ground. It was too embarrassing. Seeing her younger sister gloating, Zhu Shiking gritted her teeth in frustration. But there was no way around it. A bet was a bet. Initially, Huai's calligraphy skills were nowhere near as good as her painting. It was only after their father spent a day teaching them that Zhu Huai even started practicing. Yet now, she had already caught up to this extent. The loss wasn't unfair. But Zhu Shiking couldn't figure it out. They had studied together for the same amount of time. Her sister was more playful and less diligent. So how had she improved so quickly? A shocking thought crossed her mind. Could it be that her sister had been secretly practicing behind her back, just to amaze her? What a scheming little sister. Of course, that wasn't the truth. Only Zhu Hao knew the real reason. The reason was simple. His calligraphy had reached the divine level, while his painting was only at the grandmaster level. A grandmaster's skill represented the peak of human achievement, but a divine-level mastery had already transcended the ordinary. Naturally, his teaching methods made a difference. Alright, I see you've both improved, but there are still some flaws. I'll guide you through some corrections. Who wants to go first? Me. Zhu Huai eagerly raised both hands and feet, desperate to go first. She grabbed the prepared brush, and as usual, Zhu Hao instinctively held her, guiding her hand as he began the hands-on lesson. Meanwhile, Zhu Hongzwang stared at her sister's works in shock. She knew Zhu Shiking loved painting and Zhu Huai practiced calligraphy. But she never expected them to be this skilled. Was this really the work of university students? Their work could rival that of renowned masters. If she remembered correctly, her sisters weren't this good before. Had Zhu Hao really taught them? Suspicious, she turned to look at him. Only to see him holding her sister. Zhu Hongzwang's pupils dilated. Zhu Hao, what the hell are you doing? Let go of my sister. Zhu Shiking and Zhu Huai looked at her in confusion as she rushed forward, prying the two apart and pulling Zhu Huai behind her, glaring at Zhu Hao with fury. Third sister, what's wrong with you? The twin sisters stared at her, puzzled. I finally understand why he's so nice to you both. He just wants to take advantage of you. Ignoring their confusion, Zhu Hongzwang wore a smug expression, as if she had uncovered the ultimate truth. I never expected you to be such a beast, Zhu Hao. To think you'd go after your own daughters. What kind of ghostly excuse for a father are you trying to be? Ding. Zhu Hongzwang is furious. Emotion value plus 888. Ding. Zhu Hongzwang is filled with resentment. Emotion value plus 789. Watching the numbers refresh, Zhu Hao's expression turned odd. This third daughter of his was a real handful. No wonder she wanted to be a celebrity. Her imagination was off the charts. Wait. How could he call it imagination? She was actually spot on. Damn it, how did she figure it out? Zhu Hao chuckled internally, a playful glint in his eyes. He didn't need to explain. His daughters would handle it. As expected. Hearing their sister's accusation, Zaking and Hui were speechless. They wanted to crack open her head and see what was inside. Zhu Hao was their father, for heaven's sake. How could he be like what third sister described? Besides, when he taught them, he had explained everything clearly. Hands-on teaching made learning easier, more intuitive, and led to faster improvement. They had agreed to it themselves. Third sister, what the hell are you thinking? Dad was just teaching me calligraphy. Isn't hands-on teaching completely normal? Zhu Hui sighed in exasperation, shaking off Zhu Hong's wang and stepping forward. She had just gotten into the zone, and her sister had rudely interrupted. Now she felt frustrated. Dad, just ignore her. Studying music has messed with her brain. Let's continue. With that, Zhu Hui wrapped her arms around Zhu Hao's and leaned into him, ready to resume. His large hands covered her smaller ones as they began practicing calligraphy again. Zhu Hong's wang tried to separate them once more, but Zhu Zaking held her back. Third sister, can you stop making a scene? We know you're looking out for us, but this... Isn't it a little far-fetched? Making a scene? Zhu Hong's wang froze, rolling her eyes in annoyance. From her perspective, she had spent plenty of time at home before, and never once had she seen Zhu Hao display any talent in calligraphy or painting. She was convinced he was tricking her sisters. That's why she reacted so strongly. If Zhu Hao didn't know anything, then why was he holding them like that? Clearly, he had ulterior motives. But since neither of them believed her, she felt helpless. In the end, she snorted coldly. Fine. I'll watch and see what exactly he can teach. Her sharp eyes locked onto them. If Zhu Hao made even the slightest inappropriate move, she would rush in immediately. Of course, a part of her attention was also focused on his hand, watching him guide Zhu Hui. As she watched Zhu Hui complete the first character with his help, Zhu Hong's wang froze. It was the word, home. A simple Chinese character. Yet it carried a completely different feeling. A sense of warmth and harmony radiated from it. This wasn't her sister's work. She had seen Zhu Hui's writing before. At most, it had a hint of artistic charm. This. How is this possible? Zhu Hao was actually teaching her calligraphy. As he guided her through the next characters. Harmony, 10,000, affairs, and prosper. His expertise became undeniable. Her sisters hadn't lied. Zhu Hao truly knew calligraphy. At an incredibly high level. But how had she never known? After Zhu Hao finished teaching Hui, he let her practice while he moved on to Zaking. Again, he used the same hands-on approach. It was smooth and natural, as if he had done it countless times. This time, Zhu Hong's wang didn't stop them. She watched as, under Zhu Hao's guidance, Zhu Zaking recreated her landscape painting. Only this time, the artistic depth and beauty surpassed the original. At that moment, Zhu Hong's wang's mind was in turmoil. She couldn't calm down. Even when Su Wanqiu called them for dinner, she was still stuck on one question. How did Zhu Hao do it? His calligraphy and painting skills were this advanced, yet he had never shown them before. What else was he hiding? Curious about him, Zhu Hong's wang decided against moving into an outside house. She would stay home to observe him. That night, she finally understood what her sisters had meant when they mentioned Su Mom's loud voice. Blushing, she muttered, "Tch. Su Wanqiu, that seemingly dignified and gentle woman, turned out to be so passionate." Didn't she realize her daughters were still at home? Zhu Hong's wang groaned internally. What can I do? I feel helpless too. Anyone facing such a powerful existence wouldn't be able to endure it, right? The next morning, Zhu Hong's wang woke up with dark circles under her eyes. Meanwhile, the twin sisters seemed completely unfazed. They had clearly gotten used to it. Zhu Hao, unfazed by his daughter's angry glare, pretended not to notice. After all, yesterday had been a massive harvest for him. Su Wanqiu, Zhu Zaking, and Zhu Hui combined didn't contribute nearly as much emotional value as Zhu Hong's wang alone. The more Zhu Hao thought about it, the more he felt that this daughter was his lucky star. He had to keep her at home. Letting her roam outside would be too much of a waste. As he ate breakfast, he pondered. How could he convince her to stay? Zhu Hong's wang had a natural talent for music and dreamed of becoming a top-tier superstar. However, her compositions lacked a certain depth, making it hard for her work to truly shine. If he could help her achieve her dream, she would surely be deeply grateful. After undergoing the marrow cleansing process, Zhu Hao now had perfect recall of all the piano pieces and songs he had merely heard in his past life. Originally, he had no knowledge of music. But now, After obtaining Grandmaster-level piano skills, he could flawlessly recreate those songs. Still, there was no rush. He preferred to let things unfold naturally. Right now, his daughter was still angry at him. If he suddenly started trying to please her, it would seem too desperate. That wasn't his style. He was always the one being fawned over. Noon Zhu Hao attended the lunch meeting arranged by teacher Wang Zuying. She had chosen a 5-star hotel for the occasion. She had no choice. Given Zhu Hao's wealthy status, inviting him to a regular place would feel insincere. To afford this meal, Wang Zuying had gritted her teeth and dipped into her savings. President Zhu, order whatever you like. She handed him the menu. Zhu Hao picked up a pen and began selecting dishes. Once he was done, he passed it back. That's it. See if there's anything you'd like. Wang Zuying took the menu and glanced at his selections. She was momentarily stunned. Zhu Hao had only picked mid-range dishes. He hadn't even chosen a single signature dish from the hotel. She opened her mouth slightly, hesitating to speak. Given the luxurious private meal he had taken her to before, she knew he wasn't someone who practiced thrift. And with his wealth, he had no reason to be frugal. But now, he had deliberately ordered simple dishes. She realized that he was being considerate of her finances, and a warm feeling spread in her heart. Still, since she was the one hosting, she couldn't be stingy. If Zhu Hao wasn't going to order fancy dishes, she would. Clenching her teeth, she added some of the restaurant's signature dishes. By the way, President Zhu, did you hear? Sharingan won first place in the national art competition. I think she has great talent in painting. She should be nurtured in that direction. I know. I've already arranged a study plan for her. I hope she can participate in an international competition and achieve a good ranking. What? Sharingan is going to compete internationally? Her mentor believes she has the potential to give it a try. That's great. Winning an international award will be a huge advantage for her future. As the two chatted, a group of people entered the hotel and sat at the table next to them. Wang Zuying glanced at them. They were a group of burly men, walking with an air of arrogance. Their exposed arms and faces bore knife scars. An unmistakable sign of a rough past. They exuded an intimidating, gangster-like presence that made people instinctively want to keep their distance. Just as Wang Zuying was about to look away, her gaze caught on a familiar face among them. Her expression changed. Among the men, she spotted someone she knew. Chen Mo. Why was he mixed up with these people? Back in school, he had promised her that he would live an honest life. And now, he had turned into a thug? Hanging around with these kinds of people. How could he possibly turn out well? During her time as a teacher, she hadn't cared about a student's academic performance. She had always treated everyone equally. She had even run around trying to help Chen Mo when he was framed. Now, she just felt disappointed. But Chen Mo was no longer her student. She had no reason to interfere in his life. Suppressing her emotions, she looked away and continued chatting with Zhu Hao. Meanwhile, in the group of men, Chen Mo had also spotted Wang Zuying. Today, he had gone out for a meal with his gang's higher-ups. He hadn't expected to run into his former teacher. And even worse, she was having a meal with Zhu Hao. His anger flared instantly. That damn Zhu Hao. Already an old man, yet still acting like a playboy. Not long ago, he had been cozying up to the campus beauty. Now, he was out on a date with Wang Zuying. Unforgivable. Chapter 52 Ding. Chen Mo is consumed by fury. Emotion points plus 666. Chen Mo exhaled deeply, taking several breaths to calm himself. He would definitely settle the score with Zhu Hao, but not now. This wasn't the right time or place. Noticing the disappointment in Wang Zuying's eyes, Chen Mo felt a pain in his heart. He knew why. She was judging him for hanging out with these so-called gangsters. But what he wanted to say was, not all gangsters were the same. His brotherhood was different. They didn't rob, kill, or commit heinous crimes. They simply managed their own businesses. However, if someone came looking for trouble, they wouldn't back down either. Whether it was his appreciation for the Brotherhood's way of doing things or his need to rely on their strength against the Liu family, Chen Mo couldn't leave them. The Liu family is truly despicable. Since they can't win, they're using money to get the authorities to target us. My suggestion? Let's just kidnap that spoiled brat and see how arrogant they are then. Don't be reckless. Ever since those traitors screwed us over, the authorities have been watching us like hawks. One wrong move, and they'll tear us apart. Damn it. If I ever catch those bastards, I'll beat the crap out of them. The group sat down, ordered their food, and started chatting. Zhao Mo, got any good ideas? You're the boss's disciple and our brotherhood's top fighter. We trust your judgment. One of the men looked at Chen Mo, waiting for his response. But Chen Mo wasn't paying attention. He was looking elsewhere, following the gaze of his companions. Then, he saw Wang Zuying sitting at the next table. Today, she was dressed in a professional teacher's outfit, her curves accentuated perfectly. Her long, jet black hair was neatly tied up, exuding an elegant and intellectual aura. It was the kind of presence that made men want to conquer her. The men exchanged knowing glances, smirking as if they all understood something unspoken. No wonder Chen Mo seemed so distracted. He was love-struck. Zhao Mo, don't tell me. You still haven't experienced a woman? Hey. You may be stronger than me in a fight, but when it comes to women, you should really learn from me. Women are like sand. Just add a little water, and you can shape them however you want. Old ghost, you sure know a lot. You spend too much time in those massage parlors. Careful, one day you might die in a woman's arms. Zhao Mo, you fancy that lady? Want us to help you win her over? We guarantee you'll get the girl. The men winked and nudged Chen Mo. They were always straightforward. Eating heartily, drinking freely, and saying whatever came to mind without holding back. Their voices weren't exactly quiet, and Wang Zuying, sitting at the next table, heard everything loud and clear. Her face darkened with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Chen Mo was hanging out with these thugs. He was no better than them. Chen Mo had been watching Wang Zuying the entire time. The moment he noticed the change in her expression, his own face stiffened. Seeing his companions winking at him, he forced a bitter smile. They weren't helping him impress her, they were completely ruining his chances. Before long, the food arrived. Zuying, this dish is quite good. You should try some. Zhu Hao picked up a tender piece of fish, tasted it, and nodded approvingly. Then, he picked up another piece and placed it in Wang Zuying's bowl. With both the protagonist and the heroine present, it would be a waste not to farm some emotion points. Thank you. Wang Zuying was caught off guard by Zhu Hao's gesture, stammering in response. Ding. Wang Zuying feels flustered. Emotion points plus 567. Ding. Chen Mo is seething with rage. Emotion points plus 876. Chen Mo clenched his teeth so hard he nearly cracked them. He had been so naive. The last time they ate together, it was purely to discuss Zhu Hao's daughter. But seeing them together again, he knew Zhu Hao had ulterior motives. And now, they were even sharing food? That was his Wang Zuying. She had helped him so much. How could he stand by and watch her get deceived by a scumbag? If it weren't for the setting, he would have already rushed up and beaten Zhu Hao to a pulp. Throughout the meal, Chen Mo's fury only grew. Every now and then, he saw Zhu Hao and Wang Zuying's subtle interactions, and his expression darkened to the point where it seemed like he might explode. After dinner, Zhu Hao and Wang Zuying walked out of the hotel together. Wang Zuying kept her head down the entire time, lost in thought. She didn't understand why Zhu Hao had kept serving her food. Zhu Hao was finally starting to show his true colors. At first, when they met, he had played it safe, making sure not to scare the little white rabbit away. But after several interactions, as their relationship progressed, he no longer held back as much. A little flirtation could go a long way in building intimacy. Zuying, are you heading back to school? I'll give you a ride. No. No need. I don't have any classes this afternoon. I'll just take a cab home. Wang Zuying avoided making eye contact with Zhu Hao. She quickly said goodbye, hailed a taxi, and left. Zhu Hao rubbed his chin, already plotting his next move. A voice, laced with fury, came from behind. Zhu Hao, I told you to stay away from Teacher Wang. Looks like you didn't listen. Zhu Hao smiled faintly and turned around slowly. Chen Mo stood in front of him, flanked by a group of men. Zhu Hao's expression didn't change. Before, he had been somewhat wary of this protagonist. Now, there was no need. Even though he wasn't a match for Chen Mo in raw strength, he had mastered Grandmaster-level close combat techniques. Enough to hold his own? Besides, he didn't need to fight Chen Mo head-on. If he couldn't beat the protagonist, he could still take down his men. A preemptive strike. Subduing one of them would make Chen Mo hesitate? And more importantly, would Chen Mo even dare to make a move on him? A hint of amusement flickered in Zhu Hao's eyes. Deliberately provoking the protagonist, he said, last time, I treated Teacher Wang to dinner. This time, she returned the favor. Makes sense, right? Having a meal is one thing, but why are you acting so close to her? Aren't you afraid your fake innocent gentleman persona will fall apart? Chen Mo forced himself to suppress his anger, his face cold. I have no idea what you're talking about. Zuying and I are just ordinary friends. Ding. Chen Mo is burning with rage. Emotion points plus 889. Oh? You don't understand? Then I'll make you understand. Chen Mo clenched his fist, clearly ready to strike. The men beside him quickly held him back. When they heard him say Zhu Hao's name, they froze. Then, As they got a good look at Zhu Hao's face, something clicked. The Zhu family. The billion-dollar Zhu corporation. They had planned to back up their brother in a fight, but now, their resolve crumbled. Zhao Mo, don't be reckless. Let's talk this out. President Zhu is a magnanimous man. He won't stoop to petty grudges, right? Is there really any conflict that can't be resolved? One of the men spoke deliberately. Chen Mo had just been incredibly disrespectful. If Zhu Hao decided to retaliate later, Chen Mo would be done for. The Zhu family was nothing like the Liu family. Right now, the Brotherhood was already locked in a brutal struggle with the Liu family. If they provoked the Zhu family too, they'd be doomed. Held back by his own men, Chen Mo ultimately didn't make a move. His face twisted with frustration and fury. Zhu Hao glanced at him, then sneered. You look so pathetic when you're powerless and enraged. Chen Mo froze for a second before Zhu Hao continued. You really think you're something special? You think you can tell me what to do? I usually don't bother with you because I don't see you as worth my time. But that doesn't mean I won't get angry. If you dare to bark at me again, don't blame me for what happens next. With a dismissive glance at the group, Zhu Hao turned and got into the car his secretary had brought. Chen Mo stood there, fists clenched, shaking with fury. He had spent 3 years in prison, training relentlessly, honing his skills. He thought he had finally achieved something, that he could now take revenge. That he could crush anyone who stood in his way. But reality wasn't as simple as he had imagined. The moment he got out, he found himself locked in battle with the Liu family. A fight he still hadn't won. And now, when faced with someone even more powerful, like Zhu Hao, he was completely helpless. It was at this moment that he truly realized how insignificant he was. Rage and hatred ignited his fighting spirit. He had to make the Brotherhood stronger. One day, he would do whatever he wanted, without having to bow to anyone. Ding. Chen Mo is consumed by rage. Emotion points plus 987. Inside the car, Zhu Hao leaned against the window, watching the cityscape blur past. His mind was already plotting his next move. How to manipulate the Blood Slaughter Association into taking action and crippling the Brotherhood's power. The Brotherhood had managed to challenge the Liu family so early only because he had orchestrated it from the shadows. As the conflict between the two forces intensified, the Blood Slaughter Association had also been subtly involved. His plan was simple. Push both sides into mutual destruction so he could reap the benefits. A protagonist was always an unpredictable factor. The forces behind a protagonist? Even more so. Suppressing them at every opportunity was only natural. Night fell. Beneath the city's dazzling neon lights, unseen crimes unfolded. At the border between the southern and western districts, a brutal gang war was breaking out. On one side stood the Brotherhood, led by Chen Mo. On the other, a coalition of small southern city gangs. Knife Gang, Overlord Sect, and others. The Brotherhood operated with strict discipline. They forbade their members from engaging in arson, murder, or looting. And after rising to become the most dominant force in the southern city, they had even publicly declared, if any faction dares to commit atrocities, we will destroy them on sight. And so, the small gangs of the southern city trembled before the Brotherhood, living in constant misery. They had thought about resisting. But the Brotherhood was simply too strong. Even after their leader was framed and imprisoned, they didn't dare act out. When conflict broke out between the Brotherhood and the Liu family, they saw a glimmer of hope. A chance to bring the Brotherhood down. With Liu family funding, they gathered their forces. These gangs had always survived in the cracks of the underworld. Now, united, they formed a force to be reckoned with. Yet, in the face of the mighty Brotherhood, they were still insignificant. Now, the Brotherhood had sent out just one of its 6 core members, and he was already holding them at bay. The man leading the charge today was the 6th-ranked member. Lao Yu. Brothers, kill them. Let these weaklings know who truly rules the southern city. A burly man laughed wildly, swinging his blood-stained blade. His blade flashed, cutting down an enemy in front of him. Kill. Slaughter these bastards. Shouts of battle, the clash of steel, and agonized screams painted a scene of pure carnage. No one could have imagined that in this prosperous metropolis, such brutal bloodshed could unfold. But it wasn't just this city. Every city was the same. Where there was light, there was darkness. Yet darkness could never truly challenge the light. These underground forces had their own ways of resolving disputes. The authorities knew this well, so they had laid down one simple rule: settle your grudges at night. Fight however you want, but don't disturb ordinary citizens. Now, blood flowed like a river as the Brotherhood and the allied gangs fought in chaos. Lao Yu had just finished off an opponent when a shadow lunged at him. A blade slashed toward his neck. His heart pounded as he quickly retracted his weapon, blocking the fatal strike. When he looked up, he saw a towering figure. Blood smeared the man's face, obscuring his features, possibly from the carnage around them. Lao Yu frowned. The man seemed unfamiliar. Not one of the allied gang members. But seeing his brother's blood on the man's clothes ignited his fury. He roared and charged, swinging his long sword. Die. The burly man raised his blade to block, visibly struggling. It seemed like he had underestimated his opponent. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, he tried to retreat. But Lao Yu wasn't about to let him escape. You dared to kill my brothers? You're dead. He pressed forward relentlessly. The burly man fought as he retreated, and before either of them realized it, they had strayed far from the battlefield. A dead-end alley loomed ahead. The burly man had nowhere left to run. Lao Yu smirked, flicking his blade. Go on, run. Let's see where you escape to now. Time to join my brothers in hell. With a shout, he lunged forward, blade slashing down. Based on how the man had fought earlier, even if he blocked, the impact would knock the weapon from his hands. However, at that moment, a sudden surge of power erupted from the burly man. A sinister smile appeared beneath the bloodstains. His voice was cold. The one who's dying is you. With shocking ease, he deflected Lao Yu's strike. Then, he drove a powerful kick into Lao Yu's chest. Crack. The sickening sound of breaking bones rang out. Lao Yu was sent flying, crashing onto the ground. His strength was nearly depleted. He tried to get up, but the burly figure had already stepped forward, raising his blade high. You. Through the dim moonlight, Lao Yu finally saw the man's face clearly. Mo Butcher. He wasn't part of the allied gangs. Why was he here, killing him? His vision blurred as if a veil had fallen over his eyes. It was as though an invisible hand was orchestrating everything from the shadows. At that moment, he thought of the Brotherhood, the allied gangs, and the Liu family. Perhaps they had all been played. Before he could warn anyone, the blade descended. He would never get the chance to reveal the truth. Meanwhile, in the Zhu family villa, a peaceful scene unfolded. The family sat together on the sofa, watching TV. Zhu Hao sat beside his alluring stepmother, Su Wanqiu. Next to them were twin daughters. Zhu Hongzwang sat on the other side, watching the warm scene unfold. No matter how she looked at it, something about this felt off. Daddy, eat this. Zhu Hui peeled a grape and fed it to Zhu Hao. He took it, patting her head with approval. Zhu Hui beamed, lifting her chin proudly. Then, she winked at her sister, signaling about their little bet. Zhu Shiking glared at her, clearly unwilling to accept the loss. Later that night, as the family was about to sleep, Zhu Shiking pulled Zhu Hao aside. Chapter 53. It was getting late, and the family was preparing to go to bed. Zhu Shiking pulled Zhu Hao aside. Dad, wait here for a moment. Blushing furiously, she ran off without explaining further. Zhu Hao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He knew the two sisters had made a bet. And he was somehow involved. Interesting. She didn't keep him waiting for long. Zhu Shiking soon returned, carrying a basin of warm water. She placed it in front of him, crouched down, and spoke hesitantly. Dad, let me wash your feet. Zhu Hao's heart skipped a beat. Such an obedient daughter. Who could resist? Now he understood their bet. The loser had to wash his feet. As for this, Zhu Hao had no complaints. The more, the better. In fact, he welcomed more bets like this. Preferably with even bolder punishments. He could definitely handle it. Ding. Zhu Shiking is overwhelmed with embarrassment. Emotion value plus 666. Seeing Zhu Hao remain silent, Zhu Shiking turned even redder. Hesitantly, she reached out, lifted his foot, and placed it into the warm water. She focused intently on washing, keeping her head down, too embarrassed to meet his gaze. Her face was flushed all the way to her neck. Feeling his daughter's devoted care, Zhu Hao sighed in satisfaction. His ears twitched slightly. He heard the faint sound of careful footsteps. He didn't even need to look. He knew it was Zhu Hui sneaking over with Su Wanqiu and Zhu Hongzwang to spy on them. But he had no intention of warning Zhu Shiking. In fact, he was already thinking about how to use this little rivalry to his advantage. This was a perfect opportunity. If Zhu Shiking's embarrassing act was witnessed by her mother and sister, they would never let her live it down. That meant more bets in the future, right? And possibly even more daring punishments. Wouldn't he be the ultimate beneficiary in the end? Plus, watching Zhu Shiking die of embarrassment in front of everyone would earn him another wave of emotion points. Not bad. Not bad at all. Pushing these thoughts aside, Zhu Hao closed his eyes and enjoyed his daughter's service. Just as Zhu Shiking was getting used to the act of washing his feet. Click. The door suddenly burst open. Sis, we were looking for you to go to bed. Where did you? Sis. What are you doing? Washing Dad's feet in secret? Zhu Hui entered with Su Wanqiu and Zhu Hongzwang in tow. She dramatically scanned the room as if searching for her sister, but her suppressed laughter and exaggerated tone gave her away. She had definitely done this on purpose. Hearing the door creak open, Zaking turned around in confusion. She didn't react at first, even as the three approached. It wasn't until she noticed her mother's and sister's amused expressions that she finally realized what had happened. A deep red flush exploded across her cheeks. This time, it didn't stop at her neck. Her entire body turned crimson, as if she might burst into flames. In utter humiliation, she shot to her feet, her face burning. Unable to bear it any longer, she bolted out of the room. "Sis. Where are you going? You haven't finished washing Dad's feet yet. Your punishment isn't over." Zhu burst into laughter, calling after her fleeing sister. Zaking was too flustered to respond. Her mind was in chaos, her teeth clenched in frustration. If there was a hole in the ground, she would have gladly jumped in. That wicked little sister. She actually brought their mom and third sister to witness her embarrassment. "Just you wait. I won't let you get away with this." Ding. Zaking is consumed with shame and fury. Emotion value plus 888, sis is overreacting. It's just washing Dad's feet. What's there to be embarrassed about? Zhu muttered. Seeing that Zhu Hao's foot was still soaking in the water, she stepped forward, crouched down, and smoothly took over where her sister left off. Under the stunned gazes of Su Wanqiu and Zhu Hongzwang, Zhu finished washing his feet, carefully dried them, and looked up with a bright smile. "Dad, how did I do?" After finishing everything, Zhu lifted her chin, wearing a hurry-up-and-praise-me expression. Having enjoyed a foot-washing service from both daughters, Zhu Hao felt completely relaxed. He reached out and ruffled her hair. "You. Always bullying your sister." Zhu shook her head. "How did I bully her?" She agreed to the bet herself. A bet is a bet. Su Wanqiu watched the warm scene unfold before her, unable to suppress a smile. This was starting to feel more and more like a real family. Zhu Hongzwang, however, had a complicated expression. It felt like they were a family, while she was just an outsider. Completely out of place. But just half a month ago, their mother and two younger sisters were on her side. How did they suddenly switch over? What kind of magic had Zhu Hao used on them? Ding. Zhu Hongzwang is annoyed. Emotion value plus 453, Zhu had her fun, but as soon as she got back to her room, she was ambushed by her sister. The two identical-looking girls wrestled with each other. If the schoolboys who worshipped them as goddesses saw this, their jaws would hit the floor. "You little brat. How dare you bring mom and third sister to laugh at me? I'll beat you to death." Zaking sounded fierce, but she only hit the fleshy parts. Her attacks were completely harmless. Zhu, of course, wasn't one to be bullied without a fight. Her eyes flickered with mischief as she launched her dragon claw technique, aiming directly for her sister's weak spots. Zaking froze. She had always known her little sister was cunning, but she never expected her to be this shameless. She was grabbing everywhere. Her fury exploded. If she didn't teach this brat a lesson today, she'd become completely unruly. In the end, the older sister had the upper hand. She pinned Zhu down with one hand while tickling her mercilessly with the other. "Do you surrender?" "I surrender. Sis, I surrender." Zhu laughed uncontrollably, begging for mercy. But deep inside, she was plotting her revenge. "Just you wait, Zaking. I'll get back at you for this." Zhu knew when to endure and when to strike. But Zaking knew her sister too well. There was no way she would let her off so easily. After all, she had been utterly humiliated in front of their parents and third sister. She had to get back at her. "I'll let you go on one condition. Tomorrow, you have to wash Dad's feet." "That's it? Washing Dad's feet is no big deal, sis. You're overreacting. You ran off halfway through, didn't you? I was the one who finished it for you." Even mom and third sister saw it. Despite being at a disadvantage, Zhu refused to admit defeat. She never missed a chance to prove she was better than her sister. "Really?" Zaking was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected her little sister to do something so bold after she ran off. But after thinking it over, it made sense. Their dad treated them so well, teaching them to read and draw every day. What was the big deal about washing his feet? With that realization, her embarrassment disappeared. Even if mom and third sister were watching, she could confidently finish washing Dad's feet now. She wasn't any worse than her sister. But since Zhu clearly wanted to mess with her, she couldn't let her off so easily. An idea flashed in her mind. "Then tomorrow, you have to give Dad a massage. He works hard. He teaches us and takes care of everything." Zhu instantly protested. "Why me? You washing Dad's feet was our bet. You lost, so you had to accept your punishment. I don't mind giving Dad a massage, but you need to give me a reason." A reason? You want a reason? How about this? Zaking suddenly lunged and started tickling her again. Ha ha ha. I'm not doing it. This is unfair. Hui laughed until tears streamed down her face, but she still refused to submit. Her eyes burned with defiance. Fine, you want to bully me? Let's see who wins in the end. She deliberately provoked, if you want me to give Dad a massage, no problem. Let's make another bet. If you win, I'll do it. What's the bet? Last time, we weren't at the same level, so it wasn't fair. Now that we've both improved, let's see who makes the most progress. Zaking fell into deep thought. It was true. Before, her drawing skills were behind, while her sister's calligraphy was better. And yet, even when she had the advantage, she still lost. Could she really beat her sister this time? Her eyes flickered with hesitation, unsure of what to do. Sensing her doubt, Hui taunted her on purpose. What's wrong? Are you scared? You don't dare? Zaking refused to back down in front of her little sister. She agreed immediately. Her status as the older sister must not be shaken. Now that they were on equal footing, what was there to be afraid of? This time, she had to keep a close eye on her little sister. That cunning sixth sibling loved to work hard in secret and then amaze everyone. She couldn't let her succeed. She had to work even harder than her sister. While the two sisters wrestled and bickered, another bedroom was far from peaceful. Ouch. Why haven't you made a move on Hong's Wang? Suwankyu took a deep breath and voiced her curiosity. She clearly remembered how Zhu Hao had actively approached Shiking and Hui before. Giving them pocket money, sending them to school, even taking them to amusement parks. But now, even though the third daughter, Zhu Hong's Wang, had been home for a whole day, Zhu Hao hadn't taken any action. Zhu Hao. What was with that wording? Did she really see him as the kind of person Hong's Wang accused him of being? What did she mean by make a move? The reason was simple. Hong's Wang wasn't easy to deal with. The two younger daughters were still in school, innocent and inexperienced. Winning them over had been easy. But Zhu Hong's Wang was different. She had been through society, seen the ugliness of human nature. The same approach wouldn't work on her. Seeing Suwankyu's curious expression, Zhu Hao's mind shifted. He smiled and said, "Didn't you notice how wary Hong's Wang is of me? She's successful now, doesn't need my help. Making her feel a sense of belonging to this family won't be easy," he sighed, showing a hint of disappointment, then continued, "So, if I want her to accept me, I'll need your help." "Me?" Suwankyu looked confused. "Think about it. She's still mad at me, but she respects you as her stepmother. If you put in a few good words for me." "Huh?" Suwankyu hesitated. If Zhu Hao had asked this of her before, she would have refused outright. But now, Zhu Hao had changed. He truly wanted to make this family whole. "Why? Don't you want all the daughters to come home, so we can live happily together as a family?" Zhu Hao grabbed her twin ponytails. That was her look for tonight. Ever since she tried on the bunny girl outfit, it was like she had unlocked a whole new world. Now she changed her style every night. With such a beautiful wife willing to play along, he had to explore every possibility. Tonight's outfit. A school uniform with twin ponytails, creating a striking contrast with her mature, alluring charm. This contrast was exactly what made her so irresistible. Under Zhu Hao's intense gaze, Suwankyu finally nodded in agreement. A smile spread across Zhu Hao's face. Letting Suwankyu and the twin daughters influence Hong's Wang was just one step. He already had a plan to win Hong's Wang over, and tomorrow, he would put it into action. But for now, his eyes fell on his seductive wife. "You wicked creature, I can tell at a glance you're not human. Watch me unleash my great dragon technique." As Zhu Hao indulged in his moment of bliss. At the headquarters of the Brotherhood, the usually rowdy hall was eerily silent. A heavy atmosphere loomed over the room. 5 men stood there, all silent, their gazes locked onto the lifeless body before them. "Fuck this. I'm going to kill those bastards." The hot-tempered fourth brother cursed loudly and stormed toward the exit. Third brother stepped forward and blocked his path. "Fourth, calm down." "Calm down? How the fuck am I supposed to calm down? Sixth is dead." Fourth brother shoved him aside, his eyes brimming with rage and grief. The 6 of them were like real brothers, trusting each other with their lives. They had been through countless battles together. Now, one of them was gone. Their fury was unimaginable. "We'll get revenge, but we need to plan carefully. Do you even know who killed Sixth? Who else could it be? That gang of lowlifes who teamed up against us. A bunch of weaklings. I could wipe them out myself." "You admit they're weak? Then how the hell did they kill Sixth? We need to get to the bottom of this first." Among the 5 remaining men, Chenmo stood there as well, his expression dark as night. The Brotherhood's 5 core members were all sworn brothers of his mentor. Men he regarded as uncles. Over time, they had treated him like one of their own, their camaraderie genuine. But now, the unthinkable had happened. Just that afternoon, they had been laughing together. Now, one of them was gone forever. The rage inside him threatened to consume him. Before long, a subordinate burst into the hall, shattering the tense silence. After hearing the report, everyone in the room erupted in fury. What did you say? The Liu family hired an assassin? Those fucking cowards. Can't beat us in a fair fight, so they resort to dirty tricks? I'm going to slaughter their entire family. Enough. The hall was in chaos until second brother, the most authoritative member aside from the leader, spoke up. The Liu family had put out a bounty on the dark web. A despicable move. But the Brotherhood itself wasn't exactly on the right side of the law. What could they do? Swallow their anger and move on? If they killed off the Liu family in retaliation, they'd be signing their own death warrants. This was Kyushu. Murder was illegal. Unlike them, the Liu family was a legitimate business. Killing them would only bring disaster upon the Brotherhood. They needed revenge. But violence wasn't the answer this time. Liu family. Shenmo clenched his fists, his eyes filled with hatred and self-blame. The Brotherhood had no real grudge against the Lius. This feud had started because of him. Sixth brother had died because of him. I, Shenmo, swear. Until the Liu family is destroyed, I will not rest. Chapter 54. On the other side. A woman anxiously stepped into a van. Your task is complete. Here's your payment. The burly man in the driver's seat turned his head and tossed her a bag. She opened it and found it filled with cash. Xiaoyu's face flushed with excitement. She never expected to actually get money from this group of underworld figures. For the past few days, she had followed instructions and stayed close to young Master Liu, constantly stirring up conflict between him and the protagonist. When Liu Xiao struggled against Shenmo, she was the one who suggested hiring an assassin and even provided the Darknet address. The Blood Slaughter Association spread the news. Killing Brotherhood Gang's old six would easily be pinned on a scapegoat. She wanted to fuel the fight between Brotherhood Gang and Liu family, making the storm even fiercer. Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled as she quickly stashed the bag away and nervously said, Thank you, boss. You know what to say and what not to say, right? If you dare leak this, you know the consequences. Lao Mo's cold tone carried a threat. This woman played a significant role, yet she remained nearly invisible. No one would likely notice her. Still, Lao Mo issued a warning out of caution. Zhu Hao had assigned him this task. I understand. I swear, even if someone beats me to death, I won't say a word. Xiaoyu nodded frantically, promising her silence. She got out of the van, and Lao Mo stepped on the gas, disappearing into the dense night. Dark clouds had silently gathered in the sky. The air felt heavy with an impending storm. Time passed quickly. By the next evening, the fight in the slums erupted once again. This time, Brotherhood Gang and the Allied forces weren't evenly matched like yesterday. It was a one-sided massacre. Brotherhood Gang's remaining 4 members all joined the fight, along with their strongest member, Shenmo. Bloodlust consumed them. They swore to avenge Old Six and make their enemies pay with their lives. They knew an assassin had killed Old Six, but that didn't mean they'd spare this group. Old Six had died on the battlefield. His killers had to die too. Shenmo, drenched in blood, had always been the strongest among them. But until now, he had never taken action. Today, guilt and self-blame pushed him over the edge. Old Six had died because of him. He had to take revenge. Ding. Shenmo feels guilty. Emotion value plus 786, ding. Shenmo burns with rage. Emotion value plus 867, in the shadows, violence unfolded. Yet the neon-lit city remained unaffected. A car pulled out of the Zhu family's mansion. Inside sat the entire Zhu family, heading to the Magic City concert hall for a performance. The concert had been advertised for half a month. Internationally renowned pianist Edward was set to perform. As a top-tier figure in the music world, Edward had composed numerous masterpieces. He was to music what a legendary doctor was to medicine. When news of his performance in Magic City spread, the response was overwhelming. Countless music lovers flocked to the city. The concert hall couldn't accommodate everyone, causing ticket prices to skyrocket. Getting a ticket was nearly impossible. But that wasn't a problem for Zhu Hao. With a simple command, tickets appeared in his hands within minutes. Zhu Hongzwang had returned not only to check on her sisters but also to attend this concert. Originally, she planned to go alone. But when Zhu Hao bought tickets for the whole family, they all decided to attend. She refused to ride in Zhu Hao's car and tried to take her 2 sisters with her. However, they flatly rejected her. Zhu Shiking and Zhu Hui insisted on riding with their father. Zhu Hongzwang was frustrated. In the end, her sisters persuaded her and dragged her into Zhu Hao's car. Their reason? A family should always stay together. Magic City's largest concert hall usually, the venue was quiet. After all, few people truly appreciated piano music. Only the upper class, free from life's struggles, had the leisure to enjoy it. But tonight was different. A massive crowd gathered outside the concert hall. Most were die-hard fans of Edward. Dressed in elegant attire, they carried themselves with the air of self-proclaimed gentlemen as they walked into the venue. That's the chairman of Hong Yuan Group. He's usually impossible to meet, yet he's here. And look, that's the CEO of the seafood hotel chain with his wife. Didn't expect them to show up in Magic City. So many big shots. People we usually only see on TV. That's Edward's influence for you. I didn't think there were this many piano lovers. The sight of all these high-profile guests left many in awe. Then, Zhu Hao and his family arrived, and the entire venue erupted. My God, it's like a paradise of beauties. Did someone stumble upon a treasure trove? Identical twin sisters with pure vibes, a mature and seductive older sister, and an alluring young mother. Every type of beauty is here. That guy is way too lucky. Just one of these women would be a dream come true, but he has 4? Haha. You must be new around here. Don't you know Zhu Hao from the Zhu Group? That beautiful woman is his wife, and the other 3 are his daughters. What? That guy looks barely 30. How can he have 3 daughters already? That's nothing. All 7 of his daughters are absolute goddesses. The moment these 4 stunning women appeared, they stole the spotlight. Each had a distinct, breathtaking aura. As they walked into the concert hall, countless people watched in stunned silence. Among them, 2 individuals stood out. One was a woman whose beauty rivaled the 4 that had just entered. She wore a purple evening gown, her features flawless. A light touch of makeup enhanced her elegance. Her silky hair was styled into an updo, radiating nobility. Zhao Wanling withdrew her surprised gaze. Her classmate and best friend, Zhu Hongzwang, had indeed come. She considered greeting them but hesitated upon seeing the entire family together. She decided to wait until after the concert. A short distance away, a young man had a far less composed reaction. His face flickered with disbelief. That's Zhu Hao, the CEO of Zhu Group. The same Zhu Hao who visited after my father's death? Yes. This man, dressed in cheap, faded clothes, was Zheng Fan. He had spent the past few days dealing with his father's funeral. Only today had he finally wrapped things up. He planned to start investigating his father's death when he unexpectedly saw his stunning landlady leaving, beautifully dressed. Zheng Fan had been captivated by her beauty at first sight. A person dressing up so beautifully and going out alone at night. What if she encounters danger? With that thought, Zheng Fan willingly took on the role of her protector. His impression of Zhu Hao wasn't bad. He remembered that when a woman accused him of coveting his father's inheritance, Zhu Hao had actually defended him. But he never expected that Zhu Hao not only had such a stunningly beautiful wife but also 3 gorgeous daughters. Wait. According to the people around him, he actually had 7. 7 fairy-like daughters. Zheng Fan couldn't help but think about it. Once he finished investigating his father's death, should he go find this Uncle Zhu? After all, Zhu Hao had given him a business card, telling him to come to him if he ever needed help. But don't get it wrong. He wasn't interested in Zhu Hao's daughters. He just purely wanted to get closer to him. His ears twitched as he heard footsteps nearby. It was his stunning landlady, Zhao Wanling, walking toward the concert hall. Zheng Fan snapped out of his thoughts and hurried after her. Wanling ji, wait for me. Zhao Wanling stopped in her tracks, frowned, and spoke coldly. Can you stop following me? She had no way to deal with this shameless guy. If she had known earlier, she never would have rented her house to him out of kindness. That rainy night, Zheng Fan had been carrying his luggage, wearing tattered clothes, and searching for a place to stay while getting soaked in the rain. After some questioning, she found out he was from out of town, here to work. She thought to herself. Everyone faces hardships sometimes. So, she rented him a room. But who knew? Zheng Fan had immediately said he had no money, confidently promising he'd pay once he earned enough. Zhao Wanling didn't lack money. Her parents had left her tens of millions in inheritance. Renting out properties was just something she did to keep herself occupied. Seeing how pitiful he looked, she agreed. Now, she deeply regretted it. This guy was lazy and shameless. His eyes always carried a mischievous glint, and he constantly flirted with her. There was not a shred of seriousness about him. She even started to suspect he was some kind of street thug. But since he had already moved in, she couldn't just kick him out. She had tried pushing him out by repeatedly asking for rent. But she had underestimated his thick skin and level of shamelessness. Paying rent? That was never happening. He ignored her demands completely. The colder she acted toward him, the more he seemed to enjoy it. Wanlingji, don't be so fierce. I'm doing this for your safety. It's dangerous for a young woman to be out alone at night. I'm just protecting you. Zhang Fan smirked, his tone playful. Oh, really? Well, thanks so much, but maybe you should take care of yourself first. No need to thank me. As a responsible young man, protecting beautiful women is my duty. Zhang Fan casually waved his hand, as if he hadn't noticed the sarcasm in her voice. Zhao Wanling clenched her fists in frustration. She wanted to curse at him multiple times. Can't you understand human speech? But every time, she swallowed her words. She kept reminding herself. Zhao Wanling, you are a refined woman. Don't stoop to his level. Since you're such a gentleman, when are you going to pay your rent? Her anger nearly spilled over as her voice turned icy. Wanlingji, don't you trust my character? I swear, as soon as I get paid this month, I'll hand it over. Zhang Fan patted his chest, making a solemn vow. A smirk played at the corner of his lips. Having spent years in the underworld, completing countless missions, and even leading a mercenary group, how could he possibly have no money? Renting a place from her was just a little trick of his. As long as he kept delaying the rent, this beautiful landlady would have to keep chasing after him. Over time, wouldn't their relationship naturally improve? He could already picture himself winning her over in the future. Again with the same excuse. You? Character? Even a dog has more integrity than you. Zhao Wanling gritted her teeth in frustration. She stomped her foot and turned toward the concert hall. Humphrey. Let's see how you follow me now. I doubt you even have a ticket. Zhang Fan shrugged, completely unbothered, and grinned as he trailed behind her. As expected, Zhao Wanling entered the concert hall smoothly. Meanwhile, he was stopped by security. Please show your ticket. Zhang Fan finally understood what Zhao Wanling had meant earlier. She thought he couldn't get in without a ticket. Hey, cute. Bro, can't you let me in? I'm with that beauty. Zhang Fan grinned and casually pulled out a pack of Hong Tashan cigarettes, offering them to the two security guards like they were old pals. The two security guards looked at him with disdain, their eyes filled with mockery. Working at the concert hall, they were used to seeing wealthy, well-dressed gentlemen every day. Naturally, they looked down on this ragged-looking man in front of them. Where did this filthy beggar come from? Get lost. Don't block the way for our distinguished guests. Hurry up and go back to picking up trash. This isn't a place for you. Their voices were cold and dismissive. Zhang Fan sullenly put his cigarettes away. Just security guards. What was so great about them? Looking down on people like snobs. Muttering curses under his breath, he walked to the other side of the concert hall. A smirk played on his lips. Did they really think he couldn't get in just because he didn't have a ticket? Did they really think a mere concert hall could stop him? How laughable. With a light jump, Zhang Fan skillfully climbed up to the second floor. Third floor. Zhu Hao and his family entered a VIP box. From here, they had a perfect bird's-eye view of the grand stage below. The concert was scheduled to start at 8 p.m., and there was still some time left. Zhu Shiking and Zhu Hui, the two sisters, curiously examined the luxurious interior. As expected of a VIP box. The decor was lavish, and the coffee table was filled with an assortment of desserts and fresh fruits. But what surprised them the most? There was actually a grand piano in the box. It was a special edition for VIP guests, meant to enhance the experience. If inspiration struck after listening to the concert, they could play a piece on the spot. The sound system was connected to the entire concert hall, allowing everyone to hear their masterpiece. However, very few people ever used it. Zhu Hongzwang, clearly familiar with the venue, explained the purpose of the piano to her younger sisters. The two girls were amazed. That was actually possible? They immediately turned to Zhu Hongzwang, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Third sis, you play the piano really well. Why don't you give it a try after that so-called piano master finishes his performance? If you play better than him, you'll become famous. Zhu Hongzwang let out a helpless chuckle. Her sisters really dared to dream big. That pianist was an internationally renowned master, famous across the globe. How could she possibly compare to him? She had rushed back to attend this concert because she felt like she had hit a bottleneck in her piano skills. She wanted to listen to the performance, hoping it would help her break through. Competing with a piano master? That thought had never even crossed her mind. Time slowly passed. When the clock struck 8 p.m., the concert finally began. Chapter 55. Thank you all for attending this concert. I now declare the concert officially open. Please welcome the internationally renowned pianist, Mr. Edward. As the host finished the opening speech, An elderly man with a head full of white hair but a spirited demeanor took the stage. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Edward was a giant in the music world, and most of the attendees were there specifically for him. Why only most of them? Because among the crowd were some wealthy second-generation heirs and nouveau riche who had no real appreciation for music. Modern or up-to-date, they were here simply to flaunt their status. In short, they were paying money just to suffer through it. And then there was Zhu Hao. He had no interest in so-called piano masters. He bought a ticket for an entirely different reason. Edward spoke in a foreign language, with someone beside him translating his words. Another round of applause followed. After a brief introduction, Edward sat before the grand piano on the elevated stage. As his fingers danced skillfully across the keys, a melodious tune resonated throughout the hall. Almost everyone held their breath, closing their eyes slightly to immerse themselves in the rhythmic melody. Edward was internationally recognized as a master pianist. His skills were beyond question. The music filled the ears of the audience, bringing them a sense of delight. The rhythm and melody were so enchanting that even those unfamiliar with music found themselves absorbed in it. Inside a private cabin, Zhu Hao yawned. Was this it? This was the level of an international master? It was miles away from his own grandmaster-level piano skills. The piece being played was also quite cliché, nowhere near the legendary compositions from his past life. While he found it rather dull, Zhu Hongzwang was watching intently, looking like a student deeply engrossed in a lesson, afraid to miss a single detail. Noticing her expression, Zhu Hao smiled slightly. Winning over this third daughter was going smoothly. Feeling the warmth on his arms, he realized it was Zaking and Hui clinging to him on either side. After some time of hands-on teaching, the two daughters had grown increasingly dependent on him. This sense of nurturing gave him a great sense of accomplishment. But joy is always fleeting. Before anyone knew it, an hour had passed. The audience, completely immersed in the music, had lost track of time. The host returned to the stage and announced the concert's conclusion. Edward stood up and bowed to the audience in gratitude. Amazing. That was incredible, truly worthy of an international master. Absolutely mesmerizing. Even someone like me, who has no real appreciation for music, was completely captivated. I've always loved Edward's piano pieces. They sounded great online, but hearing them live is on another level. Totally worth the trip. Even with the high ticket prices, it was worth every penny. Applause erupted once more. The crowd whispered among themselves, all full of admiration for Edward. Suddenly, amidst all the praise, a discordant voice broke the harmony. Ha! International piano master? Hardly impressive. This was a public event, attended mostly by cultured elites, so the murmuring was not loud. But this voice, neither too loud nor too soft, reached everyone's ears clearly. SHHH. The entire hall fell silent. All eyes turned in unison toward the source of the voice. Who dared to challenge the skills of an internationally acclaimed pianist? Edward was universally recognized as a master, and everyone had thoroughly enjoyed his performance. This person was obviously just trying to stir up trouble. In a dimly lit corner, the crowd spotted a scruffy, unkempt figure dressed in ragged clothes. Who else could it be but Zheng Fen? Holy crap! Did I mishear that? Did those words actually come out of his mouth? Wait. What gives him the right? Who gave him the confidence to criticize an international master? Liang Jingru? Just look at him. He is clearly not a concert hall employee, and he doesn't even have a seat. Did he sneak in? What are the security guards doing? Letting a beggar in here? This is degrading our social standing. Someone, call security and get this guy out of here. He doesn't belong with us. The audience erupted in an uproar, pointing at Zheng Fan with scorn and mockery. But standing at the eye of the storm, Zheng Fan remained unfazed. A smirk played at his lips, his eyes full of mischief, his expression confident. He had spent years in the dark underworld. His skills extended far beyond just killing. He had dabbled in countless fields, and piano was no exception. He had studied piano for a few years. The moment he saw this so-called international master perform, he already had a measure of his abilities. And it nearly made him laugh himself sick. A flurry of fancy moves, but the result was nowhere near as good as his own playing. Watching the crowd shower Edward with praise, Zheng Fan couldn't help but interject. Of course, he did it on purpose. Was this level of skill really worth all that admiration? If he played a piece himself, wouldn't these people's jaws drop to the floor? More importantly, he wanted to impress his beautiful landlady, Zhao Wanling. No, wait. Not just her. There were also Zhu Hao's 3 daughters. He wanted them all to witness his piano prowess. Just imagining their faces filled with awe and admiration made Zheng Fan excited. Zhao Wanling was indeed looking at him. But her gaze wasn't one of admiration. It was the kind of look one gives an idiot. She had no idea how he snuck in without a ticket. But openly mocking an international piano master? Was he mentally unstable? Zhao Wanling was starting to regret renting her place to this guy. Maybe he had escaped from a mental institution. No, she had to find a way to evict him as soon as possible. Dad, look. He looks just like a clown. Zhu Huai tugged at Zhu Hao's arm, pointing at Xing Fan in the corner. Little sister, how can you say that? Zhu Shiking frowned at her. Even if he was a clown, wasn't it a bit too blunt to say it out loud? Shouldn't she maintain the elegance of a proper lady? Zhu Hao ruffled Zhu Huai's hair and said meaningfully, your sister is right. Don't be fooled by surface appearances. He planned to use this moment to justify his past coldness toward them. There was a reason for everything. His daughters had been misled. Huh? Dad, what do you mean? Are you saying he's not a clown? Zhu Huai was curious. SHHH. Zhu Shiking, Zhu Hongzwang, and Su Wanqiu all turned their eyes toward Zhu Hao. To them, that scruffy young man was just an attention-seeking clown. But from what Zhu Hao said, he seemed to have a different view. His behavior is indeed exaggerated, and he's clearly trying to attract attention, but what I see in his eyes is confidence. Based on my experience, whether or not his piano skills surpass Edward's is uncertain. But he definitely has real talent. The girls were taken aback and immediately looked at Xing Fan again. Indeed, despite being the target of scorn from the entire hall, he remained calm and composed. If his piano skills are really that great, then why can't he even afford decent clothes? Just look at that tattered t-shirt and those washed-out jeans with holes. Zhu Shiking furrowed her brows in confusion. Maybe he's just playing dumb to catch a tiger off guard, Zhu Hao mused. He clearly has the skills but pretends to be weak, deliberately attracting ridicule from others. When people around him start looking down on him, he steps forward and slaps them in the face, finding satisfaction in proving them wrong. Zhu Hao began warning his daughters about the protagonist, making them realize how deceitful people can be. Never befriend the opposite sex. As for boyfriends, don't even think about it. You have me, your father, and that's enough. And to be fair, he wasn't wrong. The author wrote it this way to create contrast. First making the protagonist suffer humiliation, then letting him show off. Sure enough, both daughters looked disgusted. So he's just a clown? Not just a clown, but seriously messed up. He has the ability to earn respect, yet he chooses to dress like a beggar and enjoys being mocked? Hearing that Xing Fan was actually talented, the sisters had been somewhat interested at first. Now, they wished he would disappear from their sight. Su Wanqiu seemed lost in thought. Zhu Hongzwang turned away, unwilling to believe Zhu Hao's words. After all, Edward was an internationally renowned piano master. Yet that ordinary-looking guy, dressed even more plainly, had the audacity to belittle him? Was his piano skill really superior to a world-class maestro? She refused to believe it. As Edward finished his performance and prepared to leave the stage, he suddenly heard someone dismissing his piano playing. Having dedicated his entire life to the instrument, he valued it more than his own existence. He couldn't tolerate anyone disrespecting it. However, as a true master, he didn't immediately lash out. Instead, he wanted to see what kind of talent dared to mock him. He turned to the corner where Xing Fan stood and said, "Young man, since you don't think much of my performance, why don't you come on stage and play something for the audience? Let's see if you can truly impress them." In the corner, security had already been alerted. Upon hearing that an intruder had entered the concert hall, a group of guards stormed in. "Aren't you that beggar? How did you sneak in? I thought we kicked you out earlier. Get lost and stop disturbing everyone." The security guards grabbed Xing Fan, trying to drag him out. Just then, Edward's voice echoed through the hall. The guards froze in place. Xing Fan shook them off, adjusted his clothes, and flashed a confident smile. "Why wouldn't I dare? Today, I'll show you what a true master looks like." Under the stunned gazes of the audience, Xing Fan walked onto the grand stage, his head held high. "What's your name, young man?" "Xing Fan." He introduced himself briefly, waved impatiently, and said, "Enough talk. Can I start now?" "Please," Edward gestured politely, maintaining his composure. He had noticed the confidence in Xing Fan's eyes and chose not to judge him by appearances. Instead, he wanted to see what the young man was truly capable of. If he was just putting on a show, Edward wouldn't hesitate to put him in his place. Since his rise to fame, no one had ever questioned his piano skills. Xing Fan was the first. What the hell? That guy is so arrogant. He's not even putting Edward in his eyes. This is insane. Letting a beggar perform on stage? If word gets out, we'll be the laughingstock of high society. Get off the stage. Who do you think you are? Go back to picking up trash where you belong. The audience jeered and sneered, showing nothing but disdain for Xing Fan. Yet, he continued to smile. Keep mocking me. I'm looking forward to seeing your expressions change. With a cold smirk, Zhang Fan took his seat at the piano. The moment he sat down, his aura shifted. He placed his fingers on the keys, pressing them lightly to test the sound. Edward's eyes lit up. From just a simple test, he could tell that this young man's piano skills were far from ordinary. It was exactly as he had expected. As Zhang Fan's fingers began to dance across the keys, a powerful, soul-stirring melody filled the hall. The music surged with intensity. Urgent, vast, and unyielding, as if carrying the weight of countless battles. This was an original piece, inspired by his years of survival in the darkest corners of the world. The audience sat frozen, completely immersed in the performance. As he struck the final note, the piece came to a close. Silence. Every pair of eyes locked onto Zhang Fan, filled with shock. This piano piece. Its rhythm, its melody. Surpassed even the international maestro Edward's performance. It transported everyone onto a battlefield, making them feel as though they were part of the fight. The unbelievable part? This masterpiece had been played by a so-called beggar. Clap. 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 Someone in the audience started applauding, breaking the silence. Within moments, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. Edward, still lost in amazement, snapped back to reality and rushed toward Zhang Fan, his face filled with excitement. Zhang? No, Master Zhang, you are the true maestro. May I have the honor of discussing piano techniques with you? Edward had always held piano above all else, even his own life. Now, with a chance to improve his skills right in front of him, he didn't hesitate to humble himself. Zhang Fan stood up calmly, flashing a faint smile. Sorry, my piano skills are not meant to be passed down to outsiders. In reality, he just wasn't in the mood to entertain an old man. If it were a beautiful woman, maybe he'd consider it. His gaze naturally drifted toward a certain direction. As expected, Zhao Wanling looked completely dumbfounded. Seeing her shocked expression, Zhang Fan felt a surge of satisfaction. Thud. Just then, Edward suddenly dropped to his knees before him. Master Zhang? No, please, take me as your disciple. What the hell is going on? Edward is an internationally renowned master, and now he's kneeling before a beggar? Can't you see? The so-called beggar actually plays better than Edward. An international piano maestro is begging to be his student. Damn it, he really pulled it off. What kind of madness is this? He is clearly a piano genius, yet he insists on dressing like a beggar, can't even afford a ticket. I don't get it. The crowd erupted in shock. Zhao Wanling was completely stunned by Zhang Fan's performance. She could hardly believe her ears. Was this still the carefree, flirtatious troublemaker she knew? How did he suddenly become a completely different person? On the grand stage, Zhang Fan froze for a moment, caught off guard by Edward's unexpected action, but as he listened to the gasps of amazement around him, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. An idol worshipped by countless people was now kneeling before him, begging to be his disciple. There was no better feeling. Still, no matter what, he would never accept a student who was already in his 50s or 60s. Just as Zhang Fan was about to refuse, a mesmerizing and ethereal melody suddenly filled the air, transporting everyone into a dreamlike trance. Chapter 56, Third Floor. Inside Zhu Hao's private cabin. After listening to Zhang Fan's piano performance, the sisters were visibly shocked. They instinctively turned to look at Zhu Hao. He was right. That man, dressed like a beggar, actually played better than the renowned piano master. They recalled Zhu Hao's words from earlier. Don't be deceived by appearances. Sometimes, what you see isn't the truth. Zhu Hao had spoken with deep meaning, making the sisters wonder. Could there be a hidden reason for the way he treated them before? Otherwise, how could they explain his sudden change in attitude toward them? Zhu Hong's expression was complicated. On stage, her idol, piano master Edward, was kneeling before Zhang Fan, asking to be his student. She felt a sense of disappointment. She had attended the concert today to gain inspiration from Edward's performance, hoping to break through her bottleneck. But now, seeing him kneel before someone else, she felt like her idol had fallen apart. Zhu Hao scanned the room. It was about time for him to make his move. He pulled his hands away from the twin sisters' embrace and stood up. The women looked at him in confusion as he walked toward the piano. Dad, what are you doing? Zhu Shiking and Zhu Huai looked surprised. Could it be? They thought of Zhu Hao's skills in painting and calligraphy. Could he also play the piano? The two clenched their fists, their cheeks slightly flushed with excitement. Inside his mind, Zhu Hao browsed through the famous piano pieces from his past life. He finally settled on a legendary masterpiece. Symphony of Fate. This piece reflected the class struggles of its time. With his grandmaster-level piano skills, Zhu Hao made subtle refinements before performing it. As his fingers danced across the keys, his refined and gentle aura became even more noble. Inside the concert hall, the sudden piano melody stunned the crowd. Who was playing? There was no one at the piano on stage. The host, who was aware of the situation, quickly stepped forward to explain. Only then did the audience realize that a VIP guest was inspired and had decided to perform a piece for them. The rhythmic melody flowed into their ears. Urgent, passionate, and unrestrained. Everyone was enthralled, as if they had been transported into an illusion. The music told a tale of hardship and despair, of a life shrouded in hopelessness. Yet one that never yielded, always fighting for freedom and dreams. As the final note fell, a deafening silence enveloped the hall. It was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Shock. An unprecedented level of shock. No one had expected that a piano piece could reach such heights. That it could stir their emotions so intensely, pulling them into its world. Then, as if a storm had broken through, the hall erupted into thunderous applause. My God! Who played that? That was a divine composition. This piece is incredible. I could picture a figure standing firm in despair, fighting tirelessly for their dreams. I've never heard this before. Is it an original piece? This is unbelievable. I thought Edward's performance alone was worth the trip. But now we got to hear not one, but two masterpieces. Especially this last one. Who on earth played it? Do we really have such a musical genius among us? I have to meet them. Compared to this, Edward, an international piano master, looks like a child playing house. I declare this person the greatest pianist of our time. All sense of restraint was thrown aside as the crowd buzzed with excitement. The entire hall was in chaos. Everyone was desperate to know who the mysterious performer was. On stage, Edward, the internationally renowned piano master, could no longer contain his excitement. His entire body trembled as he scanned the third-floor VIP boxes. He had to find this master and become their disciple. The one who composed and played this divine piece was far beyond his lifetime of achievements. Beside him, Zhang Fan's face had gone stiff. His expression turned sour. Just moments ago, everyone had been singing his praises. Now, all their attention had shifted to someone else. They didn't even spare him a glance. His gaze drifted. He spotted Zhao Wanling, her face filled with awe and admiration. She looked like she was dying to meet the person who played that piece. Zhang Fan's heart instantly sank. Damn it. Who ruined my moment? Ding. Zhang Fan is furious. Emotion value plus 645. Ding. Zhao Wanling feels admiration. Emotion value plus 352. Ding. Zhu Hongzwang is deeply shaken. Emotion value plus 726. Ding. Watching the emotion values flood in, Zhu Hao was more than satisfied. He had just harvested a huge wave of points. Now he could go back and draw prizes again. Zhu Hao noticed something interesting. 2 new names had appeared in the emotion value notifications. He knew who Zhang Fan was. But Zhao Wanling? He suddenly recalled Zhang Fan's background investigation. Zhao Wanling was his landlord. And a stunning beauty. A female lead, without a doubt. Back in the concert hall, it wasn't just the audience who were in shock. Su Wanqiu, Zhu Shiking, and Zhu Hui were completely dumbfounded. Zhu Hao's piano skills had reached an otherworldly level. Zhu Hui clenched her fists excitedly. I knew it. Dad really can play the piano. And he's amazing. Is there anything Dad can't do? Zhu Shiking murmured. Su Wanqiu learned from her 2 daughters that Zhu Hao was highly skilled in painting and calligraphy. But this was her first time witnessing his incredible piano skills. The shock she felt was beyond words. Zhu Hongzwang was even more astonished. She had already noticed that Zhu Hao, once a cold and indifferent father, had changed. He had started treating their mother kindly and even looking after their younger sister. That was why she hadn't moved out and still stayed at home. If Zhu Hao had remained the same as before, she wouldn't have stayed a second longer. But she never expected such a drastic change in him. No. Rather, he was simply no longer hiding it. Painting, calligraphy, and piano were not skills that could be mastered overnight. Zhu Hao had always possessed these talents, he had just been concealing them all along. But why? Was it really as he had hinted earlier? Had there been another reason behind his past coldness toward them? The thought seemed almost laughable. She had once idolized Edward and had even attended the concert just to seek a breakthrough in piano. Yet she never realized that a true master was living under the same roof. Compared to Zhu Hao's performance, what was Edward even worth? From Zhu Hao's piano piece, she had already gained some insight. However, the feeling of breaking through was still elusive, slipping just beyond her grasp. If she could listen to it a few more times, or better yet, receive Zhu Hao's guidance, her piano skills would surely reach new heights. But the thought of asking her emotionally distant father for help made Zhu Hongzwang hesitate. Snap out of it. The concert is over, we should head back. Zhu Hao gestured for the dazed women to follow. Dad, you're amazing. Zhu Hui rushed over, stood on her tiptoes, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Zhu Shiking's eyes were also filled with admiration. Zhu Hao smiled calmly. Basic skills, nothing special. As he led his family downstairs, a crowd blocked their path. Everyone wanted to see the pianist who had played that legendary piece. When they saw Zhu Hao and his group, they were visibly surprised. There was no doubt. They had come from the VIP box, which meant the pianist was among them. The host pushed through the crowd, his face brimming with excitement as he approached Zhu Hao with great respect. Mr. Zhu, please don't mind them. Everyone is just curious about the pianist. May I ask, who was the one playing that masterpiece just now? Faced with a sea of eager faces, Zhu Hao smiled faintly. That piece was composed in a burst of inspiration by my daughter, Zhu Hongzwang. As he spoke, he pointed at Zhu Hongzwang, who stood there in complete confusion. In this world, which blended elements from various novels, he was a villain. He had to stay low-key. The higher the profile, the sooner one met their end. You never knew when a protagonist might appear, see your actions as villainous, and deliver justice. By pushing the fame onto his daughter, he ensured his safety. After all, protagonists had a common trait. Whenever they saw a beautiful woman, they couldn't help but be drawn in. Zhu Hongzwang was utterly dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? She could already imagine how this masterpiece would explode across the internet. The composer would become famous overnight. Why was Zhu Hao giving up such a golden opportunity and handing it to her instead? She wanted to ask, but when she saw Zhu Hao wink at her, she swallowed her words. Suwankyu, Shiking, and Hui were also puzzled at first. But then they understood. Zhu Hao wasn't just a piano genius. He was also a master of painting and calligraphy. If he hadn't recently started revealing his skills, even they wouldn't have known. Clearly, he didn't want to expose himself. So, he let Zhu Hongzwang take the credit. And with the reputation of CEO Zhu Hao backing the claim, no one would question it. The crowd erupted in excitement. They had all wanted to see the composer of the masterpiece. They never expected it to be a young woman in her early 20s. A woman, at just 20-something, had surpassed an international piano master. If this news spread, it would take the internet by storm. Unbelievable. Is this what the world of geniuses looks like? She's only in her 20s and has already surpassed an international piano master. Who says women can't match men? The world of piano finally has a female virtuoso, far ahead of the rest. Wait. She looks familiar. Oh. I remember now. That's Zhu Hongzwang. She not only plays the piano but also sings. I know her too. She's composed some great piano pieces before, but none as mind-blowing as today's. This must be an epiphany. No wonder Mr. Zhu called it an inspiration burst. She was already somewhat famous before, but now it's different. Once this masterpiece is released, she's going to be a superstar. People who recognized Zhu Hongzwang grew even more excited. They pulled out paper and pens, eager to get her autograph. If they missed this chance, they might never get another. The host, trying to contain his excitement, took a deep breath before asking, Miss Zhu, may we know the name of this masterpiece? How would I know? Zhu Hongzwang instinctively turned to Zhu Hao. Zhu Hao mouthed a few words. Zhu Hongzwang read his lips and blurted out. Symphony of Fate. As soon as the name was spoken, another wave of discussion erupted. It perfectly fit the emotions they had felt while listening to the piece. A struggle against fate, an unyielding spirit. All right, please clear a path. We're heading home. Zhu Hao stopped the host, who was ready to keep talking endlessly. The host still had many questions, but since Zhu Hao had spoken, he had no choice but to comply. Just as he was about to call security to disperse the crowd, an old man rushed over in a hurry. It was none other than the renowned pianist, Edward. Panting, he ran up and, with a loud thud, dropped to his knees before Zhu Hongzwang. Respected lady, I wish to learn piano from you. Please accept me as your disciple. The scene was all too familiar. But this time, the crowd was no longer as shocked or incredulous as before. Previously, they had found it absurd when that beggar, Zheng Fan, knelt down. But Zhu Hongzwang was different. Her piano skills were undoubtedly far superior to Edward's. It made perfect sense for him to want to learn from her. Zhu Hongzwang was momentarily dazed. Looking at the man she had once idolized kneeling before her, she felt a wave of mixed emotions. But instead of joy or pride, all she felt was boredom. This is it? And he dares to call himself a piano master? Someone like him could never be her idol. Her real idol was A figure surfaced in her mind. Zhu Hao. On a distant high platform, Zhang Fan watched the scene unfold, feeling somewhat bitter. This moment of glory should have belonged to him. Yet now, everyone only remembered Zhu Hongzwang. He was nothing but a shadow. Was he furious? Not really. The reason was simple. Zhu Hongzwang was a stunning beauty. She was just as attractive as his gorgeous landlady, Zhao Wanling, if not more. If he had lost to a man, he wouldn't accept it. But losing to a woman? He had no complaints. After rejecting Edward's request to become her disciple, Zhu Hongzwang and her group walked outside. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a familiar figure, and her heart leaped with joy. She walked over. Wanling, what are you doing here? I came specifically to see you, the great piano master, perform, Zhao Wanling teased, her expression exaggerated with a hint of mischief in her eyes. Zhao Wanling was both Zhu Hongzwang's classmate and her best friend. Even after graduation, they had remained in close contact. And she knew very well what her friend's actual musical level was. One thing was certain. That legendary piece, Symphony of Fate, was definitely not composed by Zhu Hongzwang. After closely observing Zhu Hongzwang's subtle eye contact with her father, Zhu Hao, she instantly understood. The real composer was him. He had simply handed the credit to his daughter. Sure enough, when she noticed Zhu Hongzwang's slightly unnatural expression, her suspicions were confirmed. Her curious gaze landed on Zhu Hao. She couldn't help but wonder. How had this man, who looked so young despite having 7 daughters, lived his life? How had he composed such a powerful piece, one that refused to bow to fate? As Zhao Wanling studied Zhu Hao, he was also analyzing her. Character, Zhao Wanling. Identity, landlady, female lead of urban flower guardian. Charm, 93, Strength, 10, Constitution, 11, Spirit, 10, Affection, 20, not bad, not bad. Another fresh crop had arrived. And judging by the situation, she was his daughter's best friend. Which meant double the fun. Chapter 57. Zhu Hongzwang and Zhao Wanling, 2 close friends, were chatting. At that moment, Zhu Hao and his group happened to pass by. Hongzwang, is this your friend? Why not invite her over? Looking at the handsome and mature man standing so close, Zhao Wanling couldn't believe he was Zhu Hongzwang's father. Hello, uncle. I'm Hongzwang's classmate and best friend. Since the whole family was present, Zhu Hongzwang had no choice but to introduce everyone. When she introduced Su Wanqiu as Zhu Hao's wife, Zhao Wanling felt a tinge of disappointment. Such a charming, mature man was already married? It would be great if he were single. If Zhu Hongzwang knew what her best friend was thinking, their friendship would be over. I considered you my best friend, but you want to be my stepmom? After learning that the adorable twins, Zaking and Hui, were Zhu Hongzwang's sisters, Zhao Wanling smiled warmly at them like an older sister. After some small talk, Zhu Hongzwang said goodbye to her friend. Zhao Wanling, however, accepted Zhu Hao's invitation to visit their home. She was intrigued. His piano playing had such depth. She wanted to understand this man up close. But it was too late today, it wasn't appropriate. She promised to visit another day. As soon as they got into the car, Zhu Hongzwang couldn't hold back her curiosity. Why did you do that? She was confused. That masterpiece was clearly composed and performed by Zhu Hao. Why would he give the credit to her? Hearing her accusatory tone, the twin sisters immediately jumped to their father's defense. Third sister, how can you talk to dad like that? Yeah, third sister. Didn't you always want to be a big star? After today, you'll be famous. Instead of thanking dad, you're questioning him? Exactly, Hongzwang. Your father did this for your own good. He would never harm you. Su Wanqiu also tried to persuade her. She had promised Zhu Hao last night that she would speak well of him in front of Zhu Hongzwang. Zhu Hongzwang ignored them. She bit her lip, her eyes filled with determination. Yes, she wanted to become a star and needed fame. Right now, she was only somewhat well known. If she took credit for performing Symphony of Fate, she would become a sensation. But if this was just charity from Zhu Hao, she would rather not have it. Zhu Hao knew exactly what his stubborn daughter was thinking. Of course, he wouldn't admit that he did it on purpose. Hongzwang, you know who I am. A billionaire CEO. What would people think if I went around playing the piano like an entertainer? Zhu Hao sighed and continued, I have to maintain my image in front of my employees. If people found out, I'd be treated like a celebrity, and that wouldn't be good for business. That made sense. A billionaire CEO managing a massive company. If people knew he was a piano virtuoso, how many fans would he attract? Would he even be able to focus on work? Zhu Hongzwang pursed her lips. Something still didn't add up. She asked, If you didn't want to reveal your identity, then why did you play just now? Oh, that? Zhu Hao paused. When I saw those kids performing one after another in the private box, I suddenly had the urge to play. He continued after a moment, sorry, Hong Zhuang. Since I can't reveal my identity, I had no choice but to use you as a shield. Dad, what are you saying? What shield? You clearly helped third sister gain fame. Yeah, third sister. Your dad's daughter. What's wrong with helping him out? Besides, this only benefits you. Seeing their father being bullied, Zaking and Hui immediately took his side. Zhu Hao's explanation made sense. He had extraordinary piano skills but couldn't reveal his identity. Seeing those young performers getting all the attention, he got excited and couldn't help but play a piece. Zhu Hongzhuang suddenly felt ashamed. She had thought Zhu Hao was manipulating her, just like he did with the twins. That he saw her struggling to become a star and had graciously given her fame out of pity. I'm sorry. Zhu Hongzhuang wasn't stubborn to a fault. She knew when she was wrong and apologized. This was also the first time she had ever lowered her head to Zhu Hao. Now that's the right attitude. Admitting your mistakes makes you a good girl. Zhu Hui gave Zhu Hongzhuang a thumbs up. Zaking and Su Wanqiu exchanged glances, then smiled. Zhu Hongzhuang's willingness to soften was a good sign. She was one step closer to coming home. Zhu Hao was driving. From the angle they couldn't see, his lips curled into a slight smile. He had planned everything. Making her famous was just the beginning. After gaining fame, if she lacked the ability to produce new works, she would be in an awkward position. She wouldn't allow that to happen. She would have no choice but to turn to him for help. And how would he help? By guiding her personally, step by step. When that time came, the two of them would sit at the piano together, his hands guiding hers. Everything was falling into place. Before the Zhu family even arrived home, a news article had already gone viral. It quickly dominated the trending lists on all major platforms. Shanghai Music Hall witnesses a legendary piece. A composition surpassing the world's greatest works, Symphony of Fate. International piano master Edward kneels before a young woman, begging to be her disciple. The youngest piano maestro in history is born. The concert hall had surveillance cameras and audio recordings. The performance of Symphony of Fate was captured and uploaded online, instantly setting the internet ablaze. This sounds incredible. I feel completely immersed in the music. It's so powerful. The emotional depth in this piece. Unbelievable. A woman in her 20s composed this? Is Zhu Hongzhuang in the entertainment industry? Why haven't I heard of her before? She only has a few 100,000 followers. I need to follow her now before she blows up. Netizens quickly found Zhu Hongzhuang's social media account and flooded her with follows. She had built her fanbase solely on her musical talent. No networking, no gimmicks. Her original few 100,000 followers were hard-earned. But after the trending news exploded, her follower count skyrocketed. 1 million. 2 million. 3 million. It wasn't until she surpassed 10 million followers that the growth finally slowed, though it was still increasing steadily. As soon as the Zhu family stepped into their home, Zhu Hui gasped. Look at the news. Third sister, you're really famous now. Hearing that, Zhu Shiking immediately grabbed her phone. Sure enough, multiple headlines about Zhu Hongzhuang filled the trending lists. Zhu Hongzhuang logged into her social media account. Staring at her follower count, which was increasing at an insane rate, she was speechless. She had worked hard for years to gain a few 100,000 followers. Now, in less than an hour, she had surpassed 10 million. All because Zhu Hao had made her the scapegoat. It felt surreal. 7 Fairies group chat, WeChat, technology is the first productive force, I'm really not a star. Third sis, what's going on? Did you really compose Symphony of Fate? Traditional medicine yids, I'm listening to it right now. It's mesmerizing. Third sis, you're amazing. You're really going to be a superstar now. Call me your queen. Being a star? What's the point? You still have to perform for others. If you want power, be a queen. Control other people's destinies. All I want is money. I'm really not a superstar. That wasn't my composition, nor did I perform it. It was Zhu Hao. Little girl selling nukes, that's right. You all didn't see it, but at that moment, Dad was really handsome. He was amazing. Drawing a circle to curse you, I don't even know if there's anything Dad can't do. Maybe there was another reason why he treated us that way before. If you don't believe us, at least trust third sister. Dad treats her well too. Technology is the first productive force. He really composed and performed Fate Symphony. Are you guys trying to trick us? Call me your queen, you two little traitors. What happened to our united front, our lifelong resistance? Not only did you betray the organization, but now you're acting like spies. Little girl selling nukes, fifth sister, Stop messing around outside and come back home. Let Dad teach you a few tricks. Guaranteed, you'll dominate the underworld. All I want is money. Wait, let me process this. I just checked the trending topics. Even if Fate Symphony was composed by Zhu Hao. He said he didn't want to reveal his piano skills because of his status, fearing it would attract fans and cause trouble. That's such a weak excuse. Third sister, you're not actually forgiving him, are you? I'm really not a superstar, no way. I will never forget his cold and ruthless face. Even if I die out on the streets, jump from the 30th floor. I will never forgive him. Hearing Zhu Hongzwang say this, her 4 sisters, who were all in different locations, finally let out a sigh of relief. The 2 younger sisters had already defected. If even Zhu Hongzwang switched sides, their strength would weaken even further. This was proof of Zhu Hao's brilliance. He didn't just win over his daughter with a single favor. Instead, he used strategy upon strategy, traps within traps, making it impossible to guard against. Even his sharp-witted daughters, including Zhu Hongzwang herself, hadn't realized it yet. Drawing a circle to curse you, sisters, don't be so against Dad. He really has changed. You have been muted by the group owner for 3 minutes. Little girl selling nukes, ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. You have been muted by the group owner for 3 minutes. In the courtyard, Zhu Hao hadn't gone to find the gorgeous stepmother yet. Instead, he went to the courtyard alone to draw a lottery. He glanced at his system's emotion points. A whopping 120,000. After hesitating for a moment over the premium lottery, he gave up and decided to go for a 12-draw pool. The premium lottery had a much higher chance of getting good rewards, even special abilities. But those weren't particularly useful. If he drew another ability like teleportation, it would be pointless without increasing his mental power. System, draw. Ding. Congratulations. You have won 5 free attribute points, not bad. Next. Ding. Congratulations. You have won a character. 1 Mingjin Early Stage Death Guard, a Death Guard, 100% loyalty and will appear before the host at the appropriate time. Zhu Hao's eyes flashed with excitement. Finally, something interesting. He was already a billionaire, in peak health, and had regained his youth. He lacked nothing. Except capable subordinates. Without trustworthy men, handling things would be much more inconvenient. He needed more subordinates. Why bother scheming to win over the protagonist's brotherhood? If it came to it, he'd just crush them all directly. Unfortunately, the guard was only at the early Mingjin stage. Hopefully, there would be more surprises. Ding. Congratulations. You have won a skill. Music, master level. A flood of knowledge filled his mind. This kind of memory infusion didn't affect him at all. In an instant, he had mastered pronunciation, vocal techniques, and more. Another useless skill. Ding. Congratulations. You have won 3 free attribute points. Why was the number decreasing? Ding. Congratulations. You have won a special ability. Overpowering kidney strength. What the hell? Was this kidney thing even normal? While he was still wondering, a warm current surged around his kidneys, seemingly enhancing and reconstructing them. About a minute later, it was over. He felt a boundless energy. Could this turn him into a perpetual motion machine? Ding. Congratulations. You have won a character. 1 Mingjin Early Stage Death Guard, good, that made 2. The more, the better. Ding. Congratulations. You have won an item. A brand new Steinway grand piano. Steinway was a top-tier piano brand. A new model like this was worth millions. Why did the system give him this? Was he supposed to just sit around at home and play the piano for fun? With all this time, wouldn't seducing the beautiful stepmother be a better use of it? Ding. Congratulations. You have won a character. 1 Mingjin Mid-Stage Death Guard, Mid-Stage Mingjin? Nice, a surprise after all. Currently, Zhu Hao himself was only at the Mid-Stage Mingjin level. This guy might even surpass him. Then again, Zhu Hao didn't think he was weaker. After all, he had Grandmaster level close combat, which compensated for any gaps in strength and physique. Ding. Congratulations. You have 1+1 charm, so charm couldn't be increased with free attribute points. It had to be obtained through the lottery. With higher charm, he could attract more female leads, who in turn provided emotional points. Not bad. Ding. Congratulations. You have won a skill. T-Art, God level. As soon as the system announced the reward, a flood of knowledge filled his mind. It covered everything from warming the cup, adding tea leaves, awakening the tea, and brewing techniques. Deeply embedded in his memory. This skill was somewhat useful. He could brew himself some nice tea in his free time. Ding. Congratulations. You have won 5 free attribute points, 5 points. Not bad. Ding. Congratulations. You have won 2 Mingjin early stage death guards, 2 more? Now he had 4 early stage and 1 mid stage. At this point, he had his own 4 heavenly kings. With 5 death guards, he could finally alleviate the issue of having no subordinates. Setting those thoughts aside for now, Zhu Hao focused on allocating his points. In this draw, he had gained 13 free attribute points. He wasn't afraid of Chenmo, and Shang Fan wouldn't be able to trace him for now, so he could afford to relax a little. He allocated 5 points to strength. Then, he added 3 points to physique and 5 points to mental power. Swish swish swish. A surge of warm energy washed through his body. Once everything settled, Zhu Hao felt significantly stronger. He checked his stats panel. Character, Zhu Hao. Identity, Zhu Group Mastermind. Charm, 93. Strength, 70. Physique, 36. Mental power, 35. Skills, Grandmaster Close Combat, Grandmaster Painting, God Level Calligraphy, Grandmaster Piano, Master Level Music, God Level Tea Art. Items, Desert Eagle. Special abilities, Portable Space, 1 cubic meter, Teleportation, Overpowering Kidney Strength, Emotion Points, 3086, Free Attribute Points, 0. Chapter 58. The lottery draw was over. Zhu Hao was ready to return and enjoy his stunning wife's roleplay. He was curious about the power of deceptive kidney. As he approached the door, he glanced through the window and saw Zhu Hongzwang sitting in the living room, fully absorbed in her phone. She hadn't returned to her bedroom yet. It seemed even fate wanted him to speed up the process of winning over this third daughter. With a thought, the newly acquired Steinway piano materialized before him. Zhu Hao reached out to test its weight. He had expected it to be heavy, but he lifted it effortlessly with one hand. With that, he carried the piano into the house single-handedly. Zhu Hongzwang was chatting with her sisters when she heard movement outside. She looked up and saw Zhu Hao walking in with the piano in one hand. Lifting a whole piano with one hand? She rubbed her eyes, thinking she was seeing things. After confirming she wasn't mistaken, she was utterly shocked. When did this cold-hearted father become so strong? Her mind flashed back to what her younger sisters had said. How Zhu Hao had easily subdued a group of punk gangsters. Everything they said before had already been proven true. Zhu Hongzwang's emotions grew increasingly complicated. She recalled what Zhu Hao had said at the concert hall, "Don't be deceived by surface appearances." Could there really be something hidden behind his past indifference? While she was lost in thought, Zhu Hao approached and smiled. "Hongzwang, I know you love the piano. Since there wasn't one at home, I ordered one for you. Where do you think it should go? Leaving a gift silently and asking for nothing in return?" That was something a protagonist would do. Zhu Hao, however, wanted to create a sense of obligation. So she would feel the need to repay his kindness. Zhu Hongzwang snapped out of her daze, her face full of disbelief. "You bought this for me?" she asked in shock. Zhu Hao looked at her with slight confusion. Of course, it was for her. Who else? Did she think he bought it for himself? There had never been a piano in the house before. It was obvious that he got it after she came home. And not only did he buy it, but he personally carried it in. The level of attention he was giving her sent ripples through her heart. "Hurry up and tell me where to put it, I can't hold on much longer." Zhu Hao pretended to struggle. Still in a daze, Zhu Hongzwang muttered, "Put it in the study." Then, she realized that sounded too cold. He bought her a piano and even asked where to put it. Just responding bluntly felt ungrateful. So, she quickly took the lead and guided him to the daughter's study. The Zhu family had 2 studies. One for the daughters, and one for Zhu Hao himself. Inside, she found an open space for the piano. "It's brand new, not sure how the keys sound. Try it out?" Zhu Hao smiled at her. Zhu Hongzwang pulled up a stool and sat in front of the piano. Noticing the brand, she froze. A brand new Steinway. She had been eyeing this model for a long time, but it cost around 8 or 9 million. Completely unaffordable. And yet, Zhu Hao had bought it for her. Her heart was no longer just rippling. It was surging. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself and placed her fingers on the keys. She tested them carefully. Each key was in perfect condition, producing crisp, clean notes. This was the best piano she had ever played. "If everything's fine, I'll be heading off." Zhu Hao turned to leave. "Wait." Zhu Hongzwang suddenly called out to him. After a brief hesitation, she softly said 2 words, "Thank you." Ding. Zhu Hongzwang feels touched. Emotion points plus 362, Zhu Hao chuckled. "No need to thank me. You're my daughter. This is only natural. Get some rest, don't stay up too late." He flashed a warm, fatherly smile and waved as he left. It was too soon for gratitude. The real reason he had given her the piano now was simple: she would keep playing it. And soon, she would realize the gap between herself and him. If her fans noticed that her performance fell short of the Symphony of Fate, they might turn against her. The moment she started playing, she would sense the difference. At that point, she would have no choice but to come to him for help. Engaging in a battle of wits with his daughters was truly entertaining. Back in the bedroom, Suwankyu stood by his side in a maid outfit. "Master." Blushing, she shyly helped him undress. At this point, their games had evolved beyond just fancy outfits. Now, they were fully immersed in role-play scenarios. Tonight, Suwankyu was playing the little maid. But there were still so many roles left to explore. Doctor, nurse, babysitter, daughter. Zuhao lifted her chin with a single finger. "Little maid, you've been naughty today. You didn't follow my instructions." "I did. I clearly said it." Suwankyu knew he was talking about praising him in front of his daughters. She couldn't help but protest. She had indeed said something in the car earlier. Just one sentence, but it counted. "Humphrey. Talking back to me now? Looks like you're asking for a punishment." Ding. Suwankyu feels flustered. Emotion points plus 695. The next day Zuhao was about to leave when he realized his daughters had morning classes at school. Since they were headed in the same direction, he decided to give them a ride. Upon arriving at Magic Capital University, Zuhao didn't leave immediately. He wanted to take a walk around campus. After all, since becoming a shareholder of the university, he hadn't visited once. The school had even prepared an office for him, but he had never checked it out. As he stepped onto campus, a bald middle-aged man approached him. Vice Principal Zhang Li. Zhang Li seemed to recognize Zuhao but looked uncertain. He rubbed his eyes and hesitantly called out, "Chairman Zhu?" Zuhao's transformation had been drastic. He had always exuded a refined and calm demeanor, but before, there had been something odd about him. Now, however, his presence felt completely natural. Warm and inviting. And more importantly, he looked younger. Zhang Li almost didn't recognize him, but Zuhao had no trouble recognizing Zhang Li. "What's wrong, old Zhang? Has it been so long that you can't recognize me?" Hearing Zuhao's response, Zhang Li slapped his forehead in realization and apologized profusely. President Zhu, I'm so sorry. You've grown younger and more refined. I barely recognized you." The usually imposing vice principal was now beaming, his smile as bright as a chrysanthemum. He quickly adjusted his stance and started showering Zuhao with flattery. "President Zhu, are you here on school business? If there's anything you need, just tell me, and I'll make sure it's handled perfectly." "No, nothing special. I just haven't been here in a while, so I thought I'd take a stroll." "Then allow me to accompany you." Zhang Li volunteered enthusiastically. Zuhao was one of the school's major shareholders. One word from him could decide Zhang Li's career, so he had to seize the opportunity to make a good impression. Countless students around him stared in shock. The notoriously strict and aloof bald vice principal was now respectfully following around a distinguished-looking man like an obedient assistant. "Old Zhang, I can walk around by myself. I graduated from this school, so I'm very familiar with the campus. No need to trouble you." Zuhao noticed Zhang Li glancing at his watch from time to time. He was clearly in a hurry. No need to have an old man trailing him. If someone had to accompany him, it should be a beauty. Preferably, the female lead. "Chairman Zhu, I know you're familiar with the school, but I really don't mind." Before Zhang Li could finish his sentence, his phone started ringing. Ring, ring, ring. His face froze with embarrassment as he hurriedly declined the call. "Just go," Zuhao waved dismissively. "But how could I? Leaving you alone?" Suddenly, Zhang Li's eyes lit up as an idea struck him. "How about this, Chairman Zhu? Let me find someone to accompany you." He immediately scanned his surroundings. His gaze landed on a figure walking nearby. His face brightened. Wasn't that Wang Zuying, the university's most beautiful teacher? Perfect. She could accompany President Zhu, ensuring he wouldn't be left alone while Zhang Li attended to his urgent matter. "President Zhu, please wait a moment." Zhang Li hurried over to Wang Zuying. "Miss Wang, hold on a second." Wang Zuying turned her head in confusion. Seeing the vice principal rushing toward her, she asked, "Vice Principal Zhang, do you need something?" "It's like this." Zhang Li caught his breath. "A distinguished guest has arrived at the school. I have an urgent matter to attend to, so could you accompany him for a while?" Wang Zuying frowned slightly, her tone turning colder. "Sorry, Vice Principal Zhang, but I'm busy as well." She had her pride. She was here to teach, not to entertain some so-called distinguished guest. Zhang Li knew the university's most beautiful teacher had a strong personality. He couldn't force her. He had to persuade her. "Miss Wang, please, just this once. President Zhu doesn't visit our school often." "Who did you say?" The moment she heard the name President Zhu, Wang Zuying froze. President Zhu. Zhu Hao, chairman and CEO of Zhu Group, and one of our university's shareholders. He's right over there. Zhang Li pointed in Zhu Hao's direction. Following his gaze, Wang Zuying saw Zhu Hao standing not far away. Her heartbeat quickened. Miss Wang, please do me this favor. I wouldn't be asking if it weren't urgent, Zhang Li pleaded again. This time, Wang Zuying didn't refuse. She nodded. All right. Normally, she wouldn't entertain any distinguished guests. But if that guest was Zhu Hao, that was a different story. Great, great. I owe you one, Miss Wang. Zhang Li beamed with gratitude. He led Wang Zuying over to Zhu Hao and introduced her. President Zhu, this is Miss Wang Zuying, the university's most beautiful teacher. She'll accompany you as you tour the school. Zhu Hao looked over, and Wang Zuying quickly lowered her head. A faint blush crept up her cheeks as her heart pounded uncontrollably. Ever since their last meal together, when Zhu Hao had served her a few dishes, their relationship had subtly changed. She often found herself lost in thought, wondering what Zhu Hao really meant. Did he like her? But he was already married. And she was a teacher. If she got involved with a married man, wouldn't that create a scandal? What if he confessed to her? Should she accept? Or reject him? If she rejected him, would that be too heartless? But if she accepted? Zhang Li, oblivious to the tension between them, apologized. President Zhu, I'm really sorry. I have a family emergency. Yeah, just go already. Zhu Hao waved impatiently, eager to get rid of the unnecessary third wheel. Vice Principal Zhang left. Now, only Zhu Hao and Wang Zuying remained. Watching the beautiful teacher standing there like a quail, Zhu Hao smiled slightly. Miss Wang, take a walk with me around campus. Okay. Wang Zuying responded softly. Just like that, they became a stunning sight on campus. Students passing by were left in complete shock, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Their hearts shattered into pieces. Wang Zuying wasn't just a teacher. She was the goddess of countless students. She had never been seen walking closely with any man before. But today, they saw it. She was strolling side by side with an incredibly charismatic and handsome older man. Sunlight filtered through the scattered shadows of the trees, casting a warm glow over them, making them look like a couple in love. Unbelievable. Our school's most beautiful teacher has a boyfriend. I'm devastated. No, I refuse to believe it. My goddess has always been pure and untouchable. How could this happen? This is so frustrating. Miss Wang is so stunning and kind. What man could possibly deserve her? Damn it. Such a perfect beauty, and she's being taken by a pig? I can't handle this. I want to die. The students whispered among themselves, their voices low but still reaching Wang Zuying's ears. Her face grew even redder, and she secretly gritted her teeth. These students have such dirty minds. They were just friends, simply walking around campus. How did that suddenly turn into a romance in their eyes? She couldn't help but wonder about Zhu Hao's reaction. He had a family. Would he be upset if these rumors affected his reputation? She stole a glance at him, trying to gauge his expression. Seeing his calm and composed face, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Miss Wang, how have you been lately? As they walked, Zhu Hao casually started a conversation. Not bad. Wang Zuying replied briefly and said nothing more. Normally, with her social skills, she wouldn't be this awkward. But walking beside Zhu Hao, her heart raced, and the students' gossip only made her more flustered. Noticing her nervousness, Zhu Hao changed the topic to something more engaging. How have Shiking and Huyi been at school? They haven't caused any trouble, have they? As expected, the moment he mentioned her two well-behaved students, Wang Zuying visibly relaxed. They've been great. Their personalities have become much more cheerful recently. Poor twin daughters. Once again, their father used them as a conversation starter. The moment Wang Zuying started talking about the sisters, she became animated, speaking enthusiastically. As they walked and chatted, the atmosphere grew increasingly comfortable. Suddenly, Zhu Hao stopped in front of a small wooded area and, feigning curiosity, asked, I remember when I was in school, this grove hadn't been developed yet. I see there are more pathways now. Does it serve any special purpose? He wasn't wrong. In this lifetime, he truly didn't know what the grove was used for. But that didn't mean he hadn't known in his past life. He had taken plenty of schoolgirls into this grove before. As a teacher, Wang Zuying had never been inside, but she had heard plenty of rumors from her students. Instantly, the blush that had just started to fade crept back up her face. This place is... She stammered, unable to say it out loud. Zhu Hao's curious gaze lingered on her, forcing her brain to work quickly. It's a place where students often go on dates. Hey, Is that so? Do young couples really sneak into the grove to date these days? Let's go take a look. Without hesitation, he stepped into the woods. Wang Zuying instinctively reached out to stop him, but he had already walked ahead. Seeing him go in, she had no choice but to stomp her foot in frustration and follow. Chapter 59. Zhu Hao walked into the small grove, a smile playing on his lips as he heard footsteps behind him. Outside, the sky was clear and bright, but inside the grove, it was a different scene altogether. Thick branches blocked out the sunlight, casting a dim glow over the area. It was indeed a perfect place for business. It was still early morning, and all the students were in class. The grove was deserted. The students had taken good care of this place. Balloons and flowers hung around, adding to the ambiguous atmosphere. Especially in a situation where a man and a woman were alone together. President Zhu, there's nothing much to see here. Let's head out. Wang Zuying quickly caught up to him. But Zhu Hao ignored her, glancing around. This place seemed worth trying out sometime. Bringing along the most beautiful teacher. The goddess admired by countless students. Into this secluded grove. Just the thought of it was intriguing. His gaze landed on a spider hanging from a nearby branch. He watched it intently. Not hearing a response, Wang Zuying followed his gaze. Only to see the spider right in front of her. She let out a startled awe. And, driven by instinct, sought security. Throwing herself into Zhu Hao's arms. Zhu Hao welcomed the gesture, wrapping his arms around her without hesitation. His embrace was warm, his chest firm. As Wang Zuying felt the warmth of his body, she gradually calmed down. Then, she suddenly realized. This posture was inappropriate. She was a teacher. Hugging a man like this in school. What would people think? What if students saw them? I'm sorry, I was just startled. Her face flushed as she tried to step back. But the hands around her waist remained firm, refusing to let go. She looked up in confusion. Only to find Zhu Hao's face inches away from hers. Her eyes widened, her mind went blank, and her body froze. Minutes passed. Realizing she was losing herself, Wang Zuying finally snapped out of it. She forcefully pulled away, hurriedly straightening her clothes. She glared at Zhu Hao, her face burning red, lips pressed tightly together. This was far too embarrassing. Ding. Wang Zuying is flustered. Emotion points plus 684. Ding. Wang Zuying is overwhelmed with shame. Emotion points plus 726. Ding. I'm sorry, Miss Wang. You're just too beautiful. I lost control for a moment. There it was. The familiar playboy tone. Zhu Hao sighed internally. What a shame. This heroine had strong self-control. If she had relaxed just a little, with his skilled techniques, he could have taken things much further. But no rush. At the pace he was going, it wouldn't be long before she was his. Zhu Hao had already apologized. What else could Wang Zuying do? After all, she hadn't resisted immediately. She had no choice but to swallow this silent loss. Yet, her heart was in turmoil, unable to settle down. She kept recalling the warmth of his embrace. The overwhelming sense of security. That mature, masculine presence lingered in her mind. A force she couldn't escape from. For the rest of their walk around campus, Wang Zuying remained silent, lost in thought. Zhu Hao didn't mind. These things took time. She had taken the first step. Soon, the second and third would follow easily. Just then. Ring, ring, ring. Wang Zuying's phone rang. She glanced at the screen. It was Aunt Li, her neighbor. Confused, she answered the call. What? My mother fainted? She's being taken to the hospital now? Her face turned pale. Oh, okay. I'll be right there. Thank you, Aunt Li. What happened? Zhu Hao asked after she hung up. My mother suddenly collapsed. She quickly explained what Aunt Li had told her. I need to get to the hospital now. I can't accompany you anymore, Chairman Zhu. She was frantic with worry. Come with me. They had nearly finished their campus tour anyway, and his car was parked nearby. Zhu Hao grabbed her hand and led her to the car. I'll take you to the hospital. With that, he stepped on the gas and sped out of the school. Wang Zuying parted her lips slightly. Right now, getting to the hospital was her priority. She had no time to argue. Still, a warm feeling spread through her heart. Ding. Wang Zuying is deeply moved. Emotion points plus 888. Zhu Hao pulled up at Shanghai's #1 hospital and accompanied her to the ward. Outside a hospital room, Wang Zuying spotted Aunt Li. Aunt Li, how is my mom? Her face was filled with anxiety. She's still unconscious. Seeing Wang Zuying on the verge of tears, Aunt Li quickly comforted her. Zuying, don't worry too much. The doctor just examined her. There's no immediate danger to her life. Only then did Wang Zuying let out a small sigh of relief, but she immediately asked anxiously, "Aunt Li, then? What exactly is my mom's condition?" Aunt Li hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. "Hypertensive heart disease. Since it wasn't diagnosed and treated in time, the situation has become a bit serious. Don't panic just yet. I spoke to the doctor. If she receives proper treatment, she'll recover gradually." Wang Zuying struggled to hold back her emotions. She wanted to rush into the ward to see her mother, but Aunt Li stopped her. "The doctor said she needs to rest quietly for now. You can see her in a little while." Left with no choice, Wang Zuying nodded. Just then, they overheard someone nearby on a phone call. "Old He, remember me?" Zhu Hao held his phone, speaking to none other than the director of Shanghai's #1 hospital. Seeing Wang Zuying's mother fall ill, Zhu Hao immediately knew. This was his chance. This was supposed to be an event to strengthen the bond between the protagonist and the heroine. But the protagonist, Chen Mo, was currently dealing with a disaster. His brother was dead, his plans in shambles. He had no time to find Wang Zuying. Which meant Zhu Hao had intercepted this opportunity. With just a few words, he could win over the heroine. Why wouldn't he take advantage of it? "How could I forget you, Mr. Zhu? What can I do for you?" "It's like this. A friend's mother was admitted to your hospital due to a sudden heart condition. Arrange a VIP ward for her and call in your best specialists for treatment." "Of course, Mr. Zhu. I'll take care of it right away. Please hold on." "Good. Consider this a favor I owe you. Let's have tea sometime." After hanging up, Zhu Hao turned to see both women staring at him in shock. As if suddenly remembering, he explained casually, "I know hypertensive heart disease. It's not a major illness. As long as she gets proper treatment from good doctors, she'll recover quickly. I just had the hospital director arrange everything, so don't worry, Zuying." Wang Zuying stood frozen in disbelief. Who was Zhu Hao? They barely had any connection, yet he was willing to help her. Going as far as securing the best medical care for her mother. And he even used up a personal favor for it. A favor from the CEO of a billion-dollar corporation. Its value was beyond words. "President Zhu, She had just opened her mouth to refuse when Zhu Hao cut her off. "It's nothing. No need to be so formal between us. What's important is getting your mother treated." Since this concerned her mother's health, Wang Zuying didn't argue further. She could only bury her gratitude deep in her heart. She recalled Zhu Hao's words. No need to be so formal between us. What exactly was their relationship? The scene from the grove surfaced in her mind again. Her worries faded, replaced by a maiden's shyness. Ding. Wang Zuying is deeply moved. Emotion points plus 935. Beside them, Aunt Li listened to their conversation and clicked her tongue in amazement. Her eyes darted between the two, filled with curiosity. Director, he worked quickly. Before long, a nurse arrived to transfer Wang Zuying's mother to a VIP ward. The hospital also informed Wang Zuying that a leading specialist in cardiology was on the way. As soon as her mother's condition stabilized, treatment would begin immediately. Hearing this, Wang Zuying finally felt relieved. At the same time, her gratitude deepened. She knew. This was all because of Zhu Hao. The resentment she had felt earlier over him stealing her first kiss had long disappeared. Once everything was arranged, Zhu Hao prepared to leave. He had no interest in staying at the hospital with the heroine. Before he left, Wang Zuying stood in front of the hospital, expressing her sincere gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Zhu." Zhu Hao simply waved and walked away. Standing in place, Wang Zuying watched his retreating figure in a daze. Aunt Li couldn't hold back any longer. She pulled Wang Zuying aside and whispered conspiratorially, "Zuying, you're not being honest. You've got such an incredible boyfriend, and you didn't even tell me?" Wang Zuying knew Aunt Li had misunderstood and couldn't help but laugh helplessly. "Aunt Li, you've got it wrong. We're just friends." "Oh, right. Just friends. I understand. I understand everything." Aunt Li gave her a knowing smile. "Friends? Who were they trying to fool? A friend would accompany you to the hospital? Pull strings with the hospital director? Secure a VIP ward and bring in a specialist? Sigh. Young girls these days were just too shy." Wang Zuying opened her mouth to explain but realized it was pointless arguing with the older generation. She simply shut her mouth. Zhu Hao left the hospital and was about to get into his car when he noticed a woman signaling to him. A thought crossed his mind. Without showing any reaction, he followed her to a nearby alley. "Greetings, master." With no one around, 5 women knelt on one knee before him. They all wore combat-ready outfits, their expressions cold and unreadable. Each one emitted a powerful aura. The strongest of them knelt at the front. Zhu Hao's eyes gleamed with understanding. Just as expected, these 5 women were the death guards he had won in last night's lottery draw. They were 100% loyal to him. Stand up. He began questioning them about their skills. Other than combat, they were proficient in various tasks. They could blend in with normal people effortlessly. Without hesitation, he assigned 2 of them to protect Suwankyu's beauty salon. Another would be responsible for escorting his twin daughters to and from school while secretly ensuring their safety. Unlike the protagonist, Zuhao wasn't going to wait for the villains to capture the heroines before rushing in to save them. Forget about heroes saving the beauty. Some protagonists took dozens of chapters to rescue someone. By then, it was far too late. Zuhao preferred to be proactive. His daughters and women had to be protected in advance. For now, he didn't have enough death guards. The remaining 3 were reserved for other tasks. Once he had more, he would assign protection for Zaking, Wang Zuying, and the rest of his women. Back at the company, his secretary, Li Kun, immediately approached him with an update from Old Mo. After last night's ruthless attack by the Brotherhood, the alliance of small factions was on the verge of collapse. Now, the alliance was willing to surrender to the Brotherhood. But the Brotherhood wasn't interested. Their core member, Lao Yu, had died in battle against the alliance forces. How could they let this go? The Brotherhood wouldn't stop until every last one of those scumbags was wiped out. In the next day or 2, the fight between the Brotherhood and the alliance would reach its final stage. It was either kill or be killed. Bang. 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 Listening to his secretary's report, Zuhao tapped his fingers lightly on the desk. To destroy someone, you must first drive them mad. His men had already declared war. The alliance forces wouldn't just surrender. They would launch a desperate counterattack. A good show was about to begin. Even though those small-time players would never shake the Brotherhood's dominance, their resistance would still drain some of its strength. Tell Old Mo to time his move carefully. When the fight is at its peak, let Blood Slaughter Society expand slowly. Zuhao issued his command. While the protagonist and the Liu family were locked in battle, he would reap the benefits. His faction, Blood Slaughter Society, would seize the perfect moment. Growing quietly while the Brotherhood and the Alliance forces tore each other apart. By the time the dust settled, his organization would have silently expanded, ready to swallow up the 2 biggest underground forces in South City. How much would he gain from this? Li Kun bowed respectfully and left to relay Zuhao's orders. Watching his secretary's retreating figure, Zuhao's gaze darkened. Now that he had enough manpower, it was time to deal with the traitor. But before eliminating him, he needed to track down and destroy any evidence that could be used against him. Pulling his gaze back, he turned to the stack of documents on his desk and started working. By noon, Zuhao stepped out for lunch. On his way, he happened to run into Zaking. From a distance, he saw a young man standing in front of her, speaking to her in a gentle tone. Zaking's brows furrowed slightly, and her expression showed clear impatience. Then, as soon as she spotted Zuhao, her eyes lit up, and a radiant smile spread across her face. The young man standing before her was completely stunned. At that moment, it felt as if the entire world had lost its color. Then, to his shock, the goddess he admired walked right past him. Straight toward Zuhao. Turning around, he saw the company's CEO approaching. His heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively lowered his head, greeting him in a nervous voice. Mr. Zhu. Which department are you from? Zuhao's tone was calm, yet his commanding presence was overwhelming. Feeling the pressure, the young man broke into a cold sweat and stammered, Sales. Get lost. Who gave you the guts to harass a female colleague in the company? The young man's face turned pale. Ever since Zaking joined the company, he had been paying attention to her. A goddess-level beauty. Today, he had finally mustered the courage to ask her out for lunch. Not only had she rejected him, but he had also been caught by the CEO. Now, he had lost everything. He hadn't even managed to exchange a single proper sentence with her, and his job was gone. What he didn't know was, as Zuhao took Zaking to the CEO's exclusive dining hall, her seductive posture as she leaned over the table was a sight to behold. Chapter 60 Zhu Family Study Room. Ding ding dang. Ding ding dang. Ding dang rang ding dang. A beautiful melody filled the study. Listen closely, it was none other than the internet sensation. Symphony of Fate. The piano notes flowed between urgency and elegance, sometimes surging with passion. Anyone who heard it would praise it. That's an excellent performance. Yet, the pianist, Zhu Hongzwang, frowned deeply as she played. Finally, she lifted her hands off the keys, picked up her phone, and played a recording of Zuhao's rendition of Symphony of Fate. She had spent the entire day practicing along with the recording. With her natural musical talent, she had learned this masterpiece without a teacher. But no matter how hard she tried, her version felt completely different from Zuhao's. and the gap was huge. Not even on the same level. And this was just a recording. If she compared it to his live performance, the difference in sound quality and depth would be even greater. Zhu Hongzwang felt frustrated. Right now, countless fans were calling for her to perform publicly. Many entertainment companies were offering massive contracts to sign her. In the past, she would have been thrilled by this level of support. This was the feeling of achieving her dream. Becoming a superstar. But now, she couldn't find it in herself to be happy. For one simple reason. The viral Symphony of Fate wasn't her performance. And she couldn't play it like Zhu Hao did. This thought had tormented her all day. Even the moment of enlightenment she had felt after hearing Zhu Hao play yesterday was starting to fade. Click. The study door creaked open carefully. It was her two younger sisters, just back from school. I knew third sister would be here, Zhu Hui said, looking unsurprised. The two sisters walked in, their eyes curious as they spotted the grand piano. We came to check out the piano Dad gave you. Zhu Hui ran her fingers over the surface, pressed a few keys, then searched the brand online. This is Steinway's latest model, worth 9.3 million. Looks like Dad really cares about you, third sister. Too bad. It's still nothing compared to my necklace, hee hee. She giggled mischievously. Zhu Shiking rolled her eyes at her younger sister. Then, noticing Zhu Hongzwang's furrowed brows, she asked with concern, third sister, what's wrong? Are you unhappy with the piano Dad gave you? No, the piano is great. Zhu Hongzwang shook her head, ignoring her two sisters, and played the recording again. Zhu Shiking's eyes flickered with realization. She opened her mouth but hesitated, considering the strained relationship between her third sister and their father. Zhu Hui, however, had no such reservations. What's up? She asked playfully. Don't tell me third sister is trying to learn a Dad Symphony of Fate and hasn't figured it out yet. Ha ha ha. Seeing her younger sister gloating, Zhu Shiking hurried over and covered her mouth. If you can't say something nice, just don't say anything. But I'm just telling the truth. Zhu Hui wiggled free and pouted. What's the big deal? If you can't play it, just learn. It's not embarrassing. Dad, the composer and performer, is right here at home. With his guidance, I bet you could master it in a day. Her words struck a chord with Zhu Shiking, who also started persuading her. She's right, third sister. Instead of struggling alone, why not ask Dad to teach you? Dad is an amazing teacher. Every lesson from him has given us huge improvements. Ask Zhu how to teach her? Zhu Hongzwang's heart wavered. After struggling all day, hearing a possible solution made her eager to try. Zhu Hao's piano skills far surpassed international masters. Yesterday, just one song had sparked a moment of enlightenment in her. If he taught her, no. Only if he taught her. Could she truly learn Symphony of Fate? But she hesitated. Just last night, she and her two older sisters, along with these two younger sisters, had formed an alliance. And now, asking Zhu Hao for help felt like a betrayal. No. This wasn't betrayal. I'm just asking Zhu Hao about piano techniques. It's not like I'm completely forgiving him. These are two entirely different things. Zhu Hongzwang justified herself in her mind. With that thought, clarity dawned on her. But then, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. She had convinced herself, but she still had no idea if Zhu Hao would even agree to teach her. She might just be overthinking it. Zhu Hui noticed the changes in her expression and clenched her fists in encouragement. Third sister, are you worried that Dad won't teach you? I'm telling you, you're overthinking. Haven't you noticed how well Dad has treated you since you came back? Last night, he even stayed up late to bring you the piano. As long as you ask, he'll definitely agree to teach you. Zhu Shiking chimed in from the side. Yeah, Dad is super nice. Zhu Hongzwang felt restless. She couldn't continue practicing, so she went downstairs to the living room with her two younger sisters. After checking out the gifts Zhu Hao had given her, the two sisters ran off to the courtyard to do their homework. The assignments were given by Zhu Hao himself. One calligraphy piece and one painting per day. With his hands-on guidance, their skills had improved significantly. Especially Zhu Shiking, who could now complete in a single day what used to take her over 10 days. From the kitchen, Su Wanqiu peeked out and saw her daughter, Zhu Hongzwang, staring blankly on the sofa. She called out, Hongzwang, come help me for a bit. Oh. Okay. Snapping out of her thoughts, Zhu Hongzwang walked into the kitchen. It wasn't busy at all. Su Wanqiu had only called her over to say some nice things about Zhu Hao. Last night, because she hadn't been proactive, Zhu Hao had made things difficult for her. She casually assigned her daughter the task of picking vegetables, then casually asked, Hongzwang, what do you think of your father now? Zhu Hongzwang gave her stunning stepmother a strange look, not understanding why she was asking. But after some thought, she replied, "Not as much as I used to." Her words were short but hit the key point. The old Zuhao had been unpredictable, cold, and ruthless. He barely even resembled a father. Logically speaking, even if it were a cat or dog raised for over 20 years, there should be some attachment. But no. Zuhao felt nothing. The current Zuhao, however, seemed like a completely different person. Not only was his coldness gone, but he now showed kindness in countless ways. It made it impossible for her to hate him anymore. Suwankyu was secretly delighted. Her daughter's impression of Zuhao was changing. This was progress. You've noticed too, haven't you? Your father really isn't the same as before. Maybe he finally realized his past mistakes. Suwankyu launched into a passionate speech, using all her late-night energy to shower Zuhao with praise. She was just shy of calling him the best father in the world. At first, Zhu Hongzwang listened attentively. But as the praise went on and on, her expression grew more and more skeptical. Finally, when Suwankyu finished, she spoke up. "Su-mom, I have a question for you." "What is it?" Suwankyu looked surprised. "I want to know. Are you really, like a little sister said, completely conquered by him?" Whoosh. Suwankyu froze, her face instantly turning red, the blush creeping down to her neck. Her head started heating up, panic surging inside. But on the surface, she forced a calm expression. "That's nonsense. Don't listen to her wild talk." "Then, can you tell me, Su-mom, what was with those loud noises at night?" A playful glint flashed in Zhu Hongzwang's eyes. This beautiful stepmother always carried herself with dignity in front of them. Seeing her flustered like this was quite entertaining. "Wait, no. Why am I acting like Zhu Hui, enjoying this kind of mischief? You must have misheard. I didn't make any sounds." Suwankyu averted her eyes, stammering. "It's over. Another daughter found out. There goes my motherly dignity. Su-mom, you're acting like you've been caught red-handed. I never said who made the noises." Woo-woo. Suwankyu finally broke. She turned away, focusing all her energy on cooking. Seeing her stepmother like this, Zhu Hongzwang decided to let it go. After all, Suwankyu had always been good to them. Despite the teasing, she was a gentle and capable woman. Before long, a feast was ready on the table. Just as they finished setting up, Zhu Hao happened to return home. During dinner, Zhu Hongzwang hesitated several times, wanting to speak but holding back. She wanted to ask Zhu Hao to teach her piano. But she was afraid he would refuse. Seeing this, Zhu Shiking read the situation perfectly. She found it amusing to see her usually strict third sister acting so hesitant. Teasing was one thing, but getting third sister fully integrated into the family was serious business. Seeing her struggling, Zhu Shiking spoke up for her. "Dad, third sister wants to learn piano from you." "Oh?" Zhu Hao had expected this. But he still put on a puzzled expression and looked at Zhu Hongzwang. Zhu Hongzwang shot her sister a glare, silently blaming her for being too talkative. Meeting Zhu Hao's gaze, she finally spoke. "If you teach me piano, I'll accept any payment you ask for." She didn't want to accept charity from Zhu Hao. She just wanted to treat it as hiring a teacher. A fair exchange. That thought put her at ease. But was she really willing to accept any kind of payment? Zhu Hao's expression turned playful, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. "All right, since Hongzwang wants to learn, I'll teach you." Hearing this, Zhu Hongzwang let out a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't reject her, that was enough. The family quickly finished their meal. Suwankyu went to clean up the dishes while Zhu Hao first checked the twins' homework. After giving them some brief guidance, he took Zhu Hongzwang to the study. Alone with Zhu Hao in a room, she felt a little uneasy. She sat at the piano and looked at him curiously, wondering how he planned to teach her. "Before I start teaching, I need to understand your level. Play something for me." Determined not to let Zhu Hao look down on her, Zhu Hongzwang played her best piece. "Your skills are already pretty good, but you're missing some key techniques." Blah blah blah, rambling on and on. With Zhu Hao's master-level piano skills, teaching someone was a breeze. Zhu Hongzwang gradually became completely absorbed in his explanation. When she snapped back to reality, she was left wanting more. "Enough talking. Now try playing it the way I just explained." Ding ding dong dong. Her fingers danced across the keys, and the music flowed out. She could already feel an improvement. But she was still stuck at the same bottleneck. As she frowned in deep thought, a sudden warmth pressed against her back. Then, someone took hold of her hands. Just as she was about to pull away, Zhu Hao's voice came from beside her ear. "No. You should do it like this." With his hands guiding hers, he moved her fingers across the piano keys. The sound that emerged was completely different. It was the breakthrough she had been searching for. Zhu Hong's eyes lit up. The irritation that had been about to flare up was forcefully suppressed. She stopped resisting. Zhu Hao smirked. Gotcha. No matter who you are, you'll eventually fall into my rhythm. Realizing his method actually worked, Zhu Hong's focused on his movements, her eyes shining brighter and brighter. She finally grasped the feeling of breaking through her piano bottleneck. Once she got the hang of it, Zhu Hao slowly let go. Even without his guidance, she could now play it on her own. When she finished the piece, excitement surged within her. She had struggled for so long to find a way past her limits. Yet Zhu Hao had only needed a few hands-on corrections to help her break through. Determined to test her newfound skills, she attempted another piece. But as soon as she started, that feeling disappeared again. She looked at Zhu Hao expectantly. Zhu Hao didn't disappoint her and resumed his hands-on teaching. As one focused on teaching and the other on learning, neither noticed. A tiny crack had opened in the study door. Two small heads peeked inside. No. Rather, Zhu Hong's didn't notice. Zhu Hao had long heard the sound of his two daughters sneaking over. After multiple rounds of hands-on guidance, Zhu Hong's finally got used to the feeling. Eventually, even without Zhu Hao's help, she could play the piece flawlessly. I did it. Her face lit up with joy. Third sister, congratulations. You've only been learning for less than an hour, and you've already made such a big breakthrough. Yeah, congrats. Zhu Shiking and Zhu Hui suddenly jumped out. Their words sounded like congratulations, but their faces were full of mischief. Zhu Hong's froze. Did that mean they saw everything? Her face instantly turned bright red. Embarrassment flooded over her, making her want to crawl into a hole. After all, when she had seen Zhu Hao teaching her younger sisters hand in hand, she had stepped in to stop him. And now? She had become the very thing she opposed. While the family enjoyed their warm, light-hearted moment, things were completely different in the slums. Screams, shouts, and the sounds of brutal combat filled the air. The Brotherhood gang and the Alliance forces were locked in a deadly battle. Among the chaos, the hot-tempered Old Fourth was in his element, hacking down an enemy with a single strike. As he searched for his next target, a shadow suddenly lunged at him. A blade aimed straight for his throat. Old Fourth was startled at first, but then he smirked. I was waiting for you. He swiftly retracted his blade and deflected the lethal strike. But before he could counterattack, the shadow struck again. This time, aiming directly for his heart. Each move was precise and deadly. Old Fourth barely dodged, escaping death by a hair's breadth. The assassin who injured Old Sixth had finally shown up. Figures emerged from the shadows, surrounding the killer. Among them was Chen Mo, his eyes filled with murderous intent. That's right. The assassin was someone Liu had hired. Seeing the ambush around him, the assassin froze. Wait. I'm the one who's supposed to be hunting them, so why does it feel like I walked right into a trap? This isn't an assassination. It's a setup. Realizing the situation was bad, the assassin tried to escape. But with all the Brotherhood's top fighters here to avenge Old Sixth, there was no way they would let him go. In the end, the assassin was beaten to death. Even in his final moments, he couldn't understand. This was his first time even making a move. Why the hell was he being blamed for Old Sixth's death? This is so unfair. Chapter 61. During the battle against the Alliance forces, the Brotherhood held back, waiting for the assassin who had killed Old Six. Unexpectedly, their patience paid off. They caught the assassin. After eliminating him, Chenmo and the Brotherhood gang no longer held back, unleashing their full power. The Alliance forces crumbled like a house of cards. As the Brotherhood gang cleaned up the battlefield, they acknowledged their own losses. But considering that the Alliance was now wiped out and they had become the undisputed rulers of South City, the victory was well worth it. With the Liu family's faction destroyed, the Brotherhood gang set their sights on Liu and his son. They hadn't forgotten that Old Six's death was caused by the assassin hired by the Liu family. Now that the assassin was dead, it was time to deal with the true culprits. However, since the Liu family was not part of the underground forces, they couldn't use underworld tactics directly. Instead, they came up with another plan. Exposing the Liu family's crimes. They began gathering evidence of Liu Xiao's illegal activities, including his involvement in rape cases that led to victims committing suicide, and violent assaults that resulted in permanent injuries. Previously, Liu's father had covered up these crimes. But after relentless effort, the Brotherhood gang finally unearthed solid proof. Additionally, they found evidence of the Liu family's company engaging in tax evasion, selling substandard products, and exploiting employees through unethical business practices. With all the evidence collected, the Brotherhood gang wasted no time. They leaked everything online and purchased multiple trending spots to maximize exposure. In a materialistic society like today, people face immense pressure every day. Gossiping about scandals became a way to relieve stress, especially when the subject was a greedy capitalist exploiting them. Netizens quickly shared and commented, "The Liu family is disgusting. How could they commit so many crimes and still live so freely? Where is the law? We always thought Liu's company was ethical, but without this news, we would have been fooled. We demand a full investigation. Justice for the victims." Public outrage erupted. The Liu family instantly found themselves at the center of the storm. As the scandal spread, it directly impacted their company. The stock price plummeted every day. Inside the company, employees were panicking, while Liu's father was too busy to manage the crisis. He was being investigated by authorities. Although the Liu father and son had not been arrested yet, they were already under surveillance. If the investigations confirmed their crimes, prison awaited them. Liu's father was like an ant on a hot pan, feeling the walls closing in. He knew the online accusations were true. He had personally covered up many of his son's crimes. But now, someone was coming after him. Damn it. Despite his anxiety, he had to act calm. Going to the office as usual, reassuring employees, hiring lawyers to buy time. At Brotherhood Gang headquarters the core members gathered. The Liu family is finished. Sixth brother, will soon avenge you. They won't die that easily. I want them to understand the cost of harming my brothers. Damn, I can't wait to cut them down myself. Excitement filled the air as revenge drew near. The most respected member, second brother, spoke with authority. Keep an eye on the Liu family. If they try to run, intercept them on the way. If they surrender and go to prison, there's no need to act personally. It's not worth risking ourselves over those scumbags. Once they're in prison, our brothers inside will take care of them. Though some were reluctant, they agreed it was the best approach. Killing the Liu family outside would only bring unnecessary trouble. But once inside prison, they would be at the mercy of the Brotherhood. Seeing everyone nod in agreement, second brother turned to Chen Mo. Zhao Mo, we all know Liu framed you and sent you to prison. If you want revenge personally, we can arrange it when he's locked up. Chen Mo clenched his fists, his emotions stirred. Liu had framed him, forcing him to endure 3 years of hell in prison. He had sworn revenge the moment he was released. Now, that moment had finally arrived. Feeling everyone's eyes on him, Chen Mo shook his head. You handle it. I don't need to do it myself. Back in prison, he had dreamed of killing Liu with his own hands. But now, when the chance was right before him, he felt indifferent. Because they were no longer on the same level. Liu, the once arrogant rich brat, was now a doomed man. Facing prison and the Brotherhood's wrath. He was as good as dead. But Chen Mo was different. He possessed extraordinary strength and controlled the largest underground force in South City. His future was limitless. Liu was merely a stepping stone. Now, his next target was someone far more powerful. Zhu Hao. The man who tried to steal his beautiful teacher and flirt with his goddess. Chen Mo despised him to the core. Before, he had no way to fight the Zhu family's billion-dollar empire. But after taking down the Liu family, he saw a way forward. He would do the same thing again. Find evidence of the Zhu group's crimes and expose them. There was no way a hypocrite like Zhu Hao was truly innocent. Hearing Chen Mo's decision, second brother sighed in relief. He had been worried that Chen Mo's anger would cloud his judgment. Not worth sacrificing everything just to kill a pair of beasts. Zhu family villa 3 days had passed since Chen Mo exposed the Liu family. During that time, Zhu Hao had been teaching Zhu Hongzwang piano. She indeed had a natural talent for music, improving significantly with each passing day. That morning, instead of going to the company, Zhu Hao stayed home to continue her lessons. Holding her hands, he guided her fingers as they danced across the piano keys, playing a complete rendition of Symphony of Fate. Zhu Hongzwang's eyes shone with excitement. This was already the 3rd time Zhu Hao had personally taught her the piece. She felt like she had almost mastered it. At first, she had resisted his hands-on teaching approach. But after realizing how much it improved her piano skills, she gradually accepted it. The initial discomfort faded. After 3 days, she had grown accustomed to it. Now, sitting at the piano without someone behind her guiding her hands felt strangely unnatural. The thought alone made her cheeks flush. I must be going crazy. Zhu Hongzwang, what are you thinking? Are you betraying the organization? Her mind rejected the idea, but her body responded differently. She was the perfect example of saying no but meaning yes. With her piano skills improving daily, she couldn't afford to overthink. Besides, she wasn't calling him dad like her 2 younger sisters did. That shouldn't count as betrayal, right? Follow the rhythm we just practiced and try playing on your own, Zhu Hao said with a smile, releasing her hands. Zhu Hongzwang took a deep breath and nodded. Her fingers moved swiftly, playing through the piece. Though she couldn't match Zhu Hao's level, her improvement was undeniable. Far beyond where she had been 3 days ago. With her current skill, she finally had the confidence to perform in public. Her fans had been urging her to return, but before, she had been too afraid. What if they asked her to play live? She would have been completely exposed. So, she had stayed home and practiced relentlessly for the past few days. Now, she was finally ready. As for explaining how she had played Symphony of Fate in that viral clip, Zhu Hao had already provided her with an excuse. I was struck by inspiration at that moment, but now I can't quite capture that feeling again. It had all been planned from the start. Suddenly, applause echoed in the room. She turned to see Zhu Hao clapping. Very good. Your musical talent is finally showing its true potential. At that moment, the way Zhu Hongzhuang looked at him changed. No longer distant, there was now a hint of warmth. Pressing her lips together, she whispered, "Thank you." But the words Dad never left her lips. Zhu Hao didn't mind. His strategy to win her over wasn't complete yet. Right now, their dynamic was just like when he had spent a day at the amusement park with the other 2 girls. For her to call him Dad, he needed the right opportunity. You are my daughter. Watching you grow and improve makes me happy. There's no need for thanks. Feigning mild displeasure, Zhu Hao continued discussing piano techniques with her for a while before stepping out of the study. The Liu family's downfall. Meanwhile, Secretary Li Kun arrived at the Zhu family villa. Zhu Hao got into the car, and they drove off. During the ride, Li Kun reported updates on the Brotherhood and the Liu family. Hearing that the Brotherhood had taken down the Liu family by exposing their crimes online, Zhu Hao's expression remained unreadable. Silently, he glanced at his secretary. I need to erase my tracks. I can't make the same mistake as the Liu family. Fortunately, most of his dealings had been carried out by his assistant, Lao Mo. He had only personally intervened a few times. And always with extreme caution. Even if someone investigated him, it wouldn't be easy to uncover anything. As long as all evidence was destroyed, there would be nothing to trace back to him. Li Kun continued his report, but a satisfied smile crept onto Zhu Hao's face. Since the Liu family's crimes were exposed, their company's stock had been in free fall. He wondered how much longer Liu's father could hold out. Zhu Hao was ready to make his move. After all the planning and scheming, it was finally time to reap the rewards. Arriving at the Liu estate, the car pulled up to the Liu family residence. Coincidentally, several other vehicles arrived at the same time. Zhu Hao remained composed. He wasn't the only one eyeing the Liu family's assets. With the Liu family on the brink of collapse, everyone wanted a piece of the pie. It was only natural. Survival of the fittest. But Zhu Hao wasn't worried. After all, he had been strategizing for days. His confidence was unshakable. The Liu family owned 2 companies. One was a food factory, the very company guilty of tax evasion and fraudulent practices. The other was a new energy vehicle company, which remained clean and free of scandals. If there had been issues with it, Zhu Hao would have acted sooner. After thorough investigation, the new energy company had been found to have no legal troubles. So, Liu's father had kept full control over it. On the other hand, the food factory? Even if Liu's father wanted to sell it, no one would dare buy it. Everyone arriving now had one goal: acquiring the new energy company. The collapse of the food factory caused the stock price of Liu's electric vehicle company to plummet as well. Many saw this as an opportunity for profit. Liu's father was barely holding on, hiring the best lawyers to defend him while putting on a facade of righteousness. But deep down, he was panicking. He knew people were eyeing his electric vehicle company, waiting to snatch it away. Anger boiled inside him, but he was powerless to stop them. Over the past 2 days, several parties had approached him with acquisition offers. Each one absurdly low. He refused to sell. But as the investigation deepened, his anxiety grew. A desperate thought surfaced. Since prison was inevitable, why not take the money and flee? Either way, he wouldn't be able to hold on to the company. Might as well sell it and leave. So today, Liu's father continued meeting with representatives from various companies, hoping to negotiate a better price. But when the next visitor stepped into the room, his expression changed. Zhu Hao. Liu's father was stunned. Unlike the others, he didn't dare put on airs in front of Zhu Hao. Forcing a smile, he hurried forward, personally pouring a cup of tea. Mr. Zhu, what brings you here? Zhu Hao ignored the tea and got straight to the point. To be frank, my company is preparing for a transformation. I intend to expand into new industries. I see great potential in new energy. Zhu Hao didn't need to elaborate. Liu's father instantly understood. Like everyone else, Zhu Hao had came to acquire his electric vehicle company. But one thing puzzled him. Zhu Hao was a real estate tycoon, raking in money effortlessly. Why would he suddenly shift his focus? At this point, new energy vehicles were still a niche market. Most entrepreneurs hadn't realized their massive potential yet. After thinking it over, Liu's father gave up trying to understand. He was planning to flee anyway. None of this mattered. The only thing worth considering was getting a good price. Letting out a staged sigh, Liu's father said, "Mr. Zhu, as you can see, I've been framed by petty people. Both of my companies are struggling to operate. I am open to selling, but I wonder if you..." Before he could finish, Zhu Hao interrupted. "I'm willing to buy at today's market price." Liu's father's eyes lit up. The stock value of his car company had been plunging every day. As of today, 3 days after the scandal broke, it had lost nearly half its value, with no sign of stopping. Everyone assumed the price would keep dropping, so they offered him next to nothing. Zhu Hao, however, had just made the highest bid. After pretending to hesitate, Liu's father agreed. Eager to finalize the deal, he quickly had his team draft the contract and complete the company transfer. Zhu Hao looked down at the contract in his hands and smiled. It was finally his. Casting a glance at Liu's father, who was struggling to contain his excitement, a flicker of mockery crossed Zhu Hao's eyes. Then he turned to his secretary and instructed, "Tell Lao Mo. I'm in the mood for fish." Chapter 62. Zhu Hao's ultimate goal was the Liu family's new energy vehicle company. Now, he had achieved it. The Liu father and son had also drained the strength of the brotherhood. They no longer held any value. Or did they? If the Liu father and son were to die quietly, who would be the prime suspect? The brotherhood, without a doubt. And among them, the biggest suspect would be the protagonist, Chen Mo. No one would believe that Chen Mo, who had been framed by Liu and imprisoned for 3 years, bore no hatred toward them. When that time came, things would get interesting. Whether the authorities cracked down hard and wiped out the brotherhood was another matter. But one thing was certain. The brotherhood's leaders would be taken in for questioning. By then, with the brotherhood leaderless, it would be the perfect time for the blood slaughter gang to seize control. Even a dead man's value could still be exploited. Even capitalists would shed tears over such efficiency. Nightfall. A dark moon and high winds. The perfect conditions for murder and arson. At the Liu family's villa, 2 figures stealthily climbed over the wall and slipped out. They quickly got into a waiting van by the roadside. The driver of the van was Liu's most trusted subordinate. A former Special Forces soldier who had once saved Liu's life. Liu trusted him completely. "Are you sure there won't be any problems?" Liu turned to the driver, his voice tinged with worry. "Relax, Mr. Liu. Over the past 3 days, I've studied their patrol patterns. I just lured them away. As long as we get to the airport quickly, there won't be an issue." The driver, with his military training, was confident in his judgment. Liu nodded and let out a long breath. They were headed to the airport, planning to board a flight out of the country. Having committed too many crimes, Liu had long prepared escape plans and multiple identities. He wasn't worried about getting caught while boarding. "Dad. Do we really have to leave the country?" Behind him, Liu trembled with uncertainty. His once proud demeanor had vanished, replaced by exhaustion and fear that refused to fade. Ever since his past crimes surfaced online, triggering a government investigation, he had been unable to eat or sleep. He dreaded the moment he would feel cold steel handcuffs around his wrists. Spending the rest of his life in prison terrified him. He was a rich second-generation heir, sitting on a fortune of billions, accustomed to a life of luxury. The thought of rotting away in a dark prison sent chills down his spine. Now, his father was taking him abroad. But the unknown frightened him just as much. What was life like overseas? He had never been there. His future felt uncertain, bleak. Damn that bastard. This was all because of Chen Mo. These past few days, Liu had kept a low profile, but he hadn't been idle. He finally uncovered the mastermind targeting their family. It was none other than Chen Mo and the Brotherhood. "Shut up. This is all your fault. I told you not to stir up trouble everywhere, and now look. They've come for revenge." Hearing his useless son complain, Liu erupted in rage. If not for this unfilial brat framing Chen Mo and sending him to prison for 3 years, none of this would have happened. The Liu family wouldn't be facing destruction. Shrinking back under his father's fury, Liu muttered in a small voice, "How was I supposed to know that some nobody would meet the Brotherhood's leader in prison?" Seeing his son still unrepentant, Liu raised his hand, ready to strike. But when he saw Liu's haggard appearance, he sighed and lowered it. He was his own flesh and blood. He had to remind himself of that. Liu flinched, expecting the slap, but when it didn't come, he cautiously looked up. Liu simply let out a heavy sigh. "From now on, learn your lesson. Once we're overseas, get rid of all your bad habits. People out there aren't as easy to bully. You won't even know how you died." "Got it," Liu mumbled weakly. Just as Liu was lecturing his son, the driver suddenly slammed on the brakes. The sudden stop threw them forward, their bodies slamming into the dashboard. What the hell? Liu snapped in irritation. Could this driver even drive? He was about to scold him when he saw the problem. A large truck was parked right in front of them, blocking the entire road. There was no way around it. What the hell? Who the F parks like this? Liu cursed loudly. But both Liu and the driver's expressions turned grim. At this critical moment of their escape, a truck was conveniently blocking their path. A bad feeling crept over them. I'll go check it out. The driver, his face tense, pulled a short knife from the glove compartment and stepped out. Anyone there? Why the hell did you park like this? As he approached the truck's cab, staying on high alert, a shadow suddenly lunged from the side. A blade flashed toward his throat. The attack was too fast. The driver had no time to react. All he saw was a glint of steel before a chilling sensation spread across his neck. His vision blurred, his consciousness fading. He was a highly trained Special Forces soldier, capable of handling multiple opponents with ease. Against ordinary street thugs, he could take on 10 at once. But against a true martial artist, he was nothing more than a fragile target. The assassin didn't stop after killing the driver. With fluid precision, he strode toward the car where Liu sat frozen in terror. Inside the vehicle, Liu had been anxiously watching the driver's every move. When he saw a figure suddenly appear and slit the man's throat, his face went deathly pale. His pupils dilated in sheer horror. The worst-case scenario had come true. If this had been a random accident, or even government authorities stopping them, he could have handled it. But if it was an enemy out for revenge, they were likely doomed here. Seeing the driver killed so decisively, Liu's father knew it was over for them. Facing a life-or-death crisis, Liu's father suddenly became sharp-witted. He quickly pressed the button to lock the car doors, scrambled into the driver's seat, and attempted to escape. But it was too late. A powerful kick violently smashed open the car door, its force unimaginable. Just as Liu's father started the engine and was about to step on the gas, a dagger slashed across his throat. His eyes widened as blood gushed from his mouth. He collapsed lifelessly onto the seat, unable to die in peace. Sitting in the back seat, Liu was completely petrified. Naturally, he couldn't escape his fate either. Father and son were reunited in the underworld. After ensuring everything was cleaned up, Lao scanned the scene, confirming that no evidence was left behind. Then, he drove off in the truck. It wasn't until a passing car spotted the gruesome crime scene that someone finally called the police in terror. Outside Zaking's apartment complex, Zhu Hao hadn't gone home to be with his daughters tonight. Instead, he had dinner with Zaking, took a walk, and finally dropped her off at her place. Zaking held the gift Zhu Hao had given her, her face glowing with happiness. "Uncle, drive safely," she said sweetly as they arrived at her apartment complex. She reached for the car door, ready to get out. "Wait." Zhu Hao stopped her. Zaking turned back, puzzled. "Uncle, what is it?" "King, aren't you forgetting something?" Seeing the playful expression on his face, Zaking suddenly realized. He was waiting for a goodbye kiss. She rolled her eyes but leaned in close, moving toward him without hesitation. They had been together for a while now. They had done things far more intimate than this, so she no longer felt shy about such small gestures. Ding. Zaking is in a joyful mood, emotion value plus 631, ding. Chenmo is burning with rage, emotion value plus 769, ding. Chenmo is utterly dumbfounded, emotion value plus 823, neither of them realized. No, to be precise, Zaking didn't realize. A pair of eyes was watching them from the shadows. Chenmo's mouth hung open wide enough to fit an egg. His pupils were dilated to the extreme, his face filled with shock. What he was witnessing was Zhu Hao and Zaking's intimate moment inside the car. Chenmo had been planning to take action against Zhu Hao after dealing with the Yu family. Last time, he hadn't gathered much useful information. Tonight, he intended to try again. Coincidentally, he saw Zhu Hao taking Zaking out. So he followed them, watching them eat together, shop together. Their relationship shockingly close. At first, he assumed Zhu Hao was still in the pursuing phase. But now, seeing Zaking taking the initiative, leaning in so naturally. A girl this innocent would never be so forward in such situations. Which meant they had already crossed that line long ago. They had probably done everything that should and shouldn't be done. Zaking was his goddess. He went to prison 3 years ago because of her. And now, seeing her with another man. A middle-aged man. Chenmo couldn't accept it. No. No way. This isn't real. His mind went blank, and he muttered to himself in disbelief. By the time he snapped out of it, Zhu Hao had already driven away. Zaking stood at the entrance, still waving goodbye. Pain. Agonizing pain. Shenmue clutched his chest, feeling a crippling heartache. Watching Zaking prepare to enter her apartment, he lost control and rushed forward. He had to ask her face to face. He had to understand. Why? What did he lack? Why would Zaking rather be with a 50-year-old man than even spare him a glance? King. Why were you acting like that with Zhu Hao just now? Are you two together? Shenmue clung to a final shred of hope. He prayed she would deny it. Zaking gasped, startled by the sudden appearance of a disheveled, red-eyed man with a twisted expression. When she recognized him as Shenmue, her brows furrowed. She hadn't forgotten how this guy badmouthed Uncle Zhu in front of her. Yes, Shenmue had saved her once. But after hearing a few words from Zhu Hao, Zaking no longer cared. Her heart belonged entirely to Uncle Zhu now. Naturally, she felt no goodwill towards someone who held hostility towards Zhu Hao. Her voice turned ice cold. What does it have to do with you? Shenmue saw her displeased expression, then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he blurted out, King, tell me. Did Zhu Hao force you? Yes. That must be it. Zhu Hao is the CEO of Zhu Group. He's taking advantage of his power to exploit you, isn't he? King, don't be afraid. I can protect you. That bastard Zhu Hao is nothing to me. Shenmue's voice grew more and more unhinged. Zaking was his white moonlight. White moonlight refers to a person that one has always loved, but unattainable, during those dark, torturous years in prison. Whenever he was bullied to the point of wanting to end it all, whenever he trained until he passed out, it was her image that kept him going. She was his reason to survive. When he got out of prison, he swore to protect her with his life. But now, she was with another man. A man old enough to be her father. She was probably no longer pure. His light had vanished. His entire world collapsed. Zaking's expression darkened further. And when she heard him insult Uncle Zhu, she snapped. Are you insane? As you guessed, I'm with Uncle Zhu. He likes me, and I like him too. We've done everything. Satisfied now? My life is none of your business. Don't ever show up in front of me again or disrupt my life. She threw out the cold words, shot Shenmue a look of pure disgust, then turned on her heel and walked into the complex, her heels clicking against the pavement. Shenmue stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. His mind buzzed, blank and numb. Then, his legs gave out, and he collapsed to his knees. No. At that moment, a scrap-collecting tricycle happened to pass by, its loudspeaker playing a melancholic tune, snowflakes drifting, the north wind howling, the vast world covered in white. Brotherhood Gang headquarters. A fleet of police cars roared into the area. With a commanding wave, a squad of officers armed with guns stormed the building. The gang's core members, caught off guard by their subordinates' urgent reports, were completely stunned. They had been keeping a low profile lately, following the law. Why the hell were the cops barging in like this? Take them away. The leading officer gave a firm order. Upon hearing this, the officers stepped forward, handcuffs at the ready. Shing. 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 The gang members immediately drew their weapons. Hold it. The gang's second-in-command raised a hand, stopping his men. His brows furrowed as he looked at the officer. Sir, what crime have we committed to warrant such a grand entrance? We at least deserve an explanation. We're not pushovers. The lead officer sneered coldly. You murdered Liu and his son, along with a driver. Is that reason enough? What? All four gang leaders were visibly shocked, exchanging looks of disbelief. They locked eyes and immediately understood. This wasn't their doing. Then, realization hit them. Shenmue. He had gone out this afternoon and hadn't returned since. Could it be that Shenmue acted on his own? Anger flared up among them. They weren't mad that he had killed the Liu family. Their feud was deep. Liu and his son had it coming. They weren't sentimental fools. But the timing was a disaster. The Liu family was still under investigation. Their crimes hadn't been confirmed yet. Killing them now would only heap suspicion onto their own heads. Not only that, but it could drag the entire Brotherhood gang down with him. If this stirred up the higher-ups, a full-scale crackdown could come down on them overnight. If they had waited until Liu and his son were officially convicted and thrown in prison, then revenge would have been easy. They had warned Shenmue about this. He had sworn he wouldn't act. Yet, he turned around and did it anyway. This kind of two-faced betrayal filled them with disappointment. Despite their suspicions, the second-in-command kept his expression neutral, only showing doubt. Could there be some mistake? We've been here all night. None of us left this place. You. Chapter 63. Hey. The leading officer scoffed with disdain. The Liu father and son were killed by a martial artist. The car door was kicked off violently. There aren't many people capable of that, are there? He paused for a moment before continuing. Besides, everyone here is from your Brotherhood gang. Whatever you say goes, right? You should come with us. The Brotherhood gang members felt their hearts sink. They were almost certain that Shenmue was responsible. He had a grudge against the Yu family and a motive for murder. The killer was a martial artist, which fit his identity. Their gang had also been secretly watching the Yu family. As their investigation deepened, they noticed the Yu father and son were preparing to flee. They even knew approximately when they planned to escape. All these factors lined up. Who else could it be but Shenmue? You've got nothing to say, huh? Come with us to assist in the investigation. We will get to the bottom of this case. If you're truly innocent, we won't wrong you. The leading officer swept a cold gaze over them, then waved his hand. Several officers rushed forward and cuffed the Brotherhood gang's core members. Just as they were about to take them away, the officer suddenly frowned and asked, "Where's the other one?" That guy named Shenmue. Shenmue was exceptionally strong. Just a few days ago, he had made a name for himself in the underground world. Of course, they knew about him. He went out and hasn't come back. This has nothing to do with him, the gang's second-in-command spoke up for Shenmue. Though they were angry at what Shenmue had done, he was still their boss's apprentice. As his uncles, they couldn't just abandon him. Oh? You say he's not involved, and we're just supposed to believe you? What if he's the killer? Don't think we don't know. You and the Yu family have been at war. Weren't you the ones who leaked their crimes online? Now that the Yu father and son are dead, you can't escape suspicion. The leading officer's face remained cold as he scrutinized them, searching for any sign of panic. But whether it was because they were seasoned criminals or just composed under pressure, he couldn't pick up any useful clues. According to intelligence, Shenmue returned here every night. Tonight would likely be no exception. We'll just wait here. About half an hour later, Shenmue returned. He looked utterly dejected, his face downcast and lifeless. Two officers immediately rushed forward with handcuffs. Shenmue's face was covered in dirt, his eyes red and swollen, as if he had just cried. Even though he had suffered a heavy blow, his instincts remained sharp. He quickly dodged the officers and frowned. "What are you doing?" That was when he finally noticed the situation at their headquarters. The Brotherhood gang was surrounded by police. His uncles, the gang's core members, were already cuffed. His face was filled with confusion, disbelief, and shock. What's going on? He had only gone out for a bit, and now their entire base had been raided? Shenmue, are you resisting arrest? The leading officer stepped forward, his hand resting on his waist as he made a move to draw his gun. If Shenmue continued to resist or attacked, he had the authority to shoot him on the spot. I'm not resisting, but if you're arresting me, you'd better give me a reason. We haven't committed any crimes. Who gave you the right to accuse us? Shenmue demanded indignantly. I already told them. The Liu father and son, along with their driver, were murdered on the way to the airport. We've confirmed that a martial artist killed them. The Liu family was dead? Shenmue was stunned. He stared blankly and asked, who killed them? Hey, you should be asking yourself that. The only ones who had a grudge against the Liu family recently were you and your gang. And all of you happen to be martial artists. It made sense. Police investigations always started with motive. The Brotherhood gang had not only the motive but also the ability to commit the crime. Ha ha ha. So just because we're martial artists, you're pinning the Liu family's deaths on us? Shenmue laughed bitterly, as if heaven itself was treating him unfairly. 3 years ago, he had been to the police station once. He never wanted to return to that painful place again. Oh? Then tell me. Between 9:30 and 10:00 p.m., where were you? Do you have an alibi? The leading officer questioned him again. Shenmue's fierce resistance had made him even more suspicious. Earlier, the core members had followed obediently after only a few words. But Shenmue was fighting hard to avoid going to the station. The police station stood as a place of justice. Why wouldn't Shenmue dare to go? Unless he had a guilty conscience. His eyes narrowed slightly, turning increasingly dangerous. Just as Shenmue was about to answer, he suddenly froze. Between 9:30 and 10:00 p.m., he had been secretly following Zhu Hao and Zaking as they wandered the streets. He had remained hidden the entire time. He had even deliberately avoided security cameras. There was no way he could provide an alibi. Damn it. Shenmue felt his scalp tingle. Could he really be the scapegoat for this? If the police failed to find the real killer and he remained the primary suspect with no alibi? A sense of impending doom surged through him. The leading officer's eyes turned cold as he watched Shenmue remain silent. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Were you up to something shady during that time? Shenmue stayed quiet. He had indeed been doing something secretive, but it was just tracking Zhu Hao. Not killing the Liu family. Humphrey. No wonder you don't want to come to the station. Afraid we'll expose you? The officer snorted and gestured for his men to move forward. He had only asked casually, but now, it was clear that Shenmue was hiding something. They needed to interrogate him properly. The police took the 4 Brotherhood gang members away. As they walked, the gang's second-in-command discreetly moved closer to Shenmue and lowered his voice. Xiaomo, what the hell happened? Didn't I tell you not to make a move during this time? The Liu family was about to get taken down legally. Once they were in prison, you could have done whatever you wanted. Why did you? Frustration filled the second-in-command's voice, his tone heavy with disappointment. By the end, he was tempted to smack this fool. Second uncle, I swear I didn't kill them. Seeing the doubtful looks from his uncles, especially his second uncle's accusatory tone, Shenmue felt more wrong than he couldn't help but defend himself. His voice was so loud that everyone nearby heard him, including the officers ahead. The leading officer smirked coldly. As expected, Shenmue was definitely hiding something. Realizing his mistake, Shenmue quickly shut his mouth. These men were his master's sworn brothers. His martial uncles. He couldn't keep the truth from them any longer. I was targeting Zhu Hao, remember? This afternoon, I was tracking him. His second uncle's face changed instantly. His eyes flickered as he scrutinized Shenmue. Given Shenmue's personality, he had no reason to lie about this. Which meant someone else had killed the Liu family. They had just been caught in the crossfire. Shaking his head, the second-in-command decided to stop worrying about the real killer for now. The priority was figuring out how to escape this crisis. His expression turned serious. You're not lying to me? Shenmue met his gaze firmly. I swear. Then whatever you do, don't mention tracking Zhu Hao. The second-in-command took a deep breath and warned him. Why would a streetwise guy like Shenmue stalk Zhu Hao? Clearly, he intended to harm him. If the police found out, he'd be charged with plotting against a major businessman in Shanghai. That would only make things worse. If Zhu Hao caught wind of this, his influence alone would be enough to ensure that Shenmue never saw the light of day again. On the other hand, if he kept quiet, even if he was wrongly accused now, the truth would eventually come out. At worst, he'd spend some time in jail but would survive. Shenmue understood his second uncle's reasoning, but the injustice filled him with rage. This was the power of status. Even when wrongly accused, he couldn't even speak the truth. It was infuriating. Thinking about his beloved Bei Yuguang being taken by that disgusting man. Imagining Zaking surrendering herself to a 50-year-old. Shenmue felt a pain so deep it suffocated him. Ding. Shenmue is seething with hatred. Emotion value plus 798, ding. Shenmue is consumed by resentment. Emotion value plus 965. That very night, while the Brotherhood gang's top members were detained, a hidden force surged through the southern city. In a lightning-fast campaign, they devoured smaller factions and eventually launched a direct assault on the Brotherhood gang's headquarters. With no high-ranking members to command them, the Brotherhood gang crumbled under the sudden attack, losing ground rapidly. That night belonged to the Blood Slaughter Society. Under Old Mo's leadership, their members finally unleashed their long-held fury. For too long, they had lurked in the shadows. While the Brotherhood gang waged war against the Alliance forces, the Blood Slaughter Society quietly grew. When the Brotherhood gang scattered the Alliance forces and turned their full attention to investigating the Liu family, the Blood Slaughter Society absorbed the remnants of those defeated groups, strengthening their ranks. Now, they were ready to turn the entire underground world upside down and wipe out the Brotherhood gang. Zhu Hao had played his cards perfectly. Not only had he crushed the Protagonist, but he had also seized control of the Liu family's new energy company. Meanwhile, his subordinates, the Blood Slaughter Society, had reaped the benefits of the Brotherhood gang's battle with the Alliance. In this game, the Brotherhood gang, Shenmue, the Alliance forces, and even the Liu family had all been mere pawns. Zhu Hao was the biggest winner. Caught off guard, the Brotherhood gang tried to resist, but with no top-tier fighters left, they could only retreat and defend their turf. Taking advantage of the chaos, the Blood Slaughter Society rapidly expanded, seizing territories beyond the Brotherhood gang's reach. By the next day, the Blood Slaughter Society had already risen to rival the Brotherhood gang, claiming half of the underground world in the southern city. On the third day, the Blood Slaughter Society launched an aggressive offensive, forcing the Brotherhood gang into a continuous retreat, leaving aside the chaos in the underground world. Something major had also happened within the Zhu family. To be precise, it involved Zhu Hongzhuang. Thanks to Zhu Hao's hands-on guidance, Zhu Hongzhuang's piano skills had improved tremendously. She finally answered her fans' calls and performed in public. The concert took place at the Shanghai Music Hall. A massive crowd of fans attended, eager to witness the youngest international piano master in action. Because she was also a stunning beauty, her influence surpassed even that of the renowned pianist Edward. Zhu Hong's did not disappoint. She performed her signature piece, and the result was nothing short of spectacular. Her piano skills were now on par with Edward's. However, some people raised doubts. Her performance was excellent, but why did it still seem inferior to the legendary piece that had gone viral online? In response, Zhu Hong's, who had always been honest, chose to lie. She went along with the explanation Zhu Hao had prepared for her. She claimed that the viral piece was played during a moment of sudden inspiration. One she could no longer replicate. This explanation was somewhat plausible. After all, in piano performance, talent and intuition played a crucial role. She reassured her fans that she was continuously improving and that one day, she would reach that same peak of inspiration again. Her words earned the admiration and devotion of countless fans at the event. Just as Zhu Hong's was about to leave after her performance, a young playboy approached her. His name was Zhao Lei, the son of the chairman of Zhao Media. And Zhao Media happened to be the company Zhu Hong's was currently signed under. After Zhu Hong's skyrocketed to fame overnight, Zhao Lei took notice of her. Upon hearing about her performance at Shanghai Music Hall, he rushed over from Beijing, eager to meet her. His goal was simple: to confess his feelings. Predictably, Zhu Hong's rejected him on the spot. Zhao Lei was furious. Born into privilege, he had always gotten whatever he wanted. No one had ever dared to reject him before. Zhu Hong's refusal only intensified his desire to pursue her. Thus, Zhao Lei launched an all-out pursuit of Zhu Hong's. However, after being rejected a third time, he finally realized she was unwavering in her stance. No matter what he did, she would never accept him. Since persuasion had failed, he resorted to threats. He warned Zhu Hong's that if she didn't agree to be his girlfriend, he would blacklist her in the entertainment industry. Zhao Media was a billion-dollar corporation. They had no reason to fear the Zhu family's influence. That confidence was why he dared to issue such a ruthless ultimatum. The Zhu family's 7 sisters were all strong-willed women who never backed down. Naturally, Zhu Hong's refused to be intimidated. As a result, Zhao Lei followed through on his threat. He blacklisted her. He publicly declared that Zhu Hong's would be permanently shelved and buried in obscurity. At that moment, as Zhu Hong's father, Zhu Hao could not sit back and watch his daughter suffer. He stepped forward to support her. In reality, Zhu Hao had an easy way to break this deadlock. Resolving the crisis would be effortless for him. But he chose not to act immediately. The timing wasn't right yet. He wanted to let things play out a little longer. He had keenly sensed that this was the perfect opportunity to win over his third daughter. Chapter 64 Zhao Media's ban on Zhu Hong's didn't just block her work. It also launched a smear campaign against her. Because she had always maintained a clean reputation and never had any scandals with men, Zhao Media had limited ways to attack her. Their tactics included claiming she had poor academic performance in university and only got in through cheating, spreading rumors that her success in the entertainment industry was solely due to her father, Zhu Hao, and twisting her independent nature into arrogance, accusing her of looking down on others and discriminating against people. They even went as far as suggesting that her beauty was the result of plastic surgery. Interestingly, Zhao Media didn't dare to criticize her piano skills. After all, she had gained over 10 million fans purely through her music. But since she had risen to fame so quickly, she hadn't yet built a strong base of die-hard supporters. So when Zhao Media slandered her, only a few people stepped forward to defend her. However, if they dared to claim her piano skills were lacking, a whole different crowd would step in to argue. Zhao Media clearly knew how to play this game. They must have done this many times before. Zhu Hong's found their smear campaign so ridiculous that she couldn't help but laugh in anger. She was furious, but more than anything, she was touched. While Zhao Media tried to ruin her, Zhu Hao stepped in to support her without hesitation. He even bought trending topics to counter the attacks. Zhao Media's heir threatens to blacklist Zhu Hong's after failed pursuit. Zhu Hong's childhood photos prove online rumors are baseless. Zhu Hao didn't have her childhood photos, so he got them from Suwankyu. Even as a child, Zhu Hong's had been breathtakingly beautiful. I, as the chairman of the Zhu Group, guarantee that Zhu Hong's succeeded in the entertainment industry through her own talent. No flaws in that statement. After all, he never claimed to have contributed to her current success. And it was true. When she first gained recognition, he had nothing to do with it. Just like that, $2 billion corporations became sworn enemies. But Zhu Hao didn't care. He never planned to stop at a mere $1 billion net worth. With the system on his side, trillions were within reach. His goal was to build the most powerful family in the world. One that stood above all others. And once he won over his third daughter, he could collect emotional value from her every day. So what if Zhao Media became his enemy? Zhu Hao's unwavering support deeply moved Zhu Hongzwang. He had gone as far as challenging Zhao Media for her sake. For the first time, she understood the feeling of being protected. Just as her two younger sisters had described. And it felt incredible. If not for her loyalty to the sisters' pact, she might have already called him dad by now. But even if she hadn't yet, Zhu Hao wasn't in a hurry. This wasn't his final move. Zhao Media ruled the entertainment industry. If they decided to blacklist someone, that person's career was as good as dead. Even with Zhu Hao's backing, he wasn't in the same industry. His support wouldn't carry enough weight. While Zhu Hongzwang herself wouldn't be in any real danger, her dream of becoming a top star would likely be shattered. Zhu Hao was waiting for that moment. When she lost all hope, when she felt utterly defeated. Then he would step in and turn the tide. The impact would be exponentially greater. And if, after that, she still refused to call him dad, then she was simply heartless. At that point, he wouldn't even want her anymore. That afternoon after lunch, instead of heading to the study to practice piano like usual, Zhu Hongzwang stood at the villa's entrance. She glanced at her watch from time to time, looking around impatiently. She was waiting for her best friend, Zhao Wanling. As soon as Zhao Wanling heard about the blacklist, she immediately decided to visit and comfort her. Not long after, a silver BMW pulled up. Zhao Wanling stepped out, saw her best friend's gloomy expression, and immediately rushed forward to hug her. Hongzwang, stay strong. You still have me. I'll always stand by your side. Zhu Hongzwang felt a wave of warmth. It was in times of crisis that true friendships were revealed. When she was still with Zhao Media, countless people had flattered and fawned over her. But the moment she got blacklisted, those same people distanced themselves as if she had the plague. Compared to them, Zhu Hao's unwavering support and Zhao Wanling's loyalty stood in stark contrast. Despite her frustration over being blacklisted, Zhu Hongzwang didn't show it on her face. She playfully pushed Zhao Wanling away and rolled her eyes. Are you comforting a 3-year-old? Relax, I'm not that fragile. Are you sure? Zhao Wanling gave her a doubtful look. Then, as if realizing something, she nodded knowingly. Ah, of course. You have an amazing dad who supports you wholeheartedly. There's no way you'd lose. When she mentioned Zhu Hao, her eyes sparkled with curiosity. It was strange. Uncle Zhu seemed nothing like the cold and distant man Zhu Hongzwang had described. Zhu Hongzwang's expression softened slightly. Come on, let's go inside. She led Zhao Wanling into the villa. The Zhu family estate was massive, featuring pavilions, rock gardens, ponds, and even a flower garden. Zhao Wanling looked around in awe, like a country girl stepping into a grand palace for the first time. Seeing her best friend's amazement, Zhu Hongzwang decided to give her a full tour. Uncle Zhu. Even though she had called him that before, Zhao Wanling still felt awkward about it. In her eyes, Zhu Hao looked no older than 30. Barely older than them. Calling him uncle felt ridiculous. Wouldn't Big Brother be more fitting? A sudden idea struck her, and her eyes lit up. It made perfect sense. Zhu Hao was Hongzwang's father, but if she called him Big Brother, wouldn't that technically make her Hongzwang Senior? That thought alone was hilarious. Meanwhile, Zhu Hongzwang yawned. Someone must be scheming against her again. Zhao Wanling, you're here just in time, Zhu Hao greeted with a warm smile. Red makeup has been feeling down lately. Stay with her and keep her company. Perfect timing. He had been thinking about how to approach this fresh seedling, and now she had walked right through his door. Zhao Wanling nodded. Uncle Zhu, don't worry. With me around, I guarantee Hongzwang will be as happy as a carefree 100-pound kid every day. Behind her, Zhu Hongzwang reached out and pinched her friend lightly. What kind of nonsense is that? Stop worrying about me. I'm doing fine. Worst case, I'll just quit the entertainment industry. She sounded casual, but only she knew how much that decision would hurt. Ever since she was little, she had dreamed of becoming a star. Standing on a grand stage with all eyes on her. She had worked tirelessly for this dream. Zhu Hao saw through her pretense immediately and waved a hand dismissively. All right. My Hongzwang is the strongest. He reached out and ruffled her hair. This time, Zhu Hongzwang didn't resist. She had already grown used to his affectionate gestures. After all, they had shared even more intimate moments before. But hearing him say my Hongzwang still sent a ripple through her heart. Hongzwang, don't worry. If Zhao Media dares to blacklist you, I'll make sure they pay for it. No one gets to bully my Hongzwang. Zhu Hao spoke as if these words cost him nothing. But he meant every single one of them. After all, even he hadn't had the chance to bully his daughter yet. If anyone had that right, it was him alone. Anyone else who tried? They were digging their own graves. Ding. Zhu Hongzwang feels deeply moved. Emotion points plus 638, Zhu Hong's lowered her head and softly hummed in response. Standing beside her, Zhao Wanling watched with pure envy. Look at that. Such a bold, protective declaration. Someone tries to hurt her? He fights back for her. No one can bully his Hong's. It was warm. It was safe. She was in love with his feeling. But gradually, her expression dimmed. She thought of her parents, who had passed away in a car accident. How wonderful it would be if she had a father like this. After wandering around the villa for a while, Zhu Hong's finally led her best friend to the study. Hong's, your dad gave you this? Zhao Wanling stared at the pristine grand piano before her, her face full of shock. A piano worth over 9 million. And he just gave it to her, no hesitation? Having such a devoted, daughter-obsessed dad was truly overpowered. But then, she thought back to how Zhu Hong's had acted in front of Zhu Hao earlier. She frowned slightly. Hong's, your dad treats you so well. Why haven't I heard you call him dad even once? Zhu Hong's felt a little awkward. How was she supposed to explain this? Tell her best friend that she and her sisters had formed a resistance alliance against Zhu Hao? That they had sworn to oppose him no matter what? If she called him dad now, her sisters would definitely mock her relentlessly. Honestly, she wasn't that against calling him dad anymore. The only thing stopping her was their 5-sister pact. Aside from their main group chat, 7 fairies of heavenly beauty, the 5 eldest sisters had created another private chat, excluding the 2 youngest. This was their alliance. Hong's, you're being ridiculous. Zhao Wanling's expression turned serious. She felt it was her duty to set her best friend straight. Where else could you find such a handsome, kind, and doting father? If you don't want him, give him to me. She had heard all about Zhu Hao from Zhu Hong's. How cold and indifferent he was. How unpredictable his temper could be. How he never treated them as his daughters. Back then, she had been furious. How could a father be so irresponsible? But now that she had met Zhu Hao in person, this wasn't the same man Hong's had described at all. Are you sure you weren't just slandering him? Zhu Hao gave off such a great vibe. How could he possibly be the ruthless person Zhu Hong's claimed? Alright. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. Do you still want to hear me play or not? Zhu Hong's knew that if she tried to explain, her best friend wouldn't believe her anyway. So she simply changed the subject. Zhao Wanling obediently shut up. Fine. You're the victim here, so whatever you say goes. She swallowed her words about how Hong's should cherish her father. Instead, she plastered an eager expression on her face. Of course I want to hear. Do you know how many people would kill for the chance to listen to the youngest piano grandmaster play live? Zhu Hong's ignored her dramatics and placed her fingers on the keys. With graceful movements, she began to play. Ding ding dang. Ding ding dang. The melody rang through the study, crisp and pure. By the time the song ended, Zhao Wanling was still lost in its lingering notes. It took her a while to come back to reality, her face filled with astonishment. Hong's, how did your piano skills improve so much? She had been present when Zhu Hong's performed at the Shanghai Music Hall. She had planned to ask her about it back then, but something had come up, and she never got the chance. The two of them often chatted about music, so Zhao Wanling was very familiar with her best friend's piano skills. There was no way she was this good before. She was practically at Edward's level now. He taught me. Zhu Hong's didn't bother hiding it. She openly admitted it. After all, her best friend knew everything. Who? Zhao Wanling froze for a second before realization dawned. She stared at her friend in exasperation. Oh. I see. She had already found out that Zhu Hao was the one who played that legendary piece at Edward's concert. If Zhu Hong's had been learning from him, then her rapid improvement made perfect sense. As Zhu Hong's continued to practice, the two girls chatted idly. Time ticked by. Knock knock. Someone rapped on the study door. Zhu Hao walked in. It was time for their daily piano session. First, Zhu Hong's would play a piece. Then Zhu Hao would critique her performance and point out any weaknesses. As Zhao Wanling stood there, utterly dumbfounded, Zhu Hao began teaching Zhu Hong's hand in hand. Zhu Hong's didn't resist at all. Everything felt so natural. What the hell was going on? Zhu Hong's was just like her. No, even more extreme. She had never spoken to a male classmate at school, let alone engaged in such intimate physical contact. Didn't she dislike her father? She wouldn't even call him dad. So why was she letting Zhu Hao hold her like this? But the moment Zhao Wanling heard the music that erupted under Zhu Hao's hands as he guided Zhu Hong's playing, she understood. A divine melody had returned. It wasn't just Symphony of Fate. Every song Zhu Hao played sounded incredible. It was pure auditory bliss. Ding. Zhu Hongzhuang's heartbeat accelerates. Emotion points plus 666, ding. Zhao Wanling feels deep admiration. Emotion points plus 888, Zhu Hongzhuang didn't look flustered on the surface, but inside, she was anything but calm. She had gotten used to practicing alone with Zhu Hao in the study. Now that her best friend was witnessing it, a wave of embarrassment surged through her. Zhao Wanling was completely lost in the music when her ears twitched. Someone had opened the study door. She turned to look. It was Zaking and Hui, the two younger sisters, back from school. "Daddy, it's our turn today. You've been playing favorites. Spending all your time teaching third sister and not us." As soon as the piano piece ended, Zhu Hui ran over and latched onto Zhu Hao's arm, trying to pull him away. Zhu Hao released Zhu Hongzhuang and chuckled. All right. I did promise to teach you today. Do you really think I'd bail on you? I'd never blame Daddy. I'm just worried that someone keeps hogging you all to herself." As she spoke, Zhu Hui's gaze locked onto Zhu Hongzhuang. A faint blush crept up Zhu Hongzhuang's face. That was true. She had been too eager to improve her piano skills, clinging to every lesson and absorbing all the knowledge Zhu Hao had to offer. She had stolen the time meant for the two younger sisters more than once. Come on. Daddy belongs to us today. Don't even think about stealing him." Zhu Hui dragged Zhu Hao toward the door, while Zhu Zaking followed behind with a helpless expression. Her little sister was being way too competitive. Couldn't she see that third sister had been feeling down lately? But the moment she remembered that their father was about to teach her how to paint, whatever guilt she had disappeared instantly. A bright smile spread across her face. What's going on? Watching Zhu Hui and her best friend competing for Zhu Hao's attention, Zhao Wanling was utterly confused. She turned to Zhu Hongzhuang, seeking an explanation. Zhu Hongzhuang casually revealed that Zhu Hao had been teaching the younger sisters painting and calligraphy. What? Zhao Wanling gasped in shock. Not only was Zhu Hao an exceptional pianist, but he was also skilled in calligraphy and painting? Were all 50-year-old men this insanely talented these days? She had no idea how skilled Zhu Hao was in those arts, but judging from the way the two younger sisters fought to be taught by him, he must be amazing. Her curiosity instantly skyrocketed. Grabbing her best friend's hand, she pulled her along excitedly. Let's go see how your dad teaches. Chapter 65. We should go see how Dad teaches. Zhao Wanling pulled her best friend and walked out. Zhu Hongzhuang frowned and shot her a glare. What do you mean by our dad? That's my dad. As soon as she said it, she noticed Zhao Wanling's mischievous grin. Zhu Hongzhuang realized she had been tricked. She had never even considered calling Zhu Hao dad, let alone saying the word out loud. Yet somehow, Zhao Wanling made her say it so easily. It felt natural, without any awkwardness. Because deep down, she had already accepted Zhu Hao. Zhao Wanling, you dared to trick me? You're asking for a beating, aren't you? Zhu Hongzhuang bared her teeth and lunged, determined to teach her best friend a lesson. Zhao Wanling wouldn't let that happen. She took off running with her long legs. Following the footprints of Zhu Hao and the others, they arrived at the courtyard. Suddenly, Zhao Wanling stopped in her tracks. Zhu Hongzhuang, still chasing, didn't expect the sudden halt and crashed right into her. Luckily, the impact wasn't too bad. Why did you stop so suddenly? Zhu Hongzhuang rubbed her nose, looking at her friend in frustration. Zhao Wanling's eyes were fixed ahead. A calligraphy piece by Zhu Hui. Heaven rewards diligence. Each stroke carried immense strength and flowed naturally, exuding a profound artistic conception. Just looking at it inspired a surge of motivation, pushing one to strive harder. But what truly shocked her was the fact that Zhu Hui had written it. A mere college student had produced calligraphy that even grandmasters couldn't rival. More importantly, Zhu Hui was learning from Zhu Hao. If that was the case, then how skilled was Zhu Hao's calligraphy? And the painting in Zhu Shiking's hands? Zhu Hao had taught her as well. Was she going crazy, or had the world gone insane? Was there anything this man couldn't do? Had he maxed out every skill tree? How on earth did Uncle Zhu achieve all this? Dad. Today's the day my sister and I settle our bet again. Help us see who's improved more. Zhu Hui spoke to Zhu Hao, but her sharp eyes remained locked onto her sister, Zhu Shiking. She didn't even need Zhu Hao's evaluation. Their works spoke for themselves. Although Zhu Shiking's painting had improved significantly, it still couldn't compare to her sister's progress. Zhu Hui's piece had begun to carry true artistic intent. Zhu Shiking knew she had lost. But she refused to accept it. How had her sister improved so much more than her? During the bet, she had kept a close watch to make sure her sister wasn't secretly grinding her skills. She had seen Zhu Hui eating, drinking, and sleeping without a care in the world. Meanwhile, after Zhu Hui went to sleep, she had secretly stayed up practicing. Yet, She still lost. Was her talent really that much worse? It wasn't about talent. The gap between a grandmaster and a divine-level artist was as vast as a chasm. Zhu Hao gave a brief evaluation and started a hands-on lesson. When Zhao Wanling saw Zhu Hao's calligraphy and painting, her suspicions were confirmed. In her vision, Zhu Hao's figure became blurry, wrapped in layers of mystery. She wanted to uncover his secrets. Little did she know, the moment that thought crossed her mind, she had already fallen into Zhu Hao's grasp. That night, Zhao Wanling stayed for dinner at the Zhu household. During the meal, she kept sneaking glances at Zhu Hao, eager to learn more about him. Zhu Hao remained calm on the surface, but inside, he was amused. He had a strong feeling. This heroine might be the easiest one to win over. He hadn't even made a move yet, and she was already halfway in his pocket. After dinner, she chatted with Zhu Hong's for a bit before driving home. By then, night had fallen. Zhu Hao offered to drive her back. For some reason, Zhao Wanling suddenly felt nervous, like a guilty student afraid of being caught by her teacher. She quickly refused. When she pulled up to her house, a shadowy figure startled her. Under the dim light, she finally saw the person clearly. Dressed in worn-out clothes that had been washed threadbare, standing motionless like a ghost in the night. Zheng Fen. Zhao Wanling frowned. What was he doing at her house? Her parents had passed away early, leaving her with a fortune worth tens of millions and 10 apartment units in this complex. The one Zheng Fan rented was the farthest from her own. Ever since she realized he was a scoundrel, she had kept her distance. Just seeing him annoyed her. Even after witnessing his piano performance at the concert hall, she felt no admiration. Only increased vigilance and disdain. He played beautifully, yet he didn't carry himself like a master pianist. At the very least, he should dress properly. Instead, he walked around in ragged clothes with holes in them, acting like he was some kind of mysterious cool guy. If he wanted to act poor, then do it properly. What was the point of playing piano on stage? Was he a clown? Wanling Ji, you're finally back. Where were you so late at night? The moment she stepped out of the car, Zheng Fan trotted up to her. How is that any of your business? Zhao Wanling shot him a cold glare. Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? That's not what I meant. Zheng Fan remained unfazed by her icy tone, flashing a cheeky grin. I was just worried about you, Wanling Ji. If something happened to you, who would I pay rent to? Zhao Wanling's brows furrowed, her anger flaring. If anyone's in trouble, it's you. Your whole family is in trouble. Alright, my bad, I misspoke, okay? Wanling Ji, I really do worry about you. Zheng Fan hurried to apologize, suddenly lowering his voice as if speaking with deep affection. Hey! Zhao Wanling sneered. Quit meddling in my business. You should worry about yourself. Your lease is up in a month. If you don't pay the rent, I'll sue you. She had already stopped expecting anything from this shameless guy. She wouldn't even bother reminding him about the rent. When the deadline arrived, she'd wait and see. If he didn't pay, he could deal with the consequences. Zheng Fan was stunned. Suddenly, everything made sense. No wonder she hadn't asked him for rent lately. She was planning to sue him instead. Something felt off about this script. Wasn't it supposed to be, the beautiful landlady keeps chasing after the tenant for rent, but he never pays, leading to constant bickering and growing affection until they naturally fall for each other? Where did it go wrong? Wanling Ji, let's talk this out. We're both adults. As Zhao Wanling walked toward her house, Zheng Fan quickly followed. But before he could finish speaking, bam! The door slammed shut in his face. If he hadn't stopped in time, his nose would have been smashed. Zheng Fan touched his nose, the corners of his lips curling into a devilish grin. What a fierce woman. He liked that. The next morning Zhao Wanling got ready, freshened up, and drove off. But she didn't know. Someone was tailing her. Zheng Fan had skipped work and waited outside her house since dawn. She had gone out yesterday and didn't return until late at night. Where had she been? He had to find out. When she stepped out today, she wore new clothes and light makeup. She had obviously dressed up on purpose. She even looked happy. Zheng Fan immediately became alert. Was she going to meet a man? His gut told him. His position might be in danger. From the moment he laid eyes on Zhao Wanling, he had decided. No one else could have this beautiful, intelligent, and kind-hearted landlady. Hope I'm just overthinking. A flash of killing intent flickered in Zheng Fan's eyes before vanishing. He tailed Zhao Wanling's car all the way to the Zhu family villa. He let out a long breath. Now he knew why Zhao Wanling had come here. Zhao Wanling's best friend was Zhu Hongzwang, Zhu Hao's daughter. He had seen the news of Zhu Hongzwang being blacklisted more than once. The internet was buzzing with all kinds of speculation, but Zheng Fan scoffed. A bunch of gullible fools. Even if he hadn't witnessed it firsthand, he could easily guess the truth. That rich brat from Zhao Media must have gone mad after failing to win over a beauty and resorted to threats and blacklisting in retaliation. Zhang Fan had seen through these wealthy second-generation tricks too many times to count. He despised that rich kid, but at the same time, he couldn't help but admire Zhu Hong's a little. She stood up against power and refused to bow down. Wasn't that exactly the kind of spirit Symphony of Fate embodied? He felt it was a shame. With her talent, Zhu Hong's could have had a bright future, yet now she was blacklisted. What a waste. Of course, this was just a passing thought. He wasn't about to go running to solve someone else's problems. There were countless people suffering in the world. Was he supposed to save them all? Obviously not. Now that he was certain Zhao Wanling wasn't here to see some other man, he relaxed and prepared to head back to work. If his friend's fiancée caught him skipping work, she'd scold him until his ears bled. Fan? Just as he was about to leave, a surprised voice called out. He turned his head. A car had stopped beside him, and the rear window rolled down, revealing Zhu Hao's face. Zhu Hao had just returned from the company. Seeing Zhang Fan loitering near his house, his heart tensed for a moment. Had the protagonist already tracked down his father's murderer? He didn't panic. First, he needed to assess the situation. If he had been found out, he would have to use his connections. There was no other choice. Right now, he wasn't strong enough to face the protagonist head-on. He had to rely on external means. But that would risk exposing himself and damaging his reputation. He would only resort to it if absolutely necessary. Uncle Zhu, I was just dropping Wanling off, Zhang Fan greeted him casually. She's my landlord. Zhu Hao stepped out of the car and gestured for his secretary to return to the company. He gave Zhang Fan a once-over, already piecing the situation together in his mind. You? Dropping off Zhao Wanling? Did she even let you? His tone was so serious that if Zhu Hao hadn't already done his homework, he might have believed him. This guy had clearly followed her here in secret. Zhu Hao's mind raced, and a plan quickly formed. His face remained warm and inviting. Wanling is my daughter Hong's best friend, and you're her tenant. Plus, your father and I were close. We're not strangers. Come in and have a seat. He extended the invitation. Zhang Fan hesitated for exactly 0.1 seconds between going back to work and entering the Zhu family home. He chose the latter. He also wanted to meet the three Zhu sisters. Including Zhao Wanling, that made 4 stunning beauties. A house full of gorgeous women. It would definitely be a feast for the eyes. Fan, have you taken care of all your father's affairs? As they walked, Zhu Hao casually inquired about Zhang Fan's investigation into Zhang Zulin's death. Zhang Fan's expression darkened. His meticulous investigation had led him to one conclusion. His father's death was no accident. Someone had orchestrated it. But he hadn't yet found out who. If he had returned to Shanghai sooner and reunited with his father immediately. If he had been there to protect him. His father wouldn't have been murdered. It was his fault. Every time he thought about it, guilt and self-reproach consumed him. Sigh. Life is unpredictable. I can still vividly remember sitting with Brother Zhang, sipping tea and discussing business. And now, just like that, he's gone. Zhu Hao sighed, his face filled with sorrow. Uncle Zhu, I suspect my father's death was no accident. Seeing Zhu Hao's genuine grief, Zhang Fan couldn't hold back. His emotions were already stirred up from talking about his father. And Zhu Hao had always spoken kindly to him. Not to mention, the way Zhu Hao had stood by Zhu Hong's side in her crisis, refusing to bow to power, had earned Zhang Fan's respect. His guard dropped. He was also at a dead end in his investigation. Perhaps Zhu Hao could help. As the CEO of a billion-dollar conglomerate, he had the resources to investigate more easily. It wasn't exactly a secret anyway. There was no harm in sharing. What? Zhu Hao feigned shock. Fan, what do you mean? What have you found? Zhang Fan recounted his findings. Zhu Hao listened, frowning deeply. Then slowly relaxed. So that's it? He had thought the protagonist had made some major breakthrough. Turns out, he was still stuck on the idea that the accident was suspicious. What? Something like that happened? Who did it? If I find out who was behind Brother Zhang's death, I'll make sure they rot in prison. Zhu Hao put on a furious act and turned to Zhang Fan with urgency. Fan, have you found out who did it? Seeing Zhu Hao's righteous indignation, Zhang Fan felt a sense of comfort. His father was gone, but at least someone still cared about him. Thinking about his investigation, he sighed in frustration. The accident had happened in a blind spot with no surveillance cameras. But he had checked all nearby traffic records and found that only 2 trucks had passed through that area around the time of the incident. His instincts told him that those 2 trucks were key to the case. But he had no way of tracking them down. If he had a contact in the police force, it would be much easier to look up the truck's movements. Zhang Fan let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. No. I have no leads. He explained his predicament. Zhu Hao immediately reassured him. Leave it to me, Fan. I'll find out where those trucks went. A spark of hope lit up in Zhang Fan's eyes. That was exactly what he had been hoping to hear. He expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Zhu. No need to thank me. Brother Zhang was my friend. I can't let the person who did this get away with it. Zhang Fan was deeply moved. With Zhu Hao's assurance, Zhang Fan felt relieved. By the way, as if suddenly remembering something, Zhu Hao asked, Fan, do you know if your father had any enemies before his death? He was beginning to lead the protagonist in the wrong direction. Zhao Media had been getting too arrogant lately. Time to give them some trouble. Zhu Hao intended to use Zhang Fan as a weapon, letting him clash with Zhao Media until they tore each other apart. Chapter 66. Zhang Fan shook his head. He had just returned from abroad. How would he know? He was completely unaware of his family's situation. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Uncle Zhu was a close friend of his father's, so he should know something. I just got back from abroad. Uncle Zhu, since you and my dad are close, do you know anything about his social connections? Zhu Hao pretended to think seriously before sighing. Brother Zhang is a great man with a keen eye for investments. He believes in harmony and rarely has conflicts with others. Then, he changed the subject. But if you insist on talking about conflicts, there is one incident I know of. Though, I wouldn't say it led to a grudge. Zhu Hao shook his head again. What happened? Zhang Fan couldn't help but ask. There was one time when I was having tea with Brother Zhang. He casually mentioned something. He seemed to have uncovered some secret about the chairman of Zhao Media. When I asked him what it was, he didn't say, only mentioning that knowing it was dangerous. After realizing the risk, he quickly sold off all his Zhao Media shares to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. But so many years have passed. It probably wasn't them who made a move, right? What's the highest level of deception? Mixing 9 truths with 1 lie. Most of what he said was true. Zhang Zuolan did own Zhao Media shares once and sold them for a huge profit. He did discover a secret and feared retaliation. However, the real secret he discovered was about himself. And the person he feared was also himself. Zhu Hao simply shifted the blame onto Zhao Media's chairman. After all, no one could verify a private conversation over tea with Zhang Zuolan. He didn't necessarily need Zhang Fan to believe him. He just wanted to subtly guide his thinking. If Zhang Fan went after Zhao Media, he'd love to watch the chaos unfold. If he didn't, that was fine too. As long as he sent Zhang Fan on a wild goose chase, the more time he wasted investigating, the more time Zhu Hao had to strengthen himself. Zhao Media. Zhang Fan mulled over the name. Suddenly, he remembered. Wasn't Zhu Hao currently cozying up to Zhao Media for the sake of his daughter? Having spent years in the underworld, Zhang Fan wouldn't blindly believe everything he heard. He would investigate and verify the truth himself. Inside the Zhu family mansion as the two men walked and talked, the atmosphere remained pleasant. Upon stepping inside, Zhang Fan couldn't help but marvel at the lavishness of the Zhu family's villa. The home of a billionaire was truly extravagant. Maybe one day, he'd get himself a villa like this. A melodious piano tune drifted from the study. Zhu Hao seized the moment to say, looks like the two girls are practicing piano together. We, as grown men, shouldn't interrupt their fun. He had no intention of inviting Zhang Fan inside. Just letting him take a walk around the courtyard. Speaking of which, I should thank you for sending Wanling over. With such a good friend by her side, my daughter Hong Zhuang's mood has improved a little. Zhu Hao sighed meaningfully. Zhang Fan frowned. I heard that Zhao Media blacklisted Zhu Hong Zhuang. Did it really affect her that much? Affect her? It devastated her. Hong Zhuang has dreamed of becoming a superstar since she was a child. She's poured in endless effort and dedication. Zhang Fan nodded. Her piano skills were proof of her hard work. She had a breakthrough moment, an inspiration struck, and after one performance at the concert hall, she skyrocketed to fame overnight. Her lifelong dream finally came true. Only for Zhao Media to crush it with a blacklist. The moment she tasted success, it was ripped away from her. Zhang Fan could imagine the pain. After working hard for over a decade, reaching the top, and then being thrown into the abyss. It was a suffering no words could describe. These past few days, Hong Zhuang hasn't been eating or drinking properly. She locks herself in her room all day, losing weight at an alarming rate. When I saw her, she had dark circles under her eyes, her expression lifeless, her energy completely drained. At that moment, I swore I would get justice for her. Of course, all of this was pure fabrication. But Zhu Hao's performance was flawless, his sorrow seemingly genuine. Zhang Fan, drawn in, began to feel deep resentment toward the rich heir who blacklisted Zhu Hongzwang. If that person were standing in front of him now, he would have beaten him to a pulp. Scum like that didn't deserve to live. Uncle Zhu, why not solve this at the root? Just pressure the rich heir who blacklisted her. Force him to lift the ban and make him apologize. Zhang Fan frowned in confusion. I thought about that and even tried negotiating with him, but he ruthlessly refused. If he wants a fight, then we'll fight. The Zhu group isn't afraid of him. If he wants to go after my daughter, he'll have to step over my dead body first. Zhu Hao clenched his fist, his voice filled with righteous determination. But in reality, he never intended to make peace. He had deliberately sent his secretary, Li Kun, to provoke the situation, ensuring they became sworn enemies. Seeing Zhu Hao's unwavering resolve for his daughter, Zhang Fan was moved. After hesitating for a moment, he said, I might have a way. What? Zhu Hao turned abruptly, eyes locked onto him like he had just found his savior. Fan, do you really have a way to restore Hongzwang's confidence? If you can truly help her escape this situation, I'll give you 10 million. No, forget that, I'll give you 100 million in a month. Whatever other conditions you have, just name them. No matter what, I'll agree. Zhu Hao's face was full of excitement, his eyes filled with desperate hope. Zhang Fan was dumbfounded. He had only wanted to make a suggestion. How did it suddenly turn into him agreeing to help? But when he heard Zhu Hao's offer, his heart skipped a beat. 1 billion. That was a real goal. For his daughter, Zhu Hao was willing to give up that much. His love for her was undeniable. Zhang Fan thought of Zhu Hongzwang, whom he had met that night. Noble, elegant, and breathtakingly beautiful. The idea that such a stunning woman might fall from grace unsettled him. A sense of pity and protectiveness welled up inside him. If he helped Zhu Hongzwang solve this problem, wouldn't she be deeply grateful to him? Then he remembered Zhu Hao's promise. Whatever he wanted, Zhu Hao was willing to give. Zhang Fan's heartbeat quickened. Not only could he win the beauty's heart, but he could also secure 1 billion in reward. That was an absolute bargain. He wasn't the type to help others out of sheer goodwill. But if there was a reward, that changed everything. After all, he was a mercenary. This was just his old line of work. Finally, Zhang Fan nodded and said, the reward doesn't really matter. Uncle Zhu, you're too kind. You're helping me investigate my father's death. Since Hongzwang is your daughter, it's only right that I help her. He agreed but still remained polite. If he really handled this well, would Zhu Hao hesitate to give him the money? The answer was obvious. Give the protagonist 1 billion? Then let him use that money against himself? What was he thinking? This was nothing more than an empty promise from Zhu Hao. Based on the protagonist's personality, Zhu Hao already knew exactly what he would do. He would go threaten Zhao Lei and force him to lift the ban. Zhu Hao had looked into Zhao Lei. He was arrogant and had never bowed his head to anyone. Just because Zhu Hongzwang rejected his confession and embarrassed him, he dared to take on the $100 billion Zhu Corporation. It was clear how conceited he was. Watching the protagonist try to force him to back down? That would be a great show. Even if the protagonist didn't act, it didn't matter. Zhu Hao had already misled him. The longer it took for Zhang Fan to find out the truth, the more time Zhu Hao had to grow stronger. That would be a great help, Fan. If you run into trouble, just come to me. I'll fully support you. Zhu Hao put on a grateful expression, patted his shoulder, and righteously spewed nonsense. In that case, Uncle Zhu, I'll get going. I still have work to do. Zhang Fan glanced toward the study where the music was coming from. Too bad he didn't get to see any beauties. Chatting with an old man was boring. He might as well leave. The sooner he handled this, the sooner he could win the beauty's heart. Zhang Fan left. Zhu Hao watched his figure disappear into the distance, his gaze deep and thoughtful. I need to strengthen myself as soon as possible. Otherwise, dealing with a protagonist shouldn't be this troublesome. Borrowing someone else's hand, creating false leads, hiding daggers in smiles, even using the bitter meat strategy. He was about to use all 36 stratagems at this rate. Inside the study. Stop, stop. What are you even playing? Didn't I just teach you? It should be played like this. Where are you even going with that? Zhao Wanling had been enchanted by how beautifully Zhu Hongzwang played and wanted to try it herself. Since she didn't know how to play, she asked her best friend to teach her. Zhu Hongzwang explained it once, but she didn't remember. The sounds she produced were absolutely grating. Zhu Hongzwang couldn't take it anymore and tried to pull her off the piano. Some people charge for playing the piano. Some friends playing the piano? That's a death sentence. Zhao Wanling clung to the piano, clearly not ready to stop, pouting. Why didn't I learn it? Maybe you didn't teach me properly? I didn't put in effort? Zhu Hongzwang found that funny. I explained every single key and its sound to you, Didn't I? I'm a total beginner. You explained so many technical terms. How was I supposed to understand? Zhao Wanling shook her head, a mischievous glint flashing in her eyes. You should learn from your dad. When he teaches you, he is afraid you won't understand, so he guides your hands. Zhu Hong's grip on her loosened slightly. The thought of Zhu Hao standing behind her, holding her hands, made her blush. She had gotten used to it over time, but now that her best friend mentioned it, she couldn't help but feel shy. After all, it did feel a little intimate. But when she considered their relationship, it wasn't a big deal. That was her father. The person closest to her. What was the problem? It was only people with dirty minds who saw things that way. Like this best friend in front of her. Who knew what was running through her head? At that thought, Zhu Hong's tightened her grip. She was determined to drag her best friend away from the piano. How about you guide my hands, Hong's? I want to feel what it's like. Zhao Wanling blinked playfully. Zhu Hong's ignored her. If you want to know what it's like, go ask him to teach you. You said it. If I really go ask Uncle Zhu to teach me, don't get jealous later. Zhao Wanling's eyes lit up, looking eager to try. Jealous? I'm just worried your tiny arms and legs won't be able to handle his strength. Zhu Hong's rolled her eyes. Then she realized what she had just said and quickly covered her mouth. Zhao Wanling was stunned. Then, as if she had discovered a new continent, she looked at her best friend in shock. You guys. Don't tell me. The thought of that possibility left her so shocked that she was at a loss for words. Seeing her best friend's reaction, Zhu Hong's immediately understood. She had misunderstood. She figured she had to explain. Otherwise, who knew what kind of wild assumptions her best friend would come up with? It's not what you think. Actually, it's him and my stepmother. Hearing this, Zhao Wanling patted her chest and let out a long sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't what she had imagined, that was fine. But then, her eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly, shock filling her heart. Zhu Hao seemed even more mysterious in her eyes. Not only could he play the piano, but he could also paint and practice calligraphy. He looked so young. Was his body really just as youthful? Unbelievable. A 50-year-old man. Actually more vigorous than a teenager? She had met Zhu Hong's stepmother before. A woman in her 30s, mature and full of charm. For such an experienced woman to be unable to hold back her voice. Now that you mention it, I want to try even more. Of course, Zhao Wanling was joking. She might act bold and say whatever came to mind in front of her best friend, but in reality, she was still an innocent girl. In other words, all talk, no action. When it came down to it, she would be the first to back down. Zhu Hong's knew her best friend's personality well, so she played along. Go ahead. I'd love to hear how loud you can get. Ah. Hong's you've changed. Since when did you become so dirty? Let me check if you've been replaced by someone else. With that, she lunged at her, and the two started playfully fighting. After a while, they got tired and finally stopped. Zhu Hong's had lost the mood to play the piano. Feeling thirsty, they headed downstairs for something to drink. As soon as they reached the staircase, they spotted Zhu Hao sitting on the living room sofa with a tea set in front of him. He was preparing to make tea. Zhu Hao saw them too and waved them over. Perfect timing. Come and try the tea I just brewed. Curious, the two walked over. They each picked up a teacup from the table. Zhu Hong's lifted hers and downed it in one gulp. The taste was rich and smooth, leaving her wanting more. It was incredibly good. Zhao Wanling, however, was different. She had loved tea since childhood and had developed a deep appreciation for it. If Zhu Hong's passion was the piano, then hers was tea. To brew a cup of tea alone in quiet moments. There was nothing more relaxing. She lifted the cup and took a small sip. Instantly, her pupils widened in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. She had just tasted something profound in a simple cup of tea. She had been feeling thirsty, craving water. But with just one sip, it felt like she had found an oasis in a vast desert. An overwhelming sense of refreshment and joy. Snapping back to reality, Zhao Wanling was completely stunned. She had trained in tea brewing since childhood and considered herself on par with master tea makers. But compared to this tea? Forget it. There was no comparison at all. In fact, comparing her own tea to this was an insult to this masterpiece. Wait. This couldn't be real, right? Uncle Zhu could brew tea? And with such exceptional skill? Zhao Wanling's eyes locked onto Zhu Hao's movements. He picked up the teapot and tea leaves and officially started brewing another round. She watched closely, curiosity surging. Being near Zhu Hao gave her a strange sense of familiarity and warmth. His refined and composed demeanor was mesmerizing. Even in the simple act of making tea, he maintained an air of elegance. In fact, It only made him seem even more otherworldly. The boiling water swirled in the teapot, fully awakening the tea's fragrance. The smooth stream of water flowed effortlessly over the teaware, landing gently at the bottom of the cups, creating soft ripples. In an instant, the richer aroma of tea filled the air. Just like Zuhao himself. Intoxicating and captivating. Chapter 67. So elegant. Incredibly elegant. Watching Zuhao brew tea felt like admiring a piece of art. As the tea was prepared, a delicate fragrance filled the air, refreshing and invigorating. Just one whiff seemed to wash away all exhaustion, leaving a sense of clarity and alertness. Zhao Wanling understood tea arts. And because she understood, she recognized the mastery in Zuhao's skills. The precision in water temperature, steeping time, and timing of tea infusion. Every aspect was flawlessly executed. Even decades of practice might not be enough to reach such perfection. Yet, Uncle Zhu had achieved it. Beside her, Zhu Hongzwang, who knew nothing about tea arts, still sensed the extraordinary nature of Zhu Hao's craftsmanship. A question rose in her mind. How did he manage to master so many skills? Any one of them would take an ordinary person a lifetime to perfect. But Zhu Hao had combined several into one. What else was he hiding? Zhu Hongzwang found Zhu Hao increasingly mysterious. Uncle, how many years did it take you to reach this level of tea mastery? Zhao Wanling snapped out of her daze, eyes shining as she leaned in and asked. Oh? Zhu Hao raised an eyebrow and glanced at her. You know tea arts? Zhao Wanling nodded rapidly like a pecking chick. I've loved tea since I was little. I studied it for a while and have been brewing my own tea for over 10 years. As she spoke, she lowered her head, suddenly feeling embarrassed. My skills are so basic. They don't even compare to yours, uncle. She used to take pride in her tea artistry. She had thought even master-level skills weren't beyond her reach. But now, after witnessing Zhu Hao's expertise, she wanted to dig a hole and hide. Do you want to learn? I can teach you. Zhao Wanling lifted her head. Zhu Hao was looking at her with a warm smile, as gentle as a spring breeze. For a moment, her heart skipped a beat. Then, realization hit, and she was instantly thrilled, her eyes sparkling. Uncle, really? Can I reach your level? Of course. It's just a matter of practice. When Zhu Hao acquired divine-level tea skills, he thought they'd only be useful for drinking tea himself. But now, this little heroine was interested in tea arts too. That gave him another opportunity. And what's the best way to teach tea brewing? Hands-on guidance, of course. Since this wasn't his daughter, there was no need to hold back. Now he could finally showcase his true charm. Zhao Wanling got so excited she nearly wet herself. She quickly excused herself and dashed to the restroom. Zhu Hongzwang, puzzled, followed her. Matching her pace, she asked curiously, Wanling, is his tea artistry really that amazing? Amazing? That doesn't even begin to describe it. You know those so-called tea masters on TV? Even they aren't as skilled as I am, and yet my tea is nothing compared to Uncle Zhu's. I've never seen tea brewing that contains such profound artistry. Talking about her area of expertise, Zhao Wanling became animated, her face glowing with excitement. Zhu Hongzwang was stunned. She had only guessed Zhu Hao was skilled, but now she had proof. Oh, right. Hongzwang, your dad agreed to teach me tea arts. You don't mind, do you? Zhao Wanling suddenly thought of something and playfully winked at her friend. He agreed himself. Why would I mind? Zhu Hongzwang rolled her eyes. Really? I remember someone complaining about their little sister taking up too much of his time. Zhao Wanling still remembered Zhu Hui clinging to Zhu Hao. Zhu Hongzwang's face turned red as she glared at her best friend. She was just talking nonsense. You actually believed her? Before long, Zhao Wanling returned eagerly. Zhu Hao, drawing from the knowledge in his mind, started explaining the art of tea. He went over the key aspects of brewing and the proper mindset for tea appreciation. Unknowingly, Zhao Wanling became completely absorbed. To listen more closely, she gradually leaned toward Zhu Hao. Time passed slowly. Zhu Hao began guiding her through the brewing process, deliberately making the explanation more complex. Even though Zhao Wanling had a strong foundation, she still struggled to understand. After finishing his lecture, Zhu Hao demonstrated the process himself. Alright, that's how it's done. Now you try. Zhao Wanling sat down at the tea table, dazed. She had only grasped bits and pieces of the lesson. But with Zhu Hao pushing her forward, she had no choice but to go for it. Luckily, her tea skills were solid, and she brewed a decent cup. But she had only followed her usual method. As for Zhu Hao's detailed explanations on timing, temperature, and precision, she had completely missed the mark. Zhao Wanling stared eagerly at Zhu Hao as he sipped his tea. It's okay, I'll teach you again, Zhu Hao said, setting down his teacup. Feeling a little embarrassed, Zhao Wanling replayed Zhu Hao's explanation in her mind. Even if he demonstrated it again, she doubted she would understand. Not only was she failing to learn anything, but she was also wasting Uncle Zhu's time. Then, a spark of inspiration hit her. She recalled how Zhu Hao had taught her best friend. If he taught her the same way, guiding her hand step by step, she could grasp the finer details of the tea-making process. After some hesitation, she lifted her head, her voice nervous. Uncle Zhu, I might be too slow. I feel like even if you explain it a few more times, I still won't understand. Could you maybe teach me like you taught Hong Zhuang? Hand on hand? As she finished speaking, her voice grew softer, and her face flushed with embarrassment. Zhu Hao raised an eyebrow slightly. He had deliberately made the lesson complex so that this little heroine wouldn't understand, expecting her to request hands-on guidance. He hadn't expected her to be so cooperative and suggest it herself. That saved him some effort. Of course, come here. Zhu Hao moved closer, grabbing her hands firmly. You need to do it like this. And this. Just like that. As he spoke, his breath brushed against her ear. The moment Zhu Hao wrapped his arms around her, Zhao Wanling's body froze. She had never been this close to a man before. Feeling the warmth of his breath near her ear, she went completely weak. She barely registered what Zhu Hao was saying or doing. Earlier, when she watched him teach Zhu Hongzhuang hand on hand, it had seemed so natural. Nothing unusual at all. But now that she was the one being taught, she realized it wasn't so simple. Ding. Zhao Wanling's heart rate increases, emotional value plus 654. Ding. Zhao Wanling feels nervous and uneasy, emotional value plus 765. Was she unprepared the first time? No problem. There would be a next time. As Zhu Hao guided her through the process, he was also testing her boundaries. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Zheng Fan, remained oblivious. In his eyes, Uncle Zhu was a man of loyalty and honor, someone he deeply respected. Little did he know that while he was out running errands for Zhu Hao was busy teaching his beloved landlady. Hand on hand. Kingshan Electronics Company dressed in a security guard uniform, Zheng Fan stood at the company entrance. Suddenly, he yawned, rubbing his nose with a smirk. Which beauty is thinking about me this time? After leaving the Zhu family's villa, he had come straight to work. Once his shift ended, he planned to find the young master of Zhao Media and settle the issue regarding Zhu Hongzhuang. He hadn't agreed to help Zhu Hao just for a minor reward or empty promises. If he could lift the ban on her, he'd earn Zhu Hongzhuang's gratitude. And maybe even win her heart. Plus, Zhu Hao had hinted at something crucial, clues about his late father's mysterious past. Supposedly, the head of Zhao Media was involved. He wasn't sure if it was true, but he needed to investigate. Since he had to confront Zhao Media anyway, why not take care of Zhu Hao's request along the way? The day passed quickly. By 5 p.m., as his shift ended, Zheng Fan followed the leads he had gathered and arrived at Jinbi Huiwang Bar. Zhao Lei never hid his whereabouts. His extravagant lifestyle was well known. At that moment, inside the bar, colorful lights flashed, and rock music blasted through the speakers. Men and women seeking excitement danced wildly, lost in a moment. Zhao Lei lounged with his new friends from Shanghai. Several young heirs from wealthy families. Suddenly, he stood up and shouted, "Everyone, get hyped. Order whatever you want. It's all on me tonight." For a split second, the entire bar fell silent. Then, a deafening roar of cheers erupted. "Zhao Gongzai, you're the best. You're my idol, I love you. Master Zhao, do you need a leg accessory? Let me hug your thigh." Zhao Gongzai is a legend. Hearing the flattery from all directions, Zhao Lei smirked in satisfaction. He loved this feeling of being worshipped. Man, today alone must have cost at least 10 million, right? Zhao bro, you're on another level. Throwing out 10 million like it's nothing. Now that's true wealth. Zhao Gongzai, a toast to you. The other rich heirs showered him with praise and admiration. Zhao Lei felt even more elated. He kept a cool expression, casually waving his hand in a show of nonchalance. Then, his gaze shifted, and the sight of the beautiful dancers on stage vanished. A figure had stepped into view, blocking his line of sight. "Get lost, you're blocking my view." Zhao Lei frowned and snapped. But the figure in front of him didn't move. Instead, he stepped closer, a look of disdain on his face. "You're Zhao Gongzai, right? Who else could it be but Zheng Fan?" Seeing someone causing trouble, Zhao Lei's rich kid lackeys perked up immediately. Noticing Zheng Fan's security guard uniform, they sneered. "Who the hell do you think you are? You dare to say Zhao Gongzai's name like that? Call your boss over. Where did they even hire someone like you? No manners at all. Apologize to brother Zhao right now, or don't blame us for being rough." Unbelievable. a lowly security guard acting so cocky. Zhang Fan had come straight after work, still wearing his uniform. These rich brats assumed he was just a nightclub bouncer. Zhao Lei took a sip from his wine glass, completely unfazed. A clown like this? Not even worth lifting a finger for. His lackeys could handle it. The insults and mockery didn't faze Zhang Fan. He was only here to warn Zhao Lei. To make him lift the ban on Zhu Hong's. But seeing Zhao Lei's arrogant attitude, Zhang Fan felt annoyed. He glanced at the barking lackeys. Your master hasn't spoken yet. Why are you dogs yapping? You mother fur. Did you just call us dogs? You're asking for it. Though not as wealthy as Zhao Lei, these trust fund kids had been spoiled their entire lives. How could they tolerate such an insult from a mere security guard? Furious, they grabbed beer bottles from the table and rushed at Zhang Fan. But how could these spoiled rich boys, drained from drinking and partying, possibly be his match? With a swift move, Zhang Fan snatched a bottle from one of them and smashed it over his head. Crash. One by one, the rich kids collapsed to the floor, clutching their heads and groaning in pain. Ignoring their wails, Zhang Fan stepped toward Zhao Lei. Seeing how easily Zhang Fan took down his lackeys, Zhao Lei was a little surprised. But he didn't panic. A middle-aged man had already stepped in front of him. His personal bodyguard. A trained martial artist. A strong mid-level Jin energy practitioner. This was exactly why Zhu Hao hadn't sent people to deal with Zhao Lei. The Zhu and Zhao families were business rivals. If they attacked Zhao Lei and failed to kill him in one strike, their identity would be exposed. And then, the Zhao family's retaliation would be relentless. That's why, when Zhu Hao saw Zhang Fan, he decided to let someone else do the dirty work. Cripple him. Beat him to a pulp. Just don't kill him, Zhao Lei ordered coldly. He knew Zhang Fan was here to stir trouble, so he showed no mercy. His bodyguard unleashed his mid-level Jin energy, clenched his powerful fists, and lunged at Zhang Fan. But before his punch could land, boom! Zhang Fan struck first, a single punch slamming into the man's chest. Thud. The bodyguard was sent flying back at an even greater speed. Crashing onto the floor, unable to move. His chest caved in. Severely injured. He could feel a strange energy wreaking havoc inside his body. His pupil shrank in terror as he stared at the ordinary-looking young man in a security uniform. Dark Jin. An expert. Zhang Fan had actually held back. If he hadn't, that punch would have killed the guy. Everything happened so fast. Zhao Lei didn't even have time to react. His smug grin froze on his face. He had encountered plenty of reckless fools trying to stand up against him before. But they were always dealt with effortlessly by his men. This was the first time he had seen his personal bodyguard taken out in an instant. Still, Zhao Lei had seen enough in life to stay calm. After a brief moment of shock, he regained his composure and asked coldly, "Who the hell are you? What do you want?" Zhang Fan casually sat across from him. "Nothing much. Just wanted to have a chat, Zhao Gongzai. You're quite shameless, aren't you? Couldn't win a girl over, so you resorted to banning her from the industry? That's pretty low, don't you think?" Zhao Lei's eyes flashed with understanding. He sneered. "So, Zhu Hao sent you? Can't handle my ban, so he sent someone to take care of me? Looks like this so-called moral businessman isn't so noble after all. Don't get it twisted." Zhang Fan waved his hand dismissively. He actually had a decent impression of Zhu Hao and didn't want to drag him into this. "I just can't stand the kind of guy you are. Ruining the future of a young, talented woman just because she rejected you. That's pathetic." Zhao Lei was momentarily stunned. Then, he scoffed. "Oh, I see. You're just another pathetic simp. Kid, don't you know that simps never end well? So, I take it you're refusing to lift the ban on Zhu Hongzai?" Zhang Fan asked. Zhao Lei chuckled coldly. "Once I say something, it's set in stone. I never go back on my word." He had lived his whole life without setbacks. No way was he backing down just because some punk told him to. "You just don't know when to quit, huh?" Zhang Fan sighed. He suddenly stood up. Tilted his head slightly. Loosened his joints. Crack. 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 A series of sharp popping sounds echoed through the air. Zhao Lei's expression finally changed. "You. What are you trying to do?" Chapter 68. Bang. 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 Zhang Fan unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Zhao Lei, spoiled since childhood, had never suffered such pain. He screamed in agony. After a solid beating, Zhang Fan figured the lesson was enough and stopped. He stared coldly at Zhao Lei. "I'll give you one more chance to rethink your words. Are you going to lift the ban on Zhu Hongzai? You're dead. No one has ever dared to hit me before. I swear, I'll kill you." Zhao Lei spat venomously. "Hey, guess I didn't hit you hard enough." Zhang Fan sneered and continued his assault. Refusing to submit? Then he'd just keep beating him until he did. This was his way of solving Zhu Hongzhuang's ban. Brutal, direct, and extremely effective. These pampered rich kids couldn't handle a little pain. Beat them up, and they'd quickly bow their heads. Sure, there'd be retaliation later, but Zhang Fan wasn't worried. Are you giving in or not? Do you even know who I am? Do you have any idea what consequences this will have? Your family will pay for this too. Smack. 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 I give in. I give in. Stop hitting me. Zhao Lei had no choice. Zhang Fan specifically targeted his weak spots, making the pain unbearable. But even as he surrendered, hatred burned in his eyes. He had never suffered such humiliation. He swore to make Zhang Fan pay. Zhang Fan shrugged. See? You could have just said that earlier. Why make me get my hands dirty? With that, Zhu Hongzhuang's problem was solved. Zhang Fan turned to leave. But just in case Zhao Lei tried to go back on his word, he gave a final warning. If I don't hear about the ban being lifted by tomorrow, I'll be back. And next time, it won't just be a beating. Leaving those chilling words behind, Zhang Fan walked away. He noticed the hatred in Zhao Lei's eyes. But he didn't care. A spoiled rich brat like him? If he wanted revenge, he was welcome to try. He'd just have to face the consequences. At the Zhao estate, young master, are you alright? Zhao Lei's personal bodyguard struggled to his feet, ignoring the searing pain in his chest, and helped him up. Zhao Lei's face was swollen and bruised beyond recognition. His eyes burned with hatred and murderous intent as he roared, "Find out everything about him. I want him dead. I'll wipe out his entire family." Zhu family village. Zhao Wanling stayed for dinner at the Zhu family home as usual. But tonight, she was unusually quiet. She didn't even tease her best friend, Zhu Hongzhuang, like she normally would. Zhu Hongzhuang found it strange. Her normally lively friend suddenly acting reserved felt unsettling. She had no idea that after Zhu Hao's hands-on teaching, Zhao Wanling's heart was still racing uncontrollably. Every time she faced Su Wanqiu, the lady of the house, she avoided her gaze. Like a mistress afraid to face the wife. After dinner, Zhao Wanling quickly made up an excuse and left. Meanwhile, Zhu Hao went to his study. A message from his secretary, Li Kun, was waiting for him. It included both text and video footage. Judging by the angle, it was surveillance footage. The bar from earlier, Jinbi Huiwang, was actually one of the businesses run by the Blood Slaughter Syndicate. Everything that happened this afternoon was recorded. Zhu Hao watched with amusement. He knew the type of protagonist these Dragon Kings returning to the city always were. All fists, no brains. And the villains? They always seemed to lose IQ points at the worst times. They'd get beaten up, refuse to call the cops, and insist on personal revenge instead. Which, of course, only led to them getting humiliated again and again. Zhang Fan's actions were slightly beyond Zhu Hao's expectations. He thought Zhang Fan would just give Zhao Lei a verbal warning. Maybe Zhao Lei wouldn't listen and would try to mess with him. But instead, Zhang Fan started swinging the moment he walked in. Looks like Zhu Hao had underestimated how much this protagonist relied on brute force. But that was perfect? This made executing his plan even easier. He pulled out his phone, found an unknown number, and sent a message. The recipient? His most lethal assassin. It was time to put him to use. The day passed quickly. In a private hospital room, Zhao Lei lay on a hospital bed, his body wrapped in bandages, his face covered in ointment. He flipped through a file on Zhang Fan. A security guard at Kingshan Electronics, kidnapped as a child, recently returned from abroad. His only family, his father, had died in a car accident, leaving him alone. Zhao Lei quickly extracted the key points. Before his death, Zhang Fan's father had been close to Zhu Hao and was once a shareholder in the Zhu Group. After the accident, even Zhu Hao had attended the funeral. Everything started making sense. This Zhang Fan guy wasn't sent by Zhu Hao. He was acting on his own. Most likely, his good relationship with the Zhu family made him step in when he saw Zhu Hongzhuang being blacklisted. But even if Zhu Hao had sent him, it didn't matter. Beating Zhao Lei this badly was already a death sentence. Zhao Lei's hatred burned. Killing Zhang Fan was the only way to satisfy his rage. As he plotted his revenge, a knock sounded at the door. Bang, bang. Interrupted from his thoughts, Zhao Lei snapped impatiently, "Come in." The door clicked open. A nurse wearing a surgical mask entered, pushing a small medical cart. She approached the bed and began preparing an injection. Without hesitation, she picked up the syringe and administered the shot. Zhao Lei suddenly felt something was wrong. A burning sensation spread through his body, as if he were on fire. Pain racked his entire being, distorting his face, his pupils widening in terror. The nurse leaned in and whispered in his ear. My boss asked me to deliver a message. If you don't lift Zhu Hongzhuang's ban, it won't just be a beating next time. This is what happens when you break your promises. Zhao Lei's eyes filled with horror. Zheng Fen was trying to kill him? He hadn't taken yesterday's threat seriously. Lifting Zhu Hongzhuang's ban had never even crossed his mind. His entire life had been smooth sailing. He didn't even know the meaning of surrender. Besides, he was already planning to kill Zheng Fen. Why would he care about the threats of a dead man walking? But before he could strike, his enemy had acted first. Agonizing pain ripped through him as his life force drained away. He tried to scream for help, but no sound came out. His pleading eyes turned to the nurse, hoping for mercy. But her gaze remained cold, devoid of emotion. Despair swallowed him whole. The nurse calmly packed up her things and turned to leave. Was this really the end? Zhao Lei refused to accept it. He was the young master of Zhao Media. He still had so much left to enjoy. Damn it. If only he had stationed more bodyguards around him. His father had once arranged 4 personal guards for him. But he found them inconvenient and only kept 1. And now, that sole bodyguard was lying unconscious after being beaten by Zheng Fan yesterday. If he had just brought more guards, he wouldn't be dying at the hands of a mere nurse. Even in his final moments, he didn't regret blacklisting Zhu Hongzhuang. He only regretted not having more protection. His eyelids grew heavier as darkness crept in. At the last moment, his blurred vision landed on the report about Zheng Fan. A sudden surge of strength filled his dying body. No. Even if I die, I won't let Zheng Fan go unpunished. His father had only one son. His death would ignite a storm of vengeance. With the last of his strength, Zhao Lei raised a trembling hand. His fingertip landed on Zheng Fan's name. That was all he could do. His head tilted, and his consciousness faded away. At the door, the nurse abruptly turned back. Seeing Zhao Lei's final position, she smirked beneath her mask. Mission accomplished. She was Zhu Hao's deadliest assassin. This entire setup, this perfect frame-up, was Zhu Hao's doing. It strengthened the case against Zheng Fan. Otherwise, killing Zhao Lei instantly with a higher dose would have been much cleaner. But no, the timing had to be precise. She double-checked the body. Zhao Lei was dead. No evidence remained. Without hesitation, she pushed the medical cart out of the room and quietly shut the door. The guards outside noticed nothing unusual. It wasn't until a doctor later entered for a checkup that chaos erupted. By then, Zhao Lei's body was already cold. Zhao Lei's death reaches his father. News of Zhao Lei's death quickly reached his father in the Zhao family's media empire in the imperial capital. At first, he thought it was an April Fool's joke. Then, disbelief turned into rage. He immediately ordered his secretary to arrange a flight. Upon arriving in the Magic City, he rushed straight to the hospital. His bodyguards stood in silence, heads lowered like schoolchildren awaiting punishment. Zhao Lei's father couldn't suppress his grief. How did Zhao Lei die? His strongest personal bodyguard stepped forward. The autopsy confirmed it. Young master was poisoned. His mind was in turmoil. That night, after taking Zhao Lei out of the bar and sending him to the hospital, he had collapsed from his own injuries and fallen unconscious. By the time he woke up, Zhao Lei had already been murdered. Despite his injuries, he forced himself up to report the situation. Who killed him? What the hell happened? Zhao Lei's father's face darkened, his rage threatening to consume him. He was on the verge of exploding. The bodyguard recounted everything that had happened at the bar the previous night. I was seriously injured by Zheng Fan. That's when I realized he was a hidden expert in dark force. After that, he beat young master brutally. Before leaving, he threatened that if the ban on Zhu Hongzhuang wasn't lifted by the next day, it wouldn't just be another beating. The bodyguard handed over a file. The same one Zhao Lei had been reviewing. On it, the name Zheng Fan was pressed with a blood-stained fingerprint. This is the file young master had his men compile on Zheng Fan. According to the autopsy, young master didn't die immediately after being poisoned. He suffered excruciating pain. We suspect this fingerprint was his final message before death. Good. Very good. Zheng Fan, you killed my son. I'll make sure you wish you were dead. Zhao Lei's father's eyes burned red, his fury reaching its peak. He let out a guttural, hysterical roar. Master. The bodyguard hesitated, then spoke cautiously. What else do you have to say? Zhao Lei's father turned to him, his voice ice cold. Though he knew the bodyguard wasn't at fault. The enemy was simply too powerful. He couldn't help but hold some resentment. Master, I feel like something about this isn't right. It seems too simple. Despite his overwhelming rage, Zhao Lei's father didn't lose his rationality. He frowned. What do you mean? The bodyguard hesitated before explaining. We investigated. During the time of young master's murder, Zheng Fan was working as a security guard at Kingshan Electronics. We checked everyone who entered young master's hospital room. Only one nurse had been inside at the time of his death. When we tracked her down, we found that she had been knocked unconscious and replaced by an imposter. Could someone else be behind this? Maybe they framed Fan deliberately. Otherwise, why not kill young master instantly instead of making him suffer and leaving behind a message? We can confirm. Fan and the assassin who killed young master are not the same person. His analysis was solid and well-reasoned. You're saying someone staged Zhao Lei's murder to frame Fan? Zhao Lei's father furrowed his brow. Then he shook his head. The only enemy Zhao Lei had was the Zhu family. If my son is dead, they're all going down with him. Whether it was Fan or not, he's the prime suspect. He must die. Zhao Lei's father's voice was filled with killing intent. Zhu Hao had counted on this reaction and didn't mind leaving a small flaw in the setup. The bodyguard fell silent. He had done his duty by voicing his doubts. The rest was up to Zhao Lei's father. Take me to see Zhao Lei. The bodyguard led him into a hospital room. Seeing his son's lifeless, tortured body, Zhao Lei's father felt like his heart was being torn apart. He had only one son, one he had cherished and protected since birth. And now, he was gone. The grief was unbearable. Pain turned into unrelenting fury. His fists clenched. His eyes burned with murderous intent. Zhao Lei. Don't go too fast. I'll send everyone who harmed you to the grave with you. Upon leaving the hospital, Zhao Lei's father went straight to Zhao Media's Magic City branch. He issued an order immediately. Increase the pressure on Zhu Hong's ban. Intensify the smear campaigns. No consequences mattered. Everything had started because of her. If not for that woman, his son wouldn't have come to the Magic City. Wouldn't have died. As for going to war with the Zhu family, he no longer cared. His son was dead. Nothing else mattered. They were all going down with him. Next, he made a long-dormant phone call. On the other end was a dark force expert he had once helped. Someone who owed him a favor and had promised to act once in return. Fan was the most suspicious. His motive was clear. He had to die. Only then could Zhao Lei rest in peace. Once Fan was dead, he would deal with the Zhu family. He didn't bother calling the police. That would be too easy on him. He wanted Fan to suffer. Nightfall after dinner, Fan strolled home with his fellow security guards, chatting and joking along the way. He scrolled through his phone, reading news articles. Zhao Media's smear campaign against Zhu Hong's Wang was still ongoing. Clearly, Zhao Lei hadn't lifted the ban. His gaze darkened. I went too easy on him. I'll have to visit him again tomorrow. Teach him a lesson he won't forget. Just as he was planning his next move, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. A powerful presence loomed ahead. Stronger than him. And filled with killing intent. His heart tensed. An enemy from the underground world? His eyes flickered as he quickly analyzed the situation. He narrowed his gaze as a group of figures approached. Chapter 69. Leading the group was a middle-aged man with a square face and a dignified expression. The moment Zhao's father saw Fan, he couldn't help but think of his son, Zhao Lei. Rage flared up inside him like an uncontrollable fire. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his emotions and respectfully saluted the elderly man in a tang suit beside him. Master Wei, please take action and capture this man. He had no intention of killing Fan outright. He wanted him alive. To make him suffer a fate worse than death. The old man, known as Master Wei, nodded slightly. Years ago, Zhao's father had helped him, and he had once promised to repay the favor by acting on his behalf. Now was the time to fulfill that promise. Master Wei stepped forward, exuding an overwhelming aura. Like Fan, he was at the early stage of Dark Force mastery, but he was on the verge of breaking into the mid-stage, making his presence even more imposing. However, as he observed the young man before him, he was taken aback. Fan's aura was nearly as strong as his own. Shock filled his heart. This young man had already broken through to Dark Force at such an early age. His talent was extraordinary. If given time, he could very well ascend to the level of a Transformation Force master. Unfortunately, he had made an enemy of Zhao's father. This prodigy was doomed to fall today. With a sigh of regret, Master Wei gazed at Fan and spoke in a calm, detached tone. Young man, you are no match for me. Surrender now. Fan was utterly baffled. He didn't even know these people, yet they were filled with killing intent toward him. He wasn't an enemy of the dark underworld either. What kind of absurd situation was this? And that old man across from him. He spoke as if his victory was certain, demanding surrender like it was a given. What a joke. Did he really think that being slightly stronger meant Fan would be afraid? Had he been surviving in the dark underworld all these years for nothing? And who the hell do you think you are? You think you're worthy of making me surrender? Since they were here to kill him, Fan saw no need to hold back. He fired back without hesitation. Master Wei's expression stiffened. How long had it been? Ever since he became a dark force expert, every prestigious family had treated him as an honored guest. No one had ever dared to disrespect him. His face darkened, and his voice turned ice cold. Young man, don't be so arrogant. If a young man isn't arrogant, is he supposed to act like some old geezer halfway into the grave like you? Zhang Fan sneered. You talk about teaching me a lesson, but what makes you think you have the qualifications? Master Wei was furious. His figure blurred as he dashed forward at lightning speed, launching a fierce slap toward Zhang Fan's face. A powerful gust of wind struck him, his cheek stung from the force. His instincts kicked in. He leaned backward, narrowly dodging the strike. Master Wei was slightly surprised. Without hesitation, he followed up with a sweeping attack aimed at Zhang Fan's ribs. But Zhang Fan had spent years fighting for survival in the dark underworld, honing his combat instincts. Although Master Wei was stronger, he lacked the same battle-hardened experience. The two clashed fiercely. Attack and defense seamlessly interchanging. It seemed effortless, but in reality, their movements were blindingly fast, each exchange carrying lethal intent. To Zhao's father and his subordinates, the battle was nearly impossible to follow. Their movements were blur, their attacks too swift to track. Zhao's father even tried to aim his gun for a sneak attack but found no opportunity to fire. Zhang Fan and Master Wei remained evenly matched. However, as the fight dragged on, Master Wei, being older, began to feel his stamina waning. His attacks slowed. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan, fueled by youthful energy and years of physical conditioning, had adapted to Master Wei's attacks. His defenses became more effortless. With this shift in momentum, the gap between them widened. Whoosh! Zhang Fan seized an opening, delivering a sweeping kick that sent the elderly man flying. Master Wei twisted midair, tapping his toes against the ground upon landing to disperse the force and avoid a humiliating fall. Shock filled his heart. How could this young man possess such incredible combat instincts? Feeling his strength rapidly depleting, he hesitated. Zhang Fan wouldn't let him retreat so easily. If he dared to come for his life, he had to be prepared to pay the price. Noticing the fear creeping into Master Wei's stance, Zhang Fan knew it was time. With a burst of speed, he closed the distance. A flurry of strikes followed, and just like that, the once dominant Master Wei could only retreat under the relentless assault. Crack! Zhang Fan's fist smashed into Master Wei's shoulder blade, producing a faint bone-cracking sound. Pain flashed across Master Wei's face. And this was only the beginning. Zhang Fan's speed suddenly surged. In an instant, he appeared behind Master Wei and delivered a powerful kick to his back. Another sharp crack echoed. This time, even louder. Master Wei crashed to the ground, severely injured. Standing up was no longer an option for him. Bang! A gunshot rang out, crisp and clear in the silent night. A sense of danger flooded Zhang Fan's mind. His instincts kicked in. He tilted his head just in time to dodge the bullet. His body was incredibly resilient, and in most places, his muscles could stop a bullet. But if one hit his head, it would still be fatal. Whipping his head around, he locked eyes with Zhao's father, whose face was frozen in shock, gun still in hand. Zhao's father was in disbelief. He had aimed for Zhang Fan's head, thinking it was a sure kill. But even at point-blank range, the man had dodged it. A dark force master. His abilities were terrifying. Just as he was about to pull the trigger again, his vision blurred. A sharp pain shot through his wrist. His hand twisted at an unnatural angle. It had been broken. His strength drained from him, and his gun dropped as his arm hung limply by his side. Ah! A scream barely left his lips before a gun was shoved into his mouth, cutting off his voice entirely. His bodyguards snapped out of their daze, pulling out their weapons. Let go of our boss. Kid, do you even know who you're messing with? Put the gun down now. Zhang Fan impatiently dug a finger into his ear. Shut up. One more word, and I'll blow his head off. You. The bodyguards instantly fell silent, glaring at him with fury. Now talk. What the hell is going on? Why did you all come to kill me? At the mention of the reason, Zhao's father's mind shifted to his son's death, temporarily dulling the pain in his wrist. Hatred filled his eyes. Well? You had the guts to shoot at me, but now you can't even say a word? Oh. Right. Almost forgot. Zhang Fan smacked his forehead. The gun was still in Zhao's father's mouth. How could he speak? He pulled it out, but Zhao's father remained silent. Weren't you acting all high and mighty just now? Weren't you going to kill me? Why so quiet now? Zhang Fan felt uncomfortable under Zhao's venomous glare. He gripped the gun by the stock and smashed it against Zhao's head. Bang! 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 Zhao's father still refused to make a sound. Oh? Not talking? Zhang Fan's eyes flickered as he turned to one of the bodyguards. You. Explain. Why are you trying to kill me? If you don't, I'll put a bullet in his head. He raised the gun, letting the muzzle hover dangerously close to Zhao's skull. The bodyguard's face twisted in grief and rage. You killed our young master. You think we wouldn't seek revenge? What the hell? Zhang Fan was completely dumbfounded. Since returning to the country, he had been a law-abiding citizen. When had he ever killed someone? Frowning, he asked, explain properly. Who is your young master? Our young master was Zhao Lei. Zhang Fan's mind clicked. Yesterday, he had beaten up that rich brat. The same one who tried to blacklist Zhu Hongzhuang. He had even planned to find him again tomorrow for another lesson. But now, he was dead? Sure, he had beaten him badly, but he hadn't landed any fatal blows. What exactly happened? Zhang Fan's tone grew cold. Something about this situation felt off. The bodyguard's grief deepened. Not only had this man killed their young master, but now he wanted them to spell out the details. What kind of twisted logic was this? But with their boss's life hanging in the balance, he had no choice. After you beat him up yesterday, he was recovering in the hospital. This afternoon, someone disguised as a nurse poisoned him. Before he died, he left a message pointing to you. Are you seriously saying it wasn't you? Zhang Fan was even more confused. He definitely hadn't done it. This afternoon, he had been at the company, casually watching beautiful women. And even if he had wanted to kill someone, he wouldn't have been so blatant about it. This was a lawful society. Murder carried consequences. After beating the guy up yesterday, would he really be stupid enough to turn around and kill him the next day? No way. So the real question was, why did Zhao Lei's final message point to him? That was what puzzled him the most. It felt like he was trapped in a fog, unable to see clearly. An invisible hand was manipulating everything from behind the scenes. The thought that someone was plotting against him put Zhang Fan in a foul mood. His voice turned cold. I didn't kill him. This is an obvious setup. Can't you see that? Still trying to lie your way out? You were the one who beat up our young master yesterday. You even said that if he didn't lift the ban on Zhu Hongzhuang, you'd come back today, and it wouldn't just be another beating. Zhang Fan had no immediate rebuttal. They weren't wrong. He had said that. But it was just a threat. Anyone with common sense could tell. At most, he would have gone back to beat Zhao Lei up again. Murder was out of the question. Are you guys brain dead? That was a threat. Don't you understand the difference? If I really planned to kill him, do you think I'd be dumb enough to do it the very next day? Frustrated with their stupidity, Zhang Fan cursed. Besides, I have an alibi. I was at the office all afternoon. If you don't believe me, go check. Who's to say it wasn't one of your men? Maybe you had someone do it at this exact time to counter our expectations. You mother. Zhang Fan realized arguing with these people was pointless. He couldn't be bothered anymore. His gaze turned icy as he stared directly at Zhao's father. They might be idiots, but what about you? You're the CEO of a billion-dollar corporation, and this is the best your brain can do? Zhao's father remained silent. He had already noticed the inconsistencies in this situation. But Zhang Fan was the prime suspect, so eliminating him first had been the priority. Unfortunately, he hadn't expected Zhang Fan to be this strong. Even the Dark Force master he hired was no match. Zhang Fan caught the flicker in his eyes and felt his heart tighten. It didn't matter whether he was innocent or not. Zhao's father wanted him dead. Fine. If that's how they wanted to play it, then so be it. Did they think he was afraid? Watching the hatred burning in Zhao's father's eyes, Zhang Fan suddenly recalled something Zhu Hao had mentioned. Apparently, his father had discovered some kind of secret about this Zhao family mogul. There was even a possibility that he had been silenced for it. Since the man was right in front of him, why not ask? Quit pretending to be dead. I've got a question for you. Do you know my father, Zhang Zulin? Zhao's father looked surprised. He mentally reviewed Zhang Fan's background. Indeed, his father's name was Zhang Zulin. The man who had died just a few days ago. Zhao's father definitely knew him. Zhang Zulin had once been a shareholder in Zhao Media. But after the company took off, he sold his shares and made a fortune. So what if I know him? And so what if I don't? Zhao's father responded coldly. Zhang Fan studied his expression closely. There was no doubt. Zhao's father did know his father. Did you have something to do with my father's death? His eyes locked onto Zhao's father, watching for any reaction. A brief flicker of surprise crossed Zhao's father's face before he sneered. That's right. I did it. That old bastard should have died a long time ago. Zhang Fan had suspected that his father's death wasn't natural. And now, hearing this admission, it confirmed that someone had orchestrated it. Even though he wasn't sure why the blame had landed on him, Zhao's father had no hesitation in taking credit. It was clear. He wanted Zhang Fan to feel the pain of losing a loved one. But something felt off. Zhao's father had looked shocked when he first asked about it. Was he surprised that Zhang Fan had figured it out? Or was he surprised that his father's death was even being questioned? There was no way to be certain if Zhao's father was the real mastermind. It seemed he needed to investigate further. But when he heard Zhao's next words, rage boiled inside him. Whether the man was trying to provoke him or cover something up, saying his father deserved to die was crossing the line. Zhang Fan felt deep guilt over his father's death, convinced that he bore some responsibility. If only he had returned home earlier, the tragedy might never have happened. His eyes turned icy cold as he delivered a fierce kick straight into Zhao's father's stomach. Zhao's eyes bulged as his body arched backward, flying through the air before crashing hard onto the ground. Get lost. If you come after me again, I'll make sure you die a painful death. Zhao's father was no saint. Zhang Fan had the urge to end him right then and there. But this was a society governed by law. He wanted to live peacefully here, which meant he couldn't afford to commit a crime. At least not openly. What happened in the shadows was another matter entirely. As long as there was no evidence pointing back to him, it wouldn't count as murder. He still hadn't ruled out the possibility that Zhao's father was involved in his own father's death. A proper investigation was needed. But there was no point in interrogating him further today. He would look into it himself later. Zhao's father and his men, struggling to support the severely injured Dark Force master, finally retreated. Zhang Fan remained standing there, his eyes flickering with thought. Someone in the shadows was plotting against him. He despised being manipulated like this. Who could it be? Meanwhile, Zhao's father had no intention of backing down just because of Zhang Fan's overwhelming strength. Instead, he started posting bounties online, recruiting mercenaries, and preparing for another confrontation. It didn't matter whether Zhang Fan had personally killed his son. He was still responsible. If he hadn't beaten Zhao Lei and his personal bodyguards half to death, how could anyone have gotten close enough to finish the job? Zhang Fan had to die. To be buried alongside his son. While plotting his revenge, Zhao's father also ramped up efforts to blacklist Zhu Hongzhuang. That woman had played a role in his son's death as well, and he wouldn't let her go unpunished. But as Zhao's father was preparing his next move against Zhang Fan, he was unaware that Zhang Fan had already started investigating him. Meanwhile, at the Zhu family estate, Zhu Hao, the true mastermind behind everything, was busy working to overturn his daughter's blacklist. He was determined to make her a superstar. All while setting the stage to bring this third daughter of his under his control. Chapter 70. Outside the police station. 4 burly men walked out, looking slightly disheveled. They were the remaining members of the brothers' gang. Out of their 6-man crew, their leader had been framed and imprisoned, and their youngest member had been assassinated. Now, only the 4 of them remained. The deaths of the Liu family father and son made them the prime suspects, leading to their arrest and questioning. But it wasn't just an interrogation. It was also a warning. The brothers' gang had been getting too arrogant lately, and the authorities wanted to remind them who was in charge. After a round of pressure, the police confirmed they weren't responsible for the Liu family's deaths and released them. Still, something felt off. As they left, they couldn't ignore the strange looks the officers gave them. What was the big deal? So what if their gang leaders had been locked up? Their own boss was still behind bars. Did these cops really think they could look down on them? They were out now, but Chen Mo, the primary suspect, was still locked up inside, dragged off for questioning again and again. Inside the interrogation room, Chen Mo sat in the chair, his hands cuffed, his head lowered in silence. Chen Mo, confess and you'll be treated leniently. Resist, and we'll make things worse for you. Did you kill the Liu family father and son? I've told you 100 times already. It wasn't me. I didn't kill them. Chen Mo was beyond frustrated. He snapped back impatiently. You didn't kill them. Then tell me, how many people from the Liu family's allied forces have you killed? You playing dumb with me? Bang. The interrogator slammed his palm on the table, trying to intimidate Chen Mo. But Chen Mo had grown used to their tactics. Annoyed, he retorted, stop twisting the truth, will you? You guys acknowledge the underground world's rules, don't you? I'm saying. I didn't touch the Liu family or their driver. Then tell us where you were between 9:30 and 10:00 that night. Give us something to verify, and we can clear your name. The officer softened his tone, trying to coax information out of him. They'd been through this before. At this point in the interrogation, Chen Mo would always go silent. This time was no different. No matter how many ways they asked, he refused to say another word. Chen Mo cursed in his head. At the time of the murder, he had been tailing Zhu Hao and Zaking while they were out shopping. And he had deliberately avoided security cameras. Even if he told the police, they wouldn't be able to verify his alibi. Worse, it might expose Zhu Hao, his enemy, to the public. That would do him more harm than good. So he simply shut up. Somehow, he had been saddled with this ridiculous accusation, and there was no way to shake it off. The injustice of it all made his blood boil. Meanwhile, outside the police station, the four brothers' gang members had barely stepped outside when a suspicious figure, loitering near the entrance, suddenly brightened at the sight of them. The man rushed over, voice trembling, almost in tears. "Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother. Our gang. It's gone." "What the hell? What do you mean, gone?" The four men stared, dumbfounded. After taking down the Liu family's alliance, the brothers' gang had become the dominant force in Nanking? How could they just disappear overnight? Sure, they'd been locked up for a few days, but they still had hundreds of members. Were they just sitting around doing nothing? "Zhao Shunzi, explain yourself. What happened?" Second brother frowned and asked in a deep voice. "Second brother. The night you were arrested, a new gang called Blood Slaughter appeared out of nowhere. They ambushed us. The gang member, known as Zhao Shunzi, spilled everything. The Blood Slaughter gang had risen with alarming speed, challenging the Brotherhood gang's dominance the very next day. And without their top fighters to lead them, the Brotherhood gang was quickly pushed back, losing more and more territory. By yesterday, the Blood Slaughter gang had completely wiped them out. An absolute takeover. They were the new rulers of Nanking's underworld. What? Blood Slaughter? They were just a nameless crew. How the hell did they rise so fast? Damn it. They dare destroy our gang? I'll kill them all. This is dishonorable. Attacking us while we were locked up? The core members of the Brotherhood gang were furious. They had only been gone a few days, and their entire organization had been stolen out from under them. Finally, they understood why the cops had looked at them so strangely when releasing them. It was the look you give a fool. A clown who didn't even realize his kingdom was already gone. The more they thought about it, the angrier they got. Hold on. Don't rush in just yet. Second brother raised his hand, stopping them. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as he spoke. Blood Slaughter's sudden rise. Too coincidental. Why did Blood Slaughter emerge so conveniently? The moment we got arrested, they stopped hiding and started expanding rapidly. Second brother's voice was cold and calculating. Third brother frowned, sensing the implication. Are you saying the Liu family's deaths are connected to them? After second brother's explanation, they all realized Chen Mo wasn't the killer. He was just a scapegoat. Fourth and fifth brothers erupted in fury. So it was a setup from the start? We were just pawns in their plan. Damn it. They won't get away with this. Second brother's eyes burned with rage. His voice dropped to a deadly calm. Zhao Shunzi, where's the leader of Blood Slaughter? Take us to him. Zhao Shunzi hesitated, his mouth opening and closing as if struggling to speak. Spit it out. Quit stalling like some weakling. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Shunzi finally said, Blood Slaughter's men are at our headquarters. There. Holding a victory banquet there. They were celebrating. At their turf. A direct insult. A blatant show of dominance. Unforgivable. Second brother clenched his jaw. A victory banquet. No. Tonight, it'll be their funeral feast. The humiliation was too much to bear. He could no longer hold back his fury. Seeing their leader's resolve, Zhao Shunzi hesitated but nodded, leading them toward their former headquarters. Upon arrival, the four men drew their blades and stormed inside, expecting resistance. But strangely, there was none. No Blood Slaughter members blocked their way. Not a single guard. Zhao Shunzi's face twisted in confusion. What's going on? When they stepped into the main hall, they found no grand banquet. Just two people standing there. One man and one woman. The man was massive, nearly 2 meters tall, his build like an iron fortress. It was none other than Lao Mo. The woman, dressed in combat gear with her face masked, had been sent by Zhu Hao. Her job? To make sure none of them escaped. The four gang members stiffened. Their strength barely reached the early stages of Ming Jin, but here stood one warrior at mid-stage and another at late stage. Enough to crush them. Worse, Lao Mo had just recently broken through to the late stage. Truthfully, he didn't even need backup. He could handle them alone. Zhu Hao only sent the woman as a failsafe. Just to make sure not a single one of them slipped away. Lao Mo smirked at Zhao Shunzi, his eyes gleaming with amusement. You really thought you escaped from us? We let you go. We wanted you to bring them here. Zhao Shunzi's face drained of color. He had fallen into their trap. His voice trembled as he turned to his brothers. I didn't know. I swear. They ignored him. Instead, their focus was on Lao Mo. His overwhelming aura made their bodies tense. The four gang members exchanged glances. They didn't need words. Their decision was clear. Run. They weren't foolish enough to fight a battle they couldn't win. But just as they moved, bang! The door slammed shut behind them. A perfect ambush. The realization hit them like a hammer. They were trapped. No escape. Their only option left was to fight. Kill. With a silent nod, the four men gripped their blades and charged at Lao-mo. Lao-mo sneered. He raised his enormous Vajra blade and swung. The attack came faster than they could react. Second brother, leading the charge, barely had time to block. Clang. The sheer force sent his weapon flying from his hands. The blade didn't stop. It smashed into his chest, sending him hurtling across the room. One hit. Their strongest member was down. The others froze in shock. This power. Late-stage Mingjin. It was the same level as their imprisoned leader. Lao-mo didn't give them time to process. He moved like lightning, his blade sweeping through the air. Bam. 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 Third, fourth, and fifth brothers were all sent crashing to the ground. None could even stand. They were completely outmatched. Lao-mo had held back. If he had struck to kill, they'd all be dead. Zhao Shunzi stood frozen, eyes wide in terror. To him, his brothers had been powerful. Yet against Lao-mo, they lasted less than a single round. They never had a chance. If even they were helpless. Then what would happen to him? Certain death. Desperation flooded his mind. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the masked woman, standing silently. A ruthless choice. The woman hadn't made a move this entire time. Could she be the blood slaughter leader's woman? Zhao Shunzi's eyes lit up. He gripped his blade and charged at her, intending to take her hostage and create an opportunity to escape. It was a solid plan. But before he could get close, she kicked him. He flew across the room, slammed into the wall, and nearly got embedded in it. Thud. 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 Footsteps echoed in the silent hall, like a countdown to death. Kill us or torture us. Do whatever you want. The members of the Brotherhood gang remained defiant. Don't get me wrong. You're all talented men. Why would I kill you? Lao-mo grinned, but his expression was twisted, making his smile more terrifying than a demon's. The Brotherhood gang is finished. Why not join blood slaughter instead? They couldn't believe their ears. Was he serious? The man who wiped out their gang, beat them to the ground, and humiliated them. Now wanted them to join him? Was something wrong with his head? Join your damn blood slaughter? Dream on. I'd rather die here than join you. A gang that relies on cheap tricks? What's there to respect? Don't be so smug. When our big brother gets out, he'll avenge us. We'll be waiting for you in hell. They sneered in disgust, their faces full of scorn. They didn't even try to hide their contempt. Lao-mo chuckled. Instead of getting angry, he pulled out a few photographs and tossed them in front of them. You might want to reconsider. They looked down. And froze. Their eyes widened in horror. The pictures were of their family members. What the hell are you planning? You know the rules. Family is off limits. They glared at Lao-mo, furious. He shrugged. Relax. I haven't touched them. Yet. Just took a few photos. But whether they stay safe depends on your choice. If you refuse, well, I can't guarantee their safety. His tone was eerily calm. You. Despicable bastard. Damn it, if you've got guts, come at us. Threatening women and children. What kind of coward are you? Their fury boiled over. If looks could kill, Lao-mo would be dust. Enough. Lao-mo grew impatient and cut them off. You have 10 seconds to decide. 10. 9. 8. 7. 3. 2. Just before he reached 1, they gave in. They had no choice. They weren't afraid to die. But they couldn't let their families suffer because of them. For now, they would pretend to comply and wait for the right moment to strike back. They would never betray their big brother. Clang. A dagger landed in front of them. What's the meaning of this? They looked at Lao-mo in confusion. If you're joining blood slaughter, prove your loyalty. They hesitated. Lao-mo pointed at Zhao Shunzi, who was slumped against the wall, coughing up blood. He's still alive. And he's in a lot of pain. Each of you. Put a knife in him. Their eyes shrank in horror. So ruthless. Zhao Shunzi had been loyal to the Brotherhood gang, risking everything to warn them. Now, Lao-mo wanted them to kill him? If word got out, they'd become a joke in the underworld. They'd have no place to belong. Once, they would rather die than harm a brother. But now, they couldn't afford to die. If they did, their families would suffer. Fifth brother picked up the knife first. He walked toward Zhao Shunzi, his heart twisting in agony. Zhao Shunzi's face was filled with terror. Fifth brother, no. It's me, Zhao Shunzi. You always said brothers are like family. You swore you'd never hurt a brother. Fifth brother's face remained blank, though his heart clenched painfully. He raised the knife, intending to end it with a single strike. To take all the blame so his brothers wouldn't have to. But Laomo's voice interrupted. I said. Each of you must stab him. If he dies before you all get a turn, I won't guarantee your family's safety. Fifth brother's breath hitched. He had no way out. Gritting his teeth, he stabbed Zhao Shunzi once. Then fourth brother. Then third. Then second. Zhao Shunzi screamed in fury. To hell with the Brotherhood gang. Even as a ghost, I won't forgive you. Brother, we're sorry. We'll take care of your family. We swear. Second brother gave the final strike, slicing Zhao Shunzi's throat. Clap, clap, clap. Laomo applauded, a satisfied grin on his face. Welcome to Blood Slaughter. Chapter 71 Welcome to Blood Slaughter. Laomo smiled, but the Brotherhood gang members couldn't force a smile back. Their faces darkened. Suddenly, they noticed the woman who had been quietly watching from the sidelines. She now held a camera, pointing it straight at them. Second brother, always observant, frowned. His heart sank. What are you doing? Just recording the bond between brothers, she said lightly. Relax. As long as you don't cause any trouble, this video won't be leaked. Their expressions changed dramatically. Fury burned in their eyes. It wasn't enough that they had been forced to betray a brother. Now there was evidence. If this video ever got out, their reputation would be ruined. Not only would they lose their place in the underworld, but their families would also be dragged into it. One video was enough to shatter all their thoughts of rebellion. This wasn't just blackmail. It was a lifelong leash. They felt suffocated. Zhu Hao had instructed Laomo to subdue them, not to strengthen blood slaughter. These men weren't valuable in a fight. If anything, they might stab them in the back at a crucial moment. After all, they had been forced into this. No, the real purpose was to use them against their leader. And against Shenmue, the protagonist. The protagonist and his master were strong. Blood slaughter wasn't their match. So, Zhu Hao had to resort to tricks. And forcing these brothers to turn on each other? Now that would be entertaining. Zhu family villa. In the courtyard, Zhu Hao stood behind Zhao Wanling, guiding her hands as she practiced tea making. His chest pressed against her back. The atmosphere was charged with intimacy. At first, she had been shy, but gradually, she got used to it. Hand-in-hand teaching worked wonders. She could feel herself improving. Her tea-making skills were advancing rapidly. But being so close led to other issues. Like now. She stood in front of him, focused on brewing tea. He held her from behind, his hands guiding hers. She had suggested standing because when she sat, he had to bend over to reach her hands, which looked uncomfortable for him. What she didn't know was, Zhu Hao had the overwhelming endurance buff. He could bend over for a day and a night without breaking a sweat. By trying to be considerate, she had unknowingly put herself in a more awkward situation. She felt a warmth against her back, and suddenly, her face flushed. At that moment, she finally understood why Zhu Hong's had once complained about her stunning stepmother being too loud. Curiosity flickered in her mind. How did Zhu Hong's endure this? Didn't she feel embarrassed? Oh, right. They were father and daughter. That must be why. But she wasn't the same. This was too mortifying. How was she supposed to focus? As Zhao Wanling's thoughts spiraled into chaos, Zhu Hao's deep, magnetic voice sounded in her ear. Sorry, Wanling. You're just too beautiful. I can't control it. They had both been pretending nothing was wrong. Before, she had just felt shy. Now that he had said it outright, her face turned crimson. If there were a hole in the ground, she would have jumped into it without hesitation. She wanted to disappear. And yet, a hint of joy bloomed in her heart. He was calling her beautiful. Ding. Zhao Wanling is flustered. Emotion points plus 683, ding. Zhao Wanling is secretly delighted. Emotion points plus 596, Zhu Hao smirked. This wasn't teaching. This was harassment. But Zhao Wanling, clueless, thought it was a natural reaction. She had no choice but to endure it. And this was his strategy. Step by step, testing boundaries. Until, finally, he conquered. After guiding her hands to complete the tea-making process, Zhu Hao released her and spoke righteously. Wanling, now try it on your own. Just follow my technique. Zhao Wanling looked completely dazed, her mind still a mess. She stared at the teapot, then at Zhu Hao. Technique? What technique? She had no idea what he had just taught her. She had been too distracted. She had even forgotten everything she had learned before. I need to use the restroom. Feeling unbearably flustered under Zhu Hao's gaze, she blurted the excuse and hurried away. Ding. Zhao Wanling is overwhelmed with embarrassment. Emotion points plus 826, Zhu Hao withdrew his teasing gaze and walked alone to his study. He picked up 3 sheets of paper he had prepared in advance. Bang, bang, bang. He knocked on the door of his daughter's study. "Come in." Zhu Hong's flustered voice came from inside. Zhu Hao pushed the door open and stepped in. He immediately noticed Zhu Hong's quickly wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. She had been blacklisted by Zhao Media. With Zhu Hao's full support, the fight had been evenly matched. Zhao Media had hired internet trolls to smear her, but she had supporters defending her as well. However, a few days ago, everything changed. Zhao's father blamed her for his son's death and ramped up the blacklist efforts several times over. Zhu Group, despite being worth hundreds of billions, wasn't in the entertainment industry's inner circle. Plus, Zhu Hao had deliberately held back, even letting himself lose ground. As a result, the smear campaign became overwhelmingly one-sided. With the intensified ban, Zhu Hao could no longer support her, meaning her dream of becoming a superstar was officially over. Zhu Hao had been right about one thing. Zhu Hong's had poured endless effort and sweat into her dream of becoming a top celebrity. Now, with that dream shattered, sorrow consumed her. The only thing keeping her distracted had been Zhu Hao's piano lessons. Her skills had improved rapidly in just a few days. But now that Zhu Hao had lost, she was dragged back to reality. For days, she had been drowning in depression, unable to eat, often wiping away tears in secret. Zhu Hao saw that the timing was just right. So, he brought her a way out. "Hong's Wang, crying by yourself again?" He stepped closer and gently ruffled her hair. "I already told you, didn't I? I'll find a way. I won't let your dream shatter." Zhu Hong's forced a weak smile. She didn't take his words seriously, assuming he was just comforting her. "Oh? You don't believe me? Then take a look at this." Zhu Hao placed 3 sheets of paper in front of her. Each sheet contained a song. Massively popular hits from his past life. Songs that didn't exist in this world yet. Once released, they would shake the industry. Zhao Media's ban on her was simply preventing her works from being aired. And since she was only known for her piano skills, not for hit songs, she was barely considered part of the entertainment world. She had risen quickly but hadn't built a solid fan base yet, making her easy to suppress. But breaking through this suppression was simple. Play more renowned piano pieces. Sing a few sensational songs. And with Zhu Hao providing the right channels, Zhao Media wouldn't be able to blacklist her even if they wanted to. She already had the piano pieces. Zhu Hao had taught her plenty. Now, all she needed were a few hit songs. Under the Sea, The Wind Rises, Red Lingering. These were all viral hits in his previous world. Relying on his memory and master-level music skills, Zhu Hao perfectly recreated them. One song was healing. One was wild and passionate. One would ignite a craze for theatrical vocals. With these 3, Zhu Hong's was guaranteed to explode in popularity. She stared blankly at the titles on the paper. Since when could Zhu Hao write songs? Her curiosity deepened as she kept reading. Gradually, her expression grew more and more serious. By the end, her face could barely contain her excitement. She finished one song, then immediately moved on to the next. Then the third. When she finally looked up,